Please take your seat and call this meeting to order. Let the record show that all council members are here except Councilmember Board, and he is en route. I would like to thank you all for coming out this afternoon and participating in this city council / council meeting. We will now have the invocation, and we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance by Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez. Would you all please stand and join with me? Please pray in your own faith. Most gracious Father, we thank you for your many blessings that you have bestowed upon us. God, we thank you as you continue to watch over this great nation, this great state, this great city. Bless and protect our soldiers and their family members that are in harm's way. Guide this council meeting. Give us the wisdom and knowledge to make decisions for the good of the city and the residents. Thank you for our staff and our first responders. And thank you for each individual that's here today in their household. We thank you, grace and mercy. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda? Please click in. Do not yell. Okay. Councilmember Segarra.
So moved.
Councilmember Alvarez.
I'll second that.
Thank you. The motion has been made by Councilmember Segarra, second by Councilmember Alvarez. All in favor, yes. All opposed, no. Motion carries 6-0. Madam Secretary, we will do the presentations. Would you do PR-24-020 and PR-24-021 together, please?
Yes, ma'am. PR 24020, Killeen Star Award. PR 24021, Student Occupation Awareness and Recognition Program Certificate Presentation.
Thank you so much, Brett and Francisca. Thank you all. Tonight is what we're about to do this afternoon. This presentation is very significant to the city of Killeen and also to our city council and staff members too. It's to honor a volunteer. Volunteers are the backbone of our community when it comes to putting on big events. And they also bring in entertainment, and they bring a diverse culture together, and we learn about each other. So our Star Award represents individuals that have done something very significant out in our community. And for this month, Councilwoman Carp has the opportunity to recognize those individuals.
Good evening. Today we have two representatives with Ms. Yvonne Yates and Ms. Miriam Rodriguez come up. Well, while they're making their way, Ms. Yvonne Yates is the founder of Queen Divas Women's Organization, created a group where women can empower, uplift, encourage, and support each other in a safe space. While they empower and uplift, they also serve the community. They have adopted family in crisis as their start over, where they give the start over kits. When women leave family in crisis, there are kits waiting for them to go on out the door. They have donated to the Garden of Hope to ensure children receive their haircuts to begin the school year to help foster these children's self-esteem, which will help with a successful year. Ms. Yates is also an active deaconess with the Greater Vision Community Church. She is the co-chair for over 12 years of the Women of Vision Ministry and the president over the Vision Fitness Ministry. She provides monthly health tips to the Women of Vision and in the Vision Fitness Health. I'm going to tell you, these ladies are just everywhere. Ms. Yates have been everywhere. When you open up your heart to give of yourself, not only do you tell your story, but you help those people who are struggling. Mrs. Miriam Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez is a retired Army veteran who is the creator of Unity Line Dancers. I want you all to know these go together. Divas and Unity Line Dancers go together. You may see them dancing in the streets. I don't know about you all. I can't dance. So they're dancing in the streets, and they're making a difference in the lives of people, and that's why they're getting these volunteer awards today. Keep making a difference. Everybody, make a difference. Mrs. Rodriguez has extended giving herself with weekly visits to the nursing homes. She, along with the Unity Line, and they got the Amen Corner with them here today. With the Unity Line Dance team, they visit Killeen rehabilitation nursing homes twice a month. The residents look forward to seeing them. Have you ever looked in the streets or in the nursing home and you seeing them doing the electric slide, and you see people in wheelchairs doing the electric slide? I'm like, now how did they do that? Well, the residents look forward to seeing them. She also provides dance with her team to various community events. Mrs. Miriam Rodriguez selfishly asks for nothing in return. She didn't even know she was getting this award today. In return, brings joy to our community. I'm happy to present these awards to you ladies. Thank you so much for what you do for people. Thank you.
Thank you all. Let's give them one more round of applause, because it takes a lot to get out in the community and give of your time. So our next presentation is a significant contribution of our youth. As you know, our youth are our future, but our youth are our future now because they can get out in the workforce and make an impact in our economy. And so Mr. Charles Avery, he works for the Texas Workforce Solution, and this is what's so significant about the city of Killeen. It's all about building partnerships outside these walls. And because of this partnership, we will be honoring some amazing youth that have gone through the Texas Workforce Solution program. And Mr. Charles Avery will go in more detail. So let's give him a round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the partnership that you have with Workforce Solutions. This has started with a grant that we worked with the city on, and there's been a lot of discussion in these chambers about economic development and quality of life, and I will tell you, there is no quality of life or economic development without a qualified workforce and talent. These young people that are here today, through a partnership that we have with the Boys and Girls Club, our Boys and Girls Club folks, stand up, there we go, Boys and Girls Club of Central Texas. These young people, they went through a very significant program. It's a program that we've developed, a career readiness certification program that has been put together with input from our employers in the region to help young people prepare for life after school and going to work so they can be adding to our society and be very exceptional citizens and help provide areas for growth. These young people went through 5 different sessions that cover everything from why you're supposed to be at work on time, to how to prepare for an interview, how to look for jobs. It's employability skills, and they even had to do some assessments. All these students are here today because they scored 70 or above on all their assessments, and so they're here to receive their certification. So without further ado, we want to have each one of these students come and be recognized by their community leaders, and we appreciate that opportunity. So students, when you come up, the mayor has something she wants to present to you along with the certificate, but we're going to ask you to do that and just chill for a minute. We're going to get a photo and then just step back here because we want a group photo after everyone comes up, okay? So first off, Darlene Chadwick. Right over here, darling. Yeah.
And this is the mayor's coin. Very significant because I just don't give it out to anyone, so you deserve it.
Very good. Braxton Douglas. Come on up, Braxton.
Congratulations. Thank you for participating.
Good job, man. Isabella McCormick. London Perez Miles.
Congratulations. Thank you for participating.
Nicely done. Josiah Velez. You can see Josiah worked so hard he sprung his ankle trying to get certified. Kendall Johnson.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Good job, Kendall. Kayla Johnson. Do we have family going on here? We are family. All right.
Congratulations.
All right. Don't be hiding back there, Kendall. All right. Very good. Julian Trotter. Nicely done, Julian. Julian, I'd also like to add, everybody loves a sharp-dressed man. Very good, very good. Octavian Maps.
Congratulations. Thank you for participating.
Good job, Octavian. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your talent of the future for Killeen, Texas. Well done, students.
And I also would like to acknowledge Councilmember Sagara. He's the president of the Texas Workforce Solution. Let's give him a round of applause. I thank you all for coming out. You know, you hear so many negative things, but these are the things that we should celebrate more in our city, our youth and our volunteers. And for both sides, our line dancers and the 2 volunteers, the recipients of that award, and also our youth that went through a tedious program to be ready for the workforce. And like he said, that is what we need now. Individuals that are willing to work, and they have completed that task. So let's give them all a round of applause. Let's let our records show that Councilmember Boyd is in attendance. Madam Secretary, item number 3.
PH 24022, presentation regarding the Women in Municipal Government Conference.
Thank you, Councilmember Cobb.
I am so proud to report a successful 2024 NLC Women in Municipal Government Summer Conference that took place last month in South Florida. Much care and effort went into the planning and this event, and I believe the efforts paid off.
Thank you.
Oh,
You still going?
I have a PowerPoint, but I guess I need to
Oh.
point it. Is it going?
They're loading it. It ought to be up there. in
Okay,
your-
I'll keep going. The carpet it was rolled out to women in municipal government. We know now that as we look into our democracy, that we have more women leading in political roles. And this was so important that I came back because I was the only representative that went to the Women in Municipal Government, but I learned so much. It was so much to learn that how we see things and how we govern and the different possibilities that we could have. So let's take a quick look. The first slide, that's the National League of Cities present the different Women Municipal Government Conference. It provides a space for women, local elected officials, to have empowering conversations, leadership development, explore creative solutions to challenges experienced in our communities. And some of you will say, well, why is it different than from a regular conference and for men? Because they play particular care. I'm even excited about next year because they're going to put a mental health component in there where we will go through a mental health session with our elected officials. And we know with the changing times, we do need that help. Highlights of the event, some of the sessions that were covered: advancing the agenda for affordable housing, women and domestic violence, the path to leadership success, and chaotic times. We have chaotic times in our city, and we're trying to lead. We're trying to find the rules. We're trying to ensure that everyone is taken care of. Strategies for women in leadership. Did you know that just because we're women, there are some strategies sometimes that we have to use a little different than our counterpartners? You can say it if you want to. We're always equal. We always do the right thing. But I think it helped me to build that confidence, to build me to know how to lead and my style. Networking and learning, trying new leadership styles. I just think I could see our assistant city manager, I could see our many department heads who are women, I could see the many women in our Killeen government going to this conference and learning and coming back. And you know what? They're good now to be even greater when they come back from this conference, learning those skills, those mobile tours, those parliamentary, just excellent. Learning the business, writing grants, and public speaking, all of this is taking place in the conference. We're doing these things. I have to speed it up. This event brought over 100 people from around the United States and local government to learn about local policy issues, discuss federal advocacy concerns, expand their networks with female elected communities. I was surprised to see that some of the cities that surround us throughout the United States have the same issues, and to hear how they go and they network. We participated in engaging sessions, leadership building activities, mobile city tours, and the pipeline for future women leaders. I just can't wait for the future, the women and the leaders that we'll have in this country, in this city. Housing assets and resources for families and older residents. We have our own wonderful woman leader, our Mayor Debbie Nash King. And thank you all for allowing me to take this. I'm not going to continue to go. I could go on and on about this conference. I learned so much. I think I'm the best council person it is right now. So please consider that in the next fiscal year, women in municipal government.
Thank you so much. In pursuant to the Texas Open Meeting Law, Government Code 551.001, the mayor now calls a closed meeting of the city council on the 17th day of September 24 at 3:20 p.m. under the following authority: Section 551.071, consultation with the attorney. The city council will consult with legal counsel regarding pending litigation. Agenda item RS-24-177. We'll adjourn the meeting into closed session. Thank you all for your patience. I call this meeting back to order at 3:54 p.m. We will now go into our work session. Council, you have 3 minutes to speak 3 times each. Madam Secretary.
LMN 24022. Consider minutes of special city council meeting of August 20th, 2024.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
LMN 24023. Consider minutes of regular city council meeting of August 20th, 2024.
Madam Secretary.
RS 24161. Consider memorandum resolution approving the investment report for the quarter ended June 30th, 2024.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Good afternoon, Mrs. Tangerlin.
Mayor, council members. In accordance with the Public Funds Investment Act, we are required to present quarterly investment reports to the City Council. Today we have Mr. Scott Grover to present the quarterly investment report ended on June 30th.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Another quarter in the books.
Yes, sir.
Very exciting. The Fed is meeting this week, so we'll have some news tomorrow. But we are anticipating our first rate cut from the Federal Reserve tomorrow. So they're debating today, and then they'll release the news tomorrow. Right now, it's fully expected that we get at least a 0.25% reduction. Many are expecting or pushing for more. They're saying that the Fed should be a little more aggressive at this pace due to some unemployment concerns. So as we've talked about, inflation has been the primary focus of getting inflation down from the COVID period. But unemployment is starting to tick up a little higher. Growth is starting to slow a little quicker. So many believe that the Fed should start to ramp up their cuts a little quicker here. So what you're seeing here is basically the projected glide path, what we would call the path going forward for the Federal Reserve on the Fed funds rate. If they start cutting, we fully believe that they'll start cutting at each of the successive meetings for the rest of the year. And you can see roughly around 2% in rate reductions between now and the middle of next calendar year. So what that impacts directly is going to be overnight rates. It's impacting cash rates that the city is currently utilizing, such as investment pools, money market funds. Anytime the Fed cuts interest rates or raises interest rates, those are very sensitive to it. So one of the big things that we have talked about is when we've locking in interest rates. Something that we've been doing for the last 6 months to a year now. And the city is in a very good position where they will not be as impacted by these rate cuts. So very happy about that. It's going to allow for more budgetary certainty into next year. So just because the Fed is cutting interest rates doesn't mean the portfolio is going to drop with it. So that's one good thing. What you see here is at the period ending June 30, we are at an average yield of 4.52. As of today, if we're reinvesting, rates are already below that. So it shows you that there's already some higher yields locked into the portfolio. And so going forward, when we're entering into a declining rate environment, what we're working with is going to be lower cash options on rates, and then reinvestment rates will be slightly lower. So we're going to be working around that. Obviously, liquidity is the primary focus going forward. We need to make sure the city can meet their upcoming expenditure needs. And we are entering a low point here into this current quarter for September. So that overnight cash portion you see, about 27% there at the end of June, that is going to work its way down naturally over this quarter. But when we have opportunities to reinvest, we are still favoring longer positions. We want to be able to hold on to current income for as long as possible, even in a declining rate environment. So those are my quick updates for you. Any questions from the group?
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
There's no questions for the council. And thank you for briefing Mr. Cagle and I earlier today. Thank you and your team.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
RS 24162. Consider a memorandum resolution approving participation in a public funds investment pool known as Texas Class.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Council, Mrs. Tingerling Lynn will have the next 2 items. Welcome
Thank
back.
you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, again. This item is for the Texas Class Local Government Investment Pool. A background, the city invests in accordance with the Public Funds Investment Act, PFIA, ensuring safety and prudent management of public funds. Current investment types are government-backed securities, state and local obligations, and deposits and accounts. The investment pools are under the state and local obligations. The Texas Class is a local government investment pool that pools funds to earn competitive dividends, complying with the Public Funds Investment Act and Texas laws, while focusing on safety and liquidity. Texas Class carry a AAM rating from S&P Global Ratings. That is the highest rating for credit quality. Texas Class government yield as of August 30th, 2024, the month end was 5.25%. The city benefits. Investing in a portion of the city's resources in Texas Connect will benefit the city by providing greater diversification. We currently only have one pool investment, so that's why we are here to try to open another one, providing more flexibility, providing a competitive return on the city's assets. Participation in Texas Connect will not undermine the existing depository contract. Staff recommend that City Council approve the participation of the city in the Texas Class investment pool and authorize the city manager or designee to execute the agreement.
Thank you. There are no questions. Madam Secretary.
RS 24163, consider a memorandum resolution approving participation in a public funds investment pool known as Texas Connect.
This presentation mirrors the last one, and it just talks about Texas Connect. The Texas Connect yield as of August 30, 2024, month end was 5.41%. And then as you can see, it's the same city benefits. And the recommendation is that staff recommend the City Council approve the participation of the city in the Texas Connect investment pool and authorize the city manager or the designee to execute the agreement.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mrs. Tangerland. Madam Secretary.
RS 24164, consider a memorandum resolution casting the City of Killeen's vote for 4 places on the Texas Municipal League Intergovernmental Risk Pool Board of Trustees.
Mr. Cagle.
Mayor and Council, so we're a member of the Texas Municipal League Intergovernmental Risk Pool, and they have about 14 places of board members, and they serve 6-year terms, and we get to vote on these board members, as do other members of the Municipal League's Intergovernmental Risk Pool. And currently, there are 4 places requiring a vote, places 11, 12, 13, and 14, and they all have a write-in option. And we can cast, the council can vote to cast for 1 candidate per place. And we need to get these to the Secretary of the Board no later than September 30th, 2024. And you have bios in your packet on each of these people. Place 11, Randy Criswell and Robert Davis. Place 12, there are 4, Cedric Davis, Rocky Hawkins, Allison Hayward, Rudy Zapata. Place 13, Harlan Jefferson and James Quinn, and there's only 1 in place 14, Mike Land. And so when it comes time to vote on these, you can either do it now or we'll need to pull it for separate action from the consent agenda to decide on who you want to place your votes on the first 3 and if you want to, well, actually on all 4 of them. Be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Cagle, could you go back to the slides?
Yes, ma'am.
So council can make that decision now so we can move on. The first one.
Place
This
11.
would not be a vote, this is just a consensus. It's not a vote. These are the 2 individuals. Would you like to select one out of the 2? Anyone? Councilmember Adams.
Madam Mayor, I would go with the incumbent, and actually the incumbent for all of them, if that's okay.
Well, you can't do that because there have to be other options for the
Gotcha.
council if they want to nominate someone. Do anyone else recommend Davis? Councilmember Boyd.
I make a recommendation for Cedric Davis Sr.
All right, so we have 2 people up. The first one, go back, Mr. Cagle. We have both of them. We have to do a consent on which one. The first one that Mr. Adams recommended, Just raise your hand. 1, 2. We only have 3, 4, 5. Is that 5? Okay, the incumbent has it. Moving on to 12. Do anyone have a recommendation? Okay, council member, add somebody down there. No one?
So the
Councilmember
recommendation is going to be
Ford.
for Cedric Davis Sr.
Okay, anybody else for place 12? Okay, do you have anybody, council member?
Yes, incumbent.
Oh, okay, you wanted Allison Hayward.
Yes.
Okay, all right then. We have 2, anyone else? All right, then let's go with Cedric Davis Sr. All agree, recommendation that Davis represent place 12. Raise your hand. 1 person, 2, 3. We have 5. All right then, we have place 12. Moving on. All right, any recommendations? Mayor, Councilwoman Cobb, did you say somebody? Okay. Councilmember Sagara, you have not made a recommendation.
I go with the incumbent, Mr. Jefferson.
All right, Councilmember Sagara said Jefferson. Do anyone support Quinn? Do anyone support Quinn? All right, all in favor, all in recommendation for Jefferson, raise your hand. That's all council members? All right, and he don't have anyone against him. So Mike, do everybody agree with Mike Land? Quit talking, please, and let's take care of this. Mike Land, all in, say he will represent us, please. All right, that's everyone. Thank you, Mr. Katie.
Yes.
Madam Secretary, let's move this agenda.
Yes, ma'am. RS 24165. Consider a city council resolution of support for an endorsement from the Texas Municipal League for Councilman Riacos Adams to fill a leadership role in the National League of Cities.
Councilmember Adams, how did you get on this, and tell us about it?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Texas Municipal League has a new process for serving. I currently serve on the National League of Cities Transportation and Infrastructure Committee and the Military Cities Committees and the National Black Caucus of local elected officials. This year, they're calling out for current members to consider serving in a leadership role. And so it was discussed of me serving. I submitted three positions. It was discussed either as a vice chair of the Infrastructure Committee, vice chair of the Military Cities Committee, or vice chair, or as a regional director. And so in order to do that, Texas Municipal League requires an endorsement for any position from the city council. So with that,
Council members, do y'all have any questions? It's only questions. Councilmember Solomon. Councilmember Boyd, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do just want to make a comment in support. I also serve with Mr. Adams on the Military Cities Council for NLC, and I've seen him in action. I don't think we could have a better advocate from this council for the National League of Cities as we do with Riacos Adams, well-connected, passionate about the issues, and there to attend and to make sense of everything and bring back a great report. So definitely has my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
RS 24166, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing the execution of a grant agreement with the Hill Country Community Action Association Incorporated.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Excuse me.
Continue.
Utilizing American Rescue Plan Act funds for commercial kitchen equipment expenses for the Senior Meals on Wheels program in the amount of $200,000.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Don't take a breath, because I'll be moving. Don't take a breath. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Ms. McNair, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Behind me, I have Hill Country Leadership, as well as Ms. Rashawn Smith with the City of Killeen Community Development Division. That is for the end of this presentation, if there are any questions. Hill Country provides nutritious meals to income-eligible seniors throughout Killeen with their Meals on Wheels program. They serve over 300 unduplicated clients annually, and the program is currently operating out of a city-owned and previously donated WW2 Army barracks that has far exceeded its useful life, is in disrepair and not economically feasible to renovate. City Council authorized an award through the adopted Killeen ARPA plan for potential uses to Hill Country an amount of $200,000 for the Meals on Wheels project. Through partnerships, the Killeen program will relocate into the Avanti Legacy Parkview Affordable Senior Housing Kitchen upon completion of construction. The Hill Country ARPA agreement will provide funding in an amount of $196,964.21 for the procurement of commercial kitchen equipment to operate in the Avanti Legacy Parkview Kitchen. So Hill Country received 3 quotes for commercial kitchen equipment. And we have the information later in this presentation. But the winning submitter was Wild Horse Commercial Kitchen Equipment. And they will purchase the equipment from the apparent low bidder, which is the Wild Horse Commercial Kitchen Equipment. This is an example of what they will purchase, and the staff with Hill Country can answer any additional questions about that. Staff recommends that the City Council authorize the city manager or his designee to execute an agreement with Hill Country, providing the ARPA funding for the purchase of commercial kitchen equipment for Meals on Wheels program in an amount of $199,964.21.
I'm sorry, you said 100, it said 200,000, you said 190.
Yes, because originally through the funding of ARPA set-asides, council did set aside $200,000 for Hill Country for Meals on Wheels. However, when they got their quotes, the quote that met or did not exceed was the $199,000. So that was just to provide the historical context of the original amount funded or set aside for the organization, and then the amount for their quote.
All right, thank you. There are no questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary.
RS 24167, consider a memorandum resolution approving a sports officiating professional services agreement with Coppers Cove Athletic Officials Association in an amount of $70,000 for FY 2025.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. This is your first time being up here, Mr. Botters?
Waters, yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Hello, thank you, madam.
Would you please hold one? Sir? Sir, we can hear you. You're interrupting the meeting. Mr. Botters, you can go, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor.
Good afternoon.
City Council, City Managers. I'm here to present officiating services agreement with Coppers Cove Officials Association. The city's current contract with CCOA is set to expire September 30th, 2024. The services provided by Coppers Cove Athletic Officials Association are currently being rendered for ongoing sports programs in the city. Additionally, new adult and youth sports have been introduced. Youth participation also in the existing programs has seen significant increase. Each participant generates an average of gross revenue of $50 per person. These expanded sports offerings and growth in youth participation have resulted in an estimated annual cost of $70,000 for FY 2025. There are no other officiating associations in the local area that can provide the necessary coverage and support for the city's youth and adult sports leagues. Staff recommends that City Council ratify the professional service agreement amendment with Coppers Cove Athletic Officials Association in an estimated annual cost of $70,000 for FY 25 to continue to provide officiating services for the City of Killeen youth and adult athletic programs. Are there any questions?
Sir, thank you. There are no questions.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary.
RS 24168, consider memorandum resolution awarding RFP 2502 to Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas for an excess risk policy stop-loss insurance for medical and pharmacy claims under the City Health Insurance Plan, effective October 1, 2024, in the amount of $902,819.
Mrs. McDaniels, good afternoon, and thank you, Madam Secretary.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As previously stated, the item before you is the consideration for stop loss. Just a little bit of background. The city healthcare plan is a self-insured plan, which means we've taken on all the risk of our medical claims behavior, and therefore we need to protect ourselves from some of those potential high-end claims, which is why we went out for bid on July 8th and to select a stop-loss provider. Again, stating stop-loss insurance covers us or puts caps on our catastrophic claims behavior that we potentially have. The individual stop-loss protects us from any claims that exceed $200,000, and there is an aggregate that protects the claims behavior as a whole, which is 125% of our total claims behavior, and that number fluctuates slightly depending on our claims throughout the year. We received bids from only one vendor, which is Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas, in the cost of $902,819. And we are recommending Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas for the stop-loss insurance. Couple of reasons for the lack of bids is our behavior has been pretty good, and therefore when we asked some of the vendors that we had reached out to why they didn't bid us, they said they couldn't be competitive because of our behavior. Additionally, we're sitting currently about 15% below the average market for stop-loss, and even 8% below that of locked-in clients as a whole, 85% of which are self-insured. So therefore, we are recommending that the city award RFP 2502 to Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas as the provider for stop-loss insurance services effective October 1 of 2024 in the amount of $902,819. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Madam Secretary.
RS 24169, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing the procurement of aviation vehicles and equipment in the amount of $436,840.74.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Good afternoon, Mr. Wilson, number one. How you doing, sir?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. The item we have tonight is the equipment purchase for the IGSA. Just a little bit of background. On June 18th, 24, Council approved a resolution allowing the City of Killeen to enter into an intergovernmental support agreement, or an IGSA, with Fort Cavazos to provide new and expanded airfield maintenance services for Robert Gray Army Airfield and also Yoakum Dufresne Army Heliport. The IGSA becomes effective October 1. The Aviation Department seeking authorization to purchase equipment and vehicles needed to begin to meet the requirements of the new IGSA, utilizing various cooperative resources. The purchase of goods or services made through cooperative contracts are exempt from the competitive bidding process, is stated in Texas Local Government Code Section 271.02, Subchapter F, and Section 252.00022. Attached, you'll see a description of the equipment that we'll be purchasing. The Super Shot is basically a crack seal machine. The router basically is used for increasing the size of the cracks to allow the material to be put in it. The line laser or the ride-on paint machines that we have. John Deere Gator, 4 zero-turn mowers, Bentrack utility tractor, which basically is a specialized piece of equipment that allows us to mow on inclines and also with the attachments in ditches, drainage ditches that you can't reach with traditional mowing equipment, and an enclosed cargo tractor, which will basically be our mobile paint shop. They will house our paint, glass beads, our 2 paint rigs, but will also give us the ability to move those rigs between both Robert Gray, Fort Cavazos, and also Skylark Field to get the best use of our equipment. And then also a tractor, a pickup, 3/4 ton pickup. Funding is budgeted and available in the Aviation Capital Improvement Fund for FY24. And staff's recommending that the council authorize the purchase of the equipment and vehicles in the amount of $436,840.74, and that the city manager or his designee be authorized to execute any and all contract documents in accordance with local and state law. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to make sure that you say for the record that the money from this is not coming straight out of taxes, coming from the amount paid from the Army because of the ICSA, correct?
Yes, it will be, this particular money is budgeted in FY '24 budget, but keep in mind, this is the equipment that we need to meet the requirements of a $2.9 million contract with IGSA. So yes, it will eventually be paid for through the IGSA.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
RS 24170, consider a memorandum resolution approving a change order with Caldwell Country Chevrolet for utility body trucks resulting in a total increase in the amount of $85,895.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Good evening, good afternoon, Mrs. Luciano.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, City Manager. So this item is for Caldwell Country Chevrolet change order. As a part of the approved fiscal year 2022 fleet replacement program, 5 Chevrolet utility body trucks were quoted and ordered at the 22 model year pricing. General Motors cut production of those 5 units and changed them to the 2025 model year units with higher pricing. The price increase affecting the previously approved purchases exceeds the $50,000 threshold requiring City Council approval. This slide here shows the change in pricing from the 22 model to the 25 model. Original cost per unit was $58,929. Additional cost per unit, $17,179, making the total cost per the unit is $76,108, which will increase the total purchase order for all 5 units by $85,895. Funding included in the year-end budget amendment. The alternatives are to reduce the total number of units ordered by 2, which would cause the department to operate in a reduced resource captivity and incur additional repair and maintenance expenses to units that are already overdue for replacement, or approve the change order with Caldwell Country Chevrolet in the amount of $85,895. The recommendation is the City Council approve the change order with Caldwell Country Chevrolet in the amount of $85,895.
Thank you so much. There are no questions of you, Madam Secretary.
RS 24171, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing the Solid Waste Division to purchase containers for the City of Killeen Solid Waste Collection System and Container Replacement Program in an amount of $616,432.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Council, Mr. Reynolds has the next 4 items. Good afternoon, Mr. Reynolds.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Council. This is our annual container purchase. As we know, solid waste is based off of containers that we send out for residential and commercial, and they're charged a monthly fee based on the size and the number of containers that each customer receives. Solid waste maintains a inventory of containers and parts needed to accommodate normal growth as well as replacement of loss or damaged containers throughout the city. 2 years ago, we entered a 5-year plan to do a container replacement program for damaged containers throughout the city. We're in year 3 of that, so that's also included in this budgeted amount. Quotes are obtained through a cooperative purchase agreement from Sourcewell. We got total for residential containers, waste equipment, handles our dumpsters, containers, and Box Gain provides the roll-off containers, as well as parts for each of those. Funds are allocated in this year's current, in the FY25 physical budget for $623,582 for this purchase. Residential containers, on average, we replace about 1,230 new accounts annually. That's for new builds, as well as people moving in on houses that containers are not there anymore. So those new accounts get the new containers as well. We also have approximately 3,000 containers that we replaced this past year for just damaged containers. As we go throughout the city, we see damaged containers. We've been replacing those so people can have quality containers out there. This is a picture of an 8-yard dumpster. Dumpsters have an average lifespan of 4 to 6 years. We have a phenomenal repair shop that actually refurb our containers as they get damaged. This is what an old container looks like, and this is what a refurbished container looks like, and it doubles the lifespan of those containers. This is a service that most cities don't provide. And staff recommends that City Council authorize the city manager or designate to procure residential solid waste containers from Toter LLC and commercial containers from Waste Quip and Box Gang Manufacturing LLC through cooperative contracts in an amount not to exceed the budgeted amount.
Thank you. There are no questions for you, Madam Secretary.
RS 24172, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing the award of bid number 2444, chlorine rooms to Lone Star Maintenance and Service Incorporated in the amount of $64,402.
All right. What we're doing here is adding chlorine booster stations to help us maintain our residual levels that we're required to maintain as per the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, which mandates that any public water system using chlorination must maintain a minimum residual disinfectant concentration of 0.5 milligrams per liter. In a chlorine-based system, maintaining acceptable chlorine levels in drinking water is crucial for safeguarding public health and preventing waterborne diseases. Additionally, Texas Administration Code 290.42 requires that housing for chlorine cylinders be in separate buildings or rooms with impervious walls, separating them from all other mechanical or electrical equipment, and that these housing be located above ground level for safety. The city currently has 6 chlorine booster stations that are used as a primary means to help monitor and maintain those 0.5 residual levels. This is what the chlorine booster room looks like. This is what from the exterior, and this is what the interior of the room will look like for that chlorine station. Purchasing received 3 responses to bid number 24-44 chlorine rooms on August 14th of this year for rebuild of chlorine rooms at Bondurant Pump Station and also the rebuild at Pump Station number 4, as well as construction of a new chlorine station at Rodeo Elevated Storage Tank. 3 bids are listed as below. And we recommend that authorize the award of bid number 2444 chlorine rooms to Lone Star Maintenance and Service and Corp. And authorize the city manager or designee to execute a letter of agreement with the Lone Star Maintenance and Service in the amount of $64,402. And furthermore, authorize the city manager or the designee to execute any and all change orders within the amount set by state and local law.
There are no questions for you. Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Madam Secretary.
RS 24173, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing a letter of agreement with Biochem Lab Incorporated for FY 2025 water, wastewater, and environmental testing services in the amount of $69,461.
In an effort to maintain and make sure we're maintaining safe water levels and as well as testing our stormwater system, we do annually test about 3,000 water, wastewater, and 30 environmental samples that are collected by staff and analyzed by a certified lab. These water quality tests are required by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality for the preservation of public health and safety. Biochem Lab of West Texas submitted a quote in an amount of $69,461. Biochem Lab has provided exceptional testing services to the city for the past 14 years, and a letter of agreement for Biochem Lab's testing services has been proposed. And so we recommend that City Council authorize the city manager or designate to execute a letter of agreement with Biochem Lab in an amount of $69,461 for water, wastewater, and environmental testing services.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. There's no questions for you. Madam Secretary, Mr. Reynolds, last item.
RS 24174, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing the solid waste recycling manager to submit a call for projects with the Central Texas Council of Governments for a grant to host a household hazardous waste event in FY 2025.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
All right. Each year, Central Texas Council of Governments, CITCOG, accepts a call for projects to assist with funding of events or projects that are open to all counties within the CITCOG region. The City of Killeen annually requests grant funding from CITCOG for our annual Household Hazardous Waste event. I talked to you about that here a couple months ago. It was a very successful event this year. The grants have ranged from $10,000 to $20,000 annually for this CITCOG event in collection with the city. Beginning with FY 2025, call for projects, Texas Commission on Environment and Quality has added a requirement to the submission of that packet, a resolution granting permission for our city representative, which is the manager of recycling, to submit and accept funding for the submission. This request has no financial responsibility on the city, and any grant funds received will be brought before council by means of an interlocal agreement for approval. Have two alternatives, to accept or not to accept. And of course, we ask that you do allow City Council to authorize the mayor to sign a resolution allowing solid waste recycling manager to request and accept grant funds from the Central Texas Council of Governments to host a regional household hazardous waste event for FY 25. That will be open to all counties. And I would like to add that our recycling manager has already met with the COG. They've already went through this process, and we're going to be receiving $25,000 if this get approved for our next event for next year, which is the largest amount we've ever received in grant funding for this event.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Madam Secretary.
RS 24175, consider a memorandum resolution approving a fireworks display application from Big Dog Pyro LLC on behalf of Advent Health Medical Center.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Assistant Chief Chisholm.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Before you for consideration is firework permit on behalf of Advent Health. As you know, Section 11.6 Killeen Code of Ordinances require that y'all approve any fireworks in the city of Killeen. Application has been submitted through the city secretary office at least 21 days prior. The name of the group, display evidence of financial responsibility, name of the city and additionals insured, the date and the time of the display, and confirmation of a permit from the state of Texas and that all operators are licensed. Approximate number and kinds of fireworks have been submitted, and a detailed packet should have been provided. Big Dog Pyro LLC is the company performing the display, and again, it's on behalf of Advent Health. This is for the kickoff of their breast cancer awareness. September 26th, 2024, between 8:15 and 8:45. Just as a note, in the packet, the display is supposed to last about 3 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes. It's really, really short. It will be there in the parking lot of Advent Health. All licensing, site plan, et cetera, is included in your packet. I've reviewed the application and the site. This was the same display that was done last year. There was no issues there last year. The fire chief asked it to reserve the right to cancel the display if weather, ground conditions are not favorable. We're going to inspect the site, and we have an inspector just prior to the event to inspect it to make sure it's compliant. Didn't submit a recommendation at the time because we weren't sure of the weather, but we are at this time recommending approval.
Okay. Thank you. There are no questions. Thank you, sir. And thank you, Francisco, for assisting with the slides. Madam Secretary.
RS 24176, consider a memorandum resolution ratifying a meet and confer agreement with the Killeen Police Employee Association, FOP Lodge 32.
Thank you. Council Attorney Clemens have the next two items. Attorney Clemens.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is the meet and confer agreement item. A little bit of background, in May 2022, the City Council ratified its first meet and confer agreement with the Killeen Police Employee Association, FOP Lodge 32. And then last year, the City Council ratified revisions to the agreement. The main issue addressed in the current agreement is the promotional process. And beginning in June of this year, staff members met with representatives from the FOP and began discussing and negotiating revisions to the agreement. And so what the proposed changes here for this agreement are that we go from a 1 to 2 to a 2-year term. And then there's a lateral hire process where we'll be able to more efficiently hire officers from other departments with 2 years experience and no more than a 2-year break in service. There will be a more efficient process to get them onboarded. And then there's a positive discipline process in here where the officers could use paid leave accruals rather than unpaid leave for up to a 5-day suspension. And then there's a process for supervisor intervention rather than formal discipline for minor violations. The revisions would eliminate the geographical distance residency requirements for KPD officers, and supervisors may take home assigned vehicles if the officer lives within 30 miles of the city limits. So in order for the meet and confer agreement to be binding and enforceable, the city council must ratify the agreement by majority vote, and the police association must ratify the agreement as well. The KPE FOP 32 conducted an election, and the agreement was ratified by a vote of 165 to 14. We do have a representative from the FOP here tonight if you have any questions for them. And the recommendation is that city council ratify the meet and confer agreement. I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. There are no questions. Madam Secretary.
RS 24177, consider a memorandum resolution approving a settlement in the case of McLean Construction Incorporated versus the City of Killeen.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
We've already gone through this in closed session, and I don't have any further discussion at this point.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
OR 24012, consider an ordinance amending Chapter 8 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Killeen, providing for amendments to the city's donation container regulations.
Thank you, Council. Mr. Revelle have the next 5 items. Good afternoon, Mr. Revelle.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. This first item is an ordinance amendment to our donation container standards. In April of 2021, the City Council had adopted the current standards. The intent of this proposed ordinance is really to strengthen the ordinance so that we could better deal with debris that surrounds the donation containers, as well as give us the ability to take more proactive and effective enforcement actions. The next few slides really just show the need for strengthening the ordinance. As you can see, the box there with items that shouldn't be placed outside of it. Same thing there, and same thing there. So specifically, what will be done is currently donation containers are permitted in all non-residential zoning districts, as well as on school and church properties. We're going to limit that such that they would be allowed in non-residential zoning districts with the exception of the following ones: University District, Cemetery District, the Neighborhood Business District, and the Historic Overlay Zoning District. So that's one change in terms of where. The next change is really related to the responsibility for the permit. Currently, donation bins the permits are obtained by the bin operator or the container operator. We're shifting that under this ordinance to the responsibility to the property owner, because those donation bins have to basically be placed on private property. And so we're shifting that to the property owner. It is worth noting that currently the existing donation containers, there are a number that are unpermitted. And again, that's something that we want to try to police as much as we can. As a matter of fact, from what we've looked at to date, there are approximately 17 bins across the city, across 16 locations. 5 of those are permitted, and the balance of that is unpermitted. That unpermitted number was actually significantly higher, but through our enforcement actions, we've been able to get that number down. But again, a strengthened ordinance should help even more. The proposed ordinance, as I dealt with that already. In addition, currently the permit doesn't expire. And so under this proposed ordinance, it would expire and have to be renewed each year. Now, someone may ask, what does that mean for an existing permitted donation bin? They would have until December 31st of this year, and then come January 1st of next year, they would have to comport with this ordinance should it be passed by the City Council. Unpermitted donation containers, right now, as we said, there is a process in place for dealing with it. It's not the most effective process, do a citation, go to municipal court, get an outcome that may provide a fine, but may not effectively provide for removal or abatement. Under the proposed ordinance, the city is would require 30 days notice for those unpermitted bins to be permitted, for the property owner to seek a permit. And if they fail to do that, then this ordinance will allow the city to remove that container and bill the owner for the abatement. In addition, as you saw in the pictures, oftentimes, those donation containers get a lot of stuff placed outside of it that should not be there. As a matter of fact, the current ordinance says that it should be kept clear and free of debris and junk and bulk materials. Right now, basically, items placed outside, if it becomes a violation, we have to provide notice and then allow 72 hours before action can be taken by the city to remove and bill the property owner. Again, part of our challenge is that many of these are unpermitted, so finding the appropriate person or entity or responsible could be somewhat of a challenge as it relates to those who hold the permit. What we have done to some extent, and this has worked, it has been effective, but it's probably not the best way to do this. As I said to you, items that are placed outside, we have to give a 72-hour written notice. Oftentimes, that's not effective enough. The removal needs to happen much sooner than that. And so we have, in some cases, treated this as illegal dumping that allowed us to be able to address those items more quickly. But I will say this, in that instance there, when we do that, all of that expense is on the city. The city doesn't recover any dollars as a result of that, although we will expend some on an abatement contractor to deal with what we've characterized as illegal dumping. Under the proposed ordinance, bulk items would be expressly prohibited. And again, all other items should not be placed, that are placed outside, would not be allowed as well. That's in the current, and that would stay. And then the property owner under the proposed ordinance will be given a 24-hour written notice as opposed to 3 days to deal with stuff outside the containers. And if they fail to do so, the city can do it, abate it, and charge and bill them. And staff is recommending approval of the ordinance as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Thank you and your staff for everything you have put in place. Beautification of the city of Killeen is this council's top priority. Even though it is an expense to the city, it is our responsibility to put ordinance in place to hold everybody that accountable that is doing illegal dumping, period. Councilmember Solomon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do agree with that. Let me ask you, Mr. Ravel, what is the cost for the permit?
The current cost for the permit, and it's a one-time fee now, it would change under, if this proposed ordinance is approved, but the current cost is $25.
$25?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember, is there a problem over there, Madam Secretary? Because there's a delay in the meeting. Madam Secretary, call the item, please. Hold that thought, Mr. Wilkerson. She'll get back to you. Thank you, officer. You're doing your job. Madam Secretary.
PH 24027. Hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance amending chapters 26 and 31 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Killeen, providing for amendments to the city's subdivision entry sign and perimeter wall regulations.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Yes, ma'am. This is an ordinance amendment that's really focused on amendments to chapter 26 and 31 that deals with subdivision perimeter walls, and then also that deals with subdivision entry signs. As it relates to the perimeter walls, we'll deal with that first. The perimeter walls along collectors or arterial streets will have to be masonry and then at least 6 feet, but not taller than 8 feet in height. Currently, there's an option that allows for wooden fences, as you all are aware, all across the city. I will note that this subdivision perimeter wall is along a collector and arterial street. So we're not talking about along local streets, local neighborhood streets. We're talking about the major streets, Reese Creek, Tremere, things of that nature. And then also this ordinance, subdivision perimeter walls is only applicable to new subdivisions, So existing subdivisions would not be subject to this particular ordinance. Is only for new. And for the purpose of this section, masonry is defined as brick, stone, precast concrete, other similar masonry materials, and noted on the slide. I do want to take a minute on this slide. I know it doesn't say anything, but I need to say something. Along here, again, this is along Tremere. This is along Tremere Road here, headed into city center, if you will, or downtown. Just note that this fencing along here, again, if this ordinance was passed today, this fencing would not be affected by this ordinance, because this is an existing subdivision that was in place before this ordinance. Now, I will also say that the other thing that's worth noting is that the maintenance responsibility associated with this fence right here at this location and all other locations across the city like this is a responsibility of the property owner on whose lot that fence is on. Now, under the new ordinance, and again, the new ordinance would not apply to this, it would only apply to new subdivisions, that maintenance responsibility would be on the homeowners association or the property owners association. So while one could make an argument that there are some cost increases, we could also say that the way the ordinance currently is, there's some costs that the property owners are having to bear. Again, this is existing. It does not apply to this, but I did want to say a couple of things worth noting. And we'll get through these quickly. These just show other locations where fencing is. And I think part of the reason for showing this is really to show that the intent of the ordinance is to allow for some perimeter wall that is lasting, that has some lasting value, some stay value. And it's well known that wooden fences over the lifetime would have, 30 years or whatever, would have to be replaced several times through that lifetime. The next few pictures just show examples of what would be allowed under the ordinance. And again, this is applied to new subdivisions, and is applied to those arterial and those collector roads, not the local roads within the neighborhood. And this is an example of precast concrete. Basically, each section stands alone, if you will. And precast is done in the manufacturing place as opposed to done on site. That would be poured in place concrete. This would be allowed under the new ordinance. This would as well. In addition, as I mentioned, this ordinance also has recommended changes associated with the subdivision entry signs, which allow up to 2 at each primary entrance. And then also the entry features, the dimensions that are allowed would change from 16 feet for the height to, actually it would be up to 16 feet in height, and then also 50 square feet in area. And the current height is 6 feet, and the current square area for the sign is just 24 feet. So more than doubling the square footage and more than doubling the height. All of these subdivision entry features would have a landscaping requirement associated with them. And then along with that landscaping requirement, there would be a automatic irrigation system to ensure long-term maintenance of that, as the mayor talked about, beautification. And then it also will require all HOAs to maintain the subdivision entry features as well as the perimeter walls. These next few slides just shows examples of some of the signage in terms of size and some of the landscaping that could be placed. Staff did reach out to stakeholders specifically relating to this ordinance amendment, also relating to the screening device ordinance amendment, and also relating to making plats administrative, which you all considered and approved back in August of 2020. So on July 26th, we sent an email out to development stakeholders, developers, because this ordinance would affect them primarily. And as noted on the slide, we did not receive any written comments related to the proposed ordinance. And staff is recommending approval of the ordinance as presented. And then also the Planning and Zoning heard it, July 17th, unanimously voted to recommend approval 6-0.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Councilmember Segar.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question about the type of concrete. You had said that it was what was it you said,
Yes, sir. We said that precast concrete is an allowable option.
Is that cheaper or something? Because it sounds like it's still concrete, right?
It is still concrete. From the numbers that we saw, the wooden fence cost is about $50 a linear foot. The precast concrete cost is about $100 per linear foot. And then your poured in place and your laid by mason kind of, stone or brick wall could be much more expensive. More
So
than 500
we're looking
feet.
at an average of how much, because if we're doing $50 a square foot and we're on 100, that's 100%, right?
Double.
And so plus, no, I'm trying to figure out what the cost increase would be.
And I guess
Mr. Cagle.
Yeah, actually, it would almost be infinite because the developer doesn't do it now. It's the home builder that's selling the house that puts the fence up, so the current developer has no cost in this issue.
Yeah, I think it's the home builder that does it.
Yeah, so that the home builder puts up the fence, the wooden fence, if they do, on those that back up to the collector. Under this ordinance, then it would be the developer doing that, and the home builder would not have to do it.
Yeah. And, well, that's still going to, because that was my next question. My next question was, is that a requirement, because I know that, I'm not 100% sure, are we requiring everything in the future to be HOA? Is that?
Yes.
So everything we build has to be HOA?
Yes, sir, all new subdivisions.
Because there was a time that, some builders did not put grass or they not put fence. That was optional. So it's required that they put in fencing and grass, right, when they do a house.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. But we don't know how much the cost is gonna be, for the development, you don't have an idea how much that would increase it? Because it's gonna be tagged onto the lot, so I'm sure.
Sure. When we did our numbers, and again, it was based on looking at $50 a linear foot for a wooden fence, $100 a linear foot for precast concrete fence, and then something that's masonry done could be higher, $500 per linear foot. In doing those calculations, obviously it depends on the number of lots, but if you've got 500, 600 lots, like the Featherline development that came before you all some time ago, there may be an additional cost of $500 a lot or something like that.
Yeah, no, and it looks nice, don't get me wrong, I think it's great, but in our area, it's always, especially now, we're seeing more inventory come into the market as, prices, and I know that, a lot of times people think, and again, I only sell existing houses, we don't mess with new houses, but we see a whole bunch of inventory come into the market.
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, it always the consumer that ends up paying the price. And so, right now, you got a lot of consumers that overpaid for houses 2 or 3 years ago. They're having a hard time selling it because they owe more than what the house is worth. And
Yes, sir. And I would say to that, again, when I responded to you related to costs, the response was in the vein of initial costs.
Yeah,
But do please keep in mind that there's ongoing maintenance and operation costs. And a wooden fence would require more maintenance attention than a precast concrete. So there's a cost associated with that as well.
Okay. Thank you, appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
Thank you, but actually, Mr. Ravel just answered the question, and it was generally understanding aesthetically what we're looking at, but then the cost savings of the wood privacy fence versus this prefab that you're referring to, but the cost savings you're saying would be exponential in the long run?
Well, I wouldn't say exponential, but there will be a cost savings. You know, your wood fences are more susceptible to the weather. They're more susceptible to pests and fire. Those things goes away with masonry and precast concrete.
Anyone else before we move on?
Just one follow-up on that.
Councilmember Sagara.
Yeah, and I have a follow-up, real quick. Have we checked to see how many people actually do these things? You know, because I know that, you know, the average Joe can do a privacy fence, but it sounds like this is going to take a different type of skill. And I know, like sometimes people ask, and they want, instead of a brick house, they want stucco. But we don't have a lot of people in the area that do stucco, and so that's why you don't see them too much, because there's a certain type areas that you have to have a skill. When you go to El Paso, it's stone. You
Yes,
don't
sir.
see brick, but everybody knows how to do that. So have we checked? Do we got enough people that know how to do this stuff?
I can't give you an exact number, but I know that this has been around long enough that there are plenty of vendors. If you'll notice, it was the First National Bank off of Tremere. They have this same setup. And then in the slides that I show where we had the precast concrete, none of those are located, well, with the exception of the bank, the rest of those were located in other cities. But again, the intent is showing that it's widely available, and I would think there would be sufficient supply.
Okay, thank you.
Do any other council members have anything to say before we move on? Madam Secretary.
PH 24028, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance amending Chapter 31 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Killeen, providing for amendments to the city screening device regulations.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. This ordinance is an amendment to our screening device. Basically, as it currently stands, the screening device is required between residential property and commercial property, or something that may be more intense, like apartment use and single-family use. A screening device is required. That's not changing. What is changing is that currently that requirement is 6 feet, and currently that requirement basically allows for wood. Under this proposed change, that screening device height would change to 8 feet, and it would be masonry, similar to the same definition that I gave associated with the last item. And that's the same words verbatim, with the exception of just making sure that the height is 8 feet and it does not include the caps on fence posts and pilasters. In addition, we're updating the language to make it consistent throughout the ordinance. And then it also provides an exception for properties that abut a drainage easement or other undevelopable properties. So there could be something that's in the floodplain, there could be something that is within a conservation easement, a habitat easement, a wildlife habitat easement, or just totally undevelopable. There's an option to allow those to be exempt from this requirement. It is worth noting, because this kind of deals with, if this ordinance is passed, then all of the existing screening devices that are out there would be subject to the following requirements as noticed on this slide. If the destruction occurs of that existing and it requires replacement, and that replacement cost is greater than 50% of the existing fence value, or if it's complete replacement that's required, in both cases, that would trigger for a permit, and then that screening device would be required to meet the new requirements. If it's below either of these thresholds, things can continue as is. But of course, the intent of non-conforming is to, over time, see conformance. And so usually this is the approach that's taken to allow for that. The next few slides just show existing screening devices. So that's the screening device between this non-residential and that residential dwelling. Same thing for the bottom. And just some more, and all of these are located within the city limits of Killeen. And this is the one I was referring to about what the bank has done. So the next few slides really show what it is that we're expecting to see. 8 feet high masonry, which includes precast concrete. This is obviously in the city. The next 3 pictures, including this one, are not. But it gives an example of what we're, what the allowable options are. So again, staff reached out to stakeholders. This is one of the 3 things we shared with them. No response, no written comments back. Related to that, I will say that verbally we did get a comment from a person just concerned about the costs associated with this screening device as it affects commercial properties, because that's their primary field of interest. Staff has recommended approval. Planning and Zoning Commission heard this case June 17th, and they recommended approval, vote 6-0.
Madam Secretary.
PH 24037, hold a public hearing and consider a city-initiated ordinance, case number Z2417, to rezone lots 1 through 13 out of the McDaniel addition from B5 Business District to R2 Two-Family Residential District. The subject properties are locally addressed as 900, 902, 904, 906, and 908 through 916 McDaniel Circle, Killeen, Texas.
Yes, sir.
And if you all don't mind, I'm going to try to quickly go through these. These are all, this case and the next one are city-initiated rezoning.
Mm-hmm.
And so the next slide, and so basically we're trying to position the owner that they can be able to refinance, that they can be able to sell the property, because there's been some challenges with banks as it relates to financing and underwriting where the property is not in compliance with the zoning, the current use. So this would correct that. The star on the map shows the approximate location. And as I said, I'll just quickly get through. And it is worth noting that all of these properties are currently duplex uses, and so we're zoning to duplex. I think you all are very familiar with this. Everything associated with the growth, this is where we want it to happen, but it's really not relevant to this case here. And I'll keep moving. All notifications were done. No written responses from the surrounding property owners. Shows the notification extents. Egress, access is fine. Trails, parkland, not required. Already developed. Floodplain stuff is fine. Sewers and utilities are available. And staff is finding that this would be consistent with the comp plan and the land use and the character of the surrounding area. We're recommending approval to change this from B5 to R2, and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended the same.
Thank you, but Mr. Revelle, you did go through the slides, and it is, you're correct, it is a city initiative.
Yes, ma'am.
But for the new residents, that's this their first meeting, would you please sum up why that is our initiative? Why did we decide?
Yes, ma'am.
That it could cut down costs on the residents, they don't have to pay for permit, but just sum that up real
Yes,
quick.
ma'am. We identified 300 plus properties across the city where although their current use was appropriate, it didn't line up with their zoning. And what we've learned is again, as I mentioned before, that people have had challenges with trying to sell those properties. And so this is a way to update our zoning.
Correct.
To be reflective with our current future land use. And then, as you mentioned, Mayor, this does provide some cost savings, because otherwise, if the owner had to do this, they would pay a $500 application fee, and then if they needed to engage a professional, there may be a service cost with that. So, you take that $500 to $1,000 across 300 properties, you're talking about a combined savings of about $300,000.
Right, and it's very important if we can cut costs for our residents to
Yes,
take
ma'am.
that step moving
Yes, ma'am.
forward. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
PH 24038. Hold a public hearing and consider a city-initiated ordinance, case number Z2418, to rezone lots 1 through 16, Block 1, and lots 1 through 4, Block 2, Kingsbury Park subdivision from B3, Local Business District, and B5, Business District, to R3F, Multifamily Residential District. The subject properties are locally addressed as 1200, 1202, 1204 through 1206, 1208, 1210, and 1212 Industrial Boulevard, 1707 through 1710 Kiley Circle, 1706, 1708 through 1710 Tanner Circle, and 1706, 1708, 1710, and 1712 Old Farm to Market Road, 440, Killeen, Texas.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Council, this is Mr. Revelle, last item. Mr.
Ma'am,
Revelle.
This is the next city-initiated rezoning item, so I skipped a couple of things. She already mentioned the address. This is rezoning from B3 and B5 to R3F, which is basically duplex, fourplexes and threeplexes, and these are existing fourplexes. Star on the map shows the approximate location. The area is the location as well. Shows the properties and surrounding area. Again, residential mix, all of that checks, consistent with future land use, consistent with the growth strategy, implementing comp plan, Killeen 2040. And then all notifications were accomplished. As of this day, staff received no written responses regarding discrepancies from the surrounding property owners. And I failed to say this for the other one, but in all of these city-initiated cases, we do send notification to the affected property owners. That notification is almost like an opt-out notification, so if they don't opt out, we proceed. That shows the notification extents. All of this is fine in place. Parkland's not required, it's already developed. TIA is not required as well. Floodplain stuff is good. Utilities are good. Staff is recommending approval, consistent with the comp plan surrounding area. And I already said that. And so the Planning and Zoning Commission also recommended approval of this item, vote 6-0.
Thank you, Mr. Revelle. There are no questions. Council, our last item. And after this item, we will be taking a break. And any residents that have not signed up for citizen comments, you will have the opportunity to. We will take a 5-minute break after Mrs. Drake, and you have the opportunity to sign up. Madam Secretary.
PH 24039. Hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance amending the FY 2024 annual budget in the city of Killeen to increase revenue and expense accounts and multiple funds.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And I mean sign up for citizen comments, clarification to sign up. Good afternoon, Mrs. Drake.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This item is for the year-end budget amendment. Overview, we'll start with the general fund. We have the short-term rentals, revenue and expenditure, wildland, fire, overtime and reimbursement, insurance proceed, revenue and claim expense. The majority of this was for the freeze that damaged the equipment at the Family Aquatic Center and the Long Branch Pool, along with some traffic signals that were hit by vehicles. Transfer ARPA project funding from youth hiring program to the Central Texas Workforce Commission. Tax appraisal district increase, transfer estimated fund balance to governmental CIP fund for the Rosa Herford Community Center construction. And then for the special revenue funds, we have the law enforcement grant fund transferring to the IT fund for the FUSIS software. Hotel occupancy tax fund, allocate additional mixed beverage revenue and expense from higher than expected sales. And Street Maintenance Fund, appropriating the Watercrest Road reconstruction, additional funds. Enterprise funds, that would be the solid waste, to cover increased cost of refuse, transport, and disposal costs. Water and Sewer Fund, transfer funds for a position reclassification. Was moving a position from water distribution to engineering. And then transfer funds from the city of Harker Heights for the wastewater treatment buy-in to the Water and Sewer CIP fund to be appropriated for CIP projects. And then golf course fund, allocating fund balance for irrigation system controller. And then internal service funds, there's a transfer from law enforcement grant fund for FUSA software and a transfer from the governmental CIP fund for the Finance Verisoft or OpenGov and UKG software. Then the capital project funds, we have the EV charging station, Rosa Herford Center construction, increased costs for the 5 trucks, and that item was briefed earlier. Transfer to IT fund for the OpenGov and UKG software, and then a vehicle transfer. And then the golf course CIP, the vehicle transfer, and then the appropriation of the wastewater treatment buy-in funds into the water and sewer CIP fund. Then we have the aviation CIP, and this is allocating for all of these projects. And then we get into the actual transactions here. So for general fund, you have the revenues. And this shows an increase of $669,840. And then the increase in the expenditures of $1.6 million. Then for the hotel occupancy tax fund, you have an increase in the revenues and the expenses of both $43,000. This is for the mixed beverage sales. Then the law enforcement grant fund, there is a decrease in the expenditure and an increase in the transfer out, and that's moving it to the IT fund. And then there is an appropriation in the street maintenance fund for the Watercrest project, $3.1 million. And then the water and sewer fund, we have the transfer out of the funds for the city of Harker Heights buy-in at the wastewater treatment plant. And then we have the transfer of the reclassified position. And then for the solid waste fund, we have the increase for the transport and disposal costs, which is a total of $229,605. For the golf course fund, we have an increase of $93,895, and this was for the irrigation system controllers. For the information technology fund, we have the transfer in of these software items. And this is the appropriation of the principal and interest. And this is due to a GASB 96 requirement for reporting, which is explained here. So GASB is a governmental accounting standards board, and they have a statement number 96 that enhances transparency and consistency in how governments report subscription-based information technology arrangements in their financial statements. And so this standard is particularly relevant for managing and reporting costs associated with IT subscriptions, making it easier to track and report these expenses over time. And the effective date of this requirement was for fiscal years beginning after June 15th, 2022, and all reporting periods thereafter. That would be the reason for moving those softwares to the IT fund. So for the capital project funds, here we have an increase in the revenue of $976,481, increase in the expense of $1 million. For the golf capital projects, there's $1,286 remaining, and that was spent for the irrigation system controllers. And then for the water and sewer capital projects, this was the $1 million coming in from the City of Harker Heights buy-in, and then we have the $9,000 that was the transfer for the vehicle purchase. And then for the aviation AIP grant fund, appropriation of $9.1 million in revenues for grants, and then $9.1 million for the expense for the projects. And then for the grant matches, we have the customer facility charge fund, the expense, and then for the passenger facility charge, $901,000. And our recommendation is to approve the ordinance amending the FY24 annual budget, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mrs. Drake. There are no questions. We will now take a 5-minute break. If you have not signed up for citizen comments, you will have this opportunity now. To order. Thank you, Council. Are you ready, Francisco? Thank you. We're doing our citizen comments. I'm going to ask one more time. If you would like to speak, please sign up now before I start citizen comments. All right. We'll start our citizen comments for the individuals that may be new to this council meeting. You can only discuss items that are on the agenda. You have 4 minutes. Council, you also have 1 minute if you would like to make a response. Our first person is Anka Nagu. Good evening, ma'am. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I noticed that the agenda package contains a total of 1,166 pages. The first thought I had when I realized that is, I wonder how many council members had the time to read or go through all those pages. That is a lot of pages. And most likely the answer is, I'm guessing none of you, which is, it's understandable. That's a lot. The scary part is that you're making decisions, major decisions, without understanding all the issues. There's just no way. It's understandable you would not have the time to go through more than 1,100 pages. And I'm just not sure what we're going to do about that. It scares me to think that you're making decisions without even knowing what the issues are. And for citizens also, who has time to go through 1,100 pages and make decisions, informed decisions, and then come up here and speak for 4 minutes? There's just no way. And I'm thinking that this is probably done on purpose so that people, I know you keep saying that you do want citizens to participate, but there's no way they can when they have to go through 1,100 pages and come up here and speak for 4 minutes. As far as the recall for Mr. Boyd, I think the bottom line is communication. I think if council members are willing to communicate specific issues, not just come up here, and on both sides, of both citizens and council members, instead of making broad general comments like, oh, I care about Killeen and I want Killeen to do well. That doesn't say anything. Sitting down and talking about specific issues, if you're willing to, that will do something for the city. Anybody can come up here and say, yeah, we love the city, You're doing a great job. Okay, well, what does that mean? Everybody can come up here and say you're doing a great job. Would you, all of you, and this applies to all of you, would you be willing to sit down, even with citizens who don't agree with you? You learn a lot from people who criticize you. You learn a lot. It makes you better. Would you be willing to sit down and speak like back and forth? Not just one person making comments, general comments, but sit down and speak specific issues and have a conversation. I'm sorry, were you saying something? Okay. That's all I had to say. Just 1,100 pages is way too much for any person in this room to go through and make an informed decision. And I just hope communication can be better from now on. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also wanted to thank Ms. Nagu for your concern about our ability to do what we're tasked to do. But I do want to answer that question, at least for myself. I can't speak for anyone else up here on council because I do work full time, but I'm telling you it is possible. The reason it's possible is because we've got 7 days to do so. Not only are we looking at the documents, we have separate meetings with our city manager. Anyone can go and schedule on their time. If you're not able to physically come here, you can do it over the phone, you can do it virtually. Not only that, I have conversations with each of the department heads as I have questions that come up, and I have conversations with them. If I don't get them on the phone, I also send an email to them, and they are very quick and very thorough to respond to my email so that I can make an informed decision. When it comes to some of the constituencies that might be affected by some of the decisions that we make, we also reach out to them. I also reach out to them, whether we're talking by phone or by email or sometimes in person, to have a conversation to gain clarity as to how certain decisions might affect them or what benefit it might have as it relates to certain issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member? For the residents that are new here and the residents that are at home, the council do meet with city staff and also the city manager. I meet with him weekly, sometimes 3 and 4 times on every topic. So we are well abreast of what's going on. I thank you for that constructive criticism because it's okay. It's okay to agree to disagree. And I accept that one wholeheartedly. And I hope that everyone that come up here let's just stay on point on the topic. All right, with that being said, Mr. Rick Williams. Sir, are you, okay, Rick Williams, you have 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Today, I want to speak regarding the recall petition that has been signed for the District 4 representative, Mr. Michael Boyd. I am here to speak in support of Mr. Michael Boyd. To take up the mantle of public service requires sacrifice. You sacrifice your privacy. You sacrifice time that you would normally devote to your family, your friends, your hobbies. I believe that those who choose to do this job and many other public service jobs do it because you have a servant's heart. You do it because you feel like you can help to make the place that you live better, and particularly local politics. Because what happens here on a Tuesday night, you will live with on Wednesday morning. Whether it's a planning and zoning case, whether it's a fee increase, this is not like Washington or Austin for that matter. It affects you directly. These people that you see here and the people that we see up there are your neighbors. You are going to see each other and you live with each other. There are 163,000 citizens approximately in this city. And of those 163,000, about 40,000 of them live in District 4. Councilman Boyd has been one of the hardest working council members, and I know because I came on with him back, or he came on just shortly after me in 2020. His town halls have been by far the best attended. He has worked to ensure that he reaches out to his citizens and that his citizens can reach out to him. Councilman Boyd, I've had the privilege of not only working with, but getting to know as a person. And I know that he's a man of integrity and he's a man of courage and that he will do the right thing in all situations. It is unfortunate that, we have arrived at this point, but this is a part of the process of democracy. And we all understand that, and that is perfectly okay. However, we must make sure that when we look at our leaders, that not only do we criticize them, but we also support them. Because many tasks that are pointed out are things that, no council member singularly and no council as a whole can do. Things that have been pointed out were like grocery stores. Everybody up here knows that the council cannot make a grocery store appear anywhere in the city. That is private industry. You can support and you can advocate, and I think that that is what has been done. It is crucial that we stand with those whom we have elected, especially those who have been accused of things that may be unjust. I stand with Councilman Boyd against these baseless charges. His character and his service to our district speaks volumes, and I urge you, District 4 residents, to do the same. Stand up, come out, cast your ballot when that time comes. Together, we can show that we will not be swayed by inaccurate information. Councilman Boyd is always reachable. Please reach him. Talk about his record. Talk about it with other council members as well. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Cameron Cochran, you have 4 minutes.
I'm going to sit down since I've been sitting here for 2.5 hours waiting to speak. I don't know why we're doing in Wonderland with this agenda. The agenda seems to be out of order. Is it good? Is it working?
Councilmember Boyd.
Point of order for the sake of decorum and for the citizens.
Cameron Cochran, when a point of order is called on you, you have to halt until that point of order is answered. That's just Robert Rules of Order.
Thank you, Madam.
Councilmember Boyd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The point of order is to ensure that the citizens are able to understand and hear the citizens speak, and so that we're not violating the quorum. So my recommendation would be for the citizen to come to the podium, to also be on the cameras, which is being live streamed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cochran. Mr. Cochran, that's my first warning. Please do not disrupt this meeting. I have not given you back the floor. Please don't. First warning. Madam Attorney, can he sit there and talk, or do he have to come to the podium?
I don't see anything in your governing standards that address sitting while speaking, so I don't have anything to point you directly to say that it would be against the rules of decorum. And there certainly could be ADA accommodations, though I don't know if we have any information on that.
Yes, ma'am. He did acknowledge that he has back problems, and so we can, Mr. Cochran, this is my last warning. Until I address you, you will not disrupt this meeting again. That's my last and final warning.
It's possible that we could allow a chair to be brought to the podium if that was helpful and desirable.
Yes, ma'am. I get back to you, Councilmember Boyd. Stand by. Councilmember Sagara.
I was just going to second the motion that he come back to the podium. We've seen him come here before, so he can do it. So.
All right. Do we have a chair to put at the, get a chair, Mr. Cagle? And the reason that we're doing this, we are accommodating him according to his his concern is, but also it's very important that we have the video going up top, and everybody that's speaking, we have people that are at home would love to see everybody, so that's just our protocol. Do all the council agree, starting with Councilmember Alvarez? Do you agree that Mr. Cameron Cochran will come to the podium to address? Mr. Cochran, please leave the chamber and please leave the premises now. Now, as we get ready to move on, the next person that we will call will be, please do not clap. The next person we'll call is Melissa Brown. Thank you, sir, for bringing the chair in to accommodate him. Thank you very much. Mr. Price, if you interrupt one more time, that's your first warning. Melissa Brown, it is your time to speak. You have 4 minutes.
Robert's rule says a point of order can only be called on a member of the body, so you have that there. And I'm glad to hear the admission that there are meetings before the meetings about the agendas. You're about to appoint people to a crucial board, and you didn't even take time to review their bios that you received today. Do you even know what that board does? Moving the agenda along is less important than moving the agenda appropriately, knowing what you're talking about. That is an issue that instead of making recommendations to put on your consent agenda, you could have tabled it. Meals on Wheels. January 24th, this council approved an amendment to the FY 21-22 Home ARP program that shifted $1.8 million to the Hill Country Community Action Committee for a commercial kitchen for the Meals on Wheels program. And then in July 16th, this council, acting as the PFC board, approved the Avanti Legacy Parkview project. Part of their contribution toward their 15 to 99-year total tax exemption was that they were building the commercial kitchen. So what happened to that deal? Please write this one down, though. What will happen to the home ARP funds that were supposed to be used for that? As far as the fireworks, Advent has met all of the requirements. There will be no more meetings between now and September 28th. There may be rain. Pulling this from the consent agenda and giving it a conditional approval would be the responsible decision. Don't expect you to pull anything from the consent agenda at all, but it would be a good way to support one of the top 10 employers in the city, and I'm sure we'll be reminded in response which district they are in. As far as meet and confer, promotion process has been a point of contention for a long time in KPD. Please support this agreement that has been carefully considered and negotiated by KPD. After all, they are the experts. As far as the donation bins, which one of you can get a letter or note and then act on it in 24 hours, especially if it's not at your residence and you're not home? Consider that when you consider that ordinance. For Stagecoach, I mentioned responsible decisions earlier. It is responsible to be, or is it responsible to be briefed on an agreement for 24 minutes and then immediately vote on it? Is it responsible to keep the agreement secret for the whole week leading up to the vote? Is it responsible to not tell your citizens what the agreement is and if we will be paying money and how much? The answer is no. Represent the city with the integrity and the transparency you claim to have. Publish the agreement for the citizens to inspect for ourselves. Your lack of questions on these items tells me you either are unprepared or you don't know what you're hearing, or maybe you are all experts in these fields. Then again, it could be the meetings before the meetings that you're having. This new agenda isn't working for the people that you say that you represent. And before we go further, let me just say that let's not act like I don't know what I'm talking about on this or on service to the community or what it takes to be a council member. And the fact that you cut someone off when they were just trying to prove their point. A point of order also allows someone to defend themselves, Madam Mayor. So you may want to read Robert's rules and know how that works. Since you decided to make that part of the agenda when you kick someone out for just exercising their First Amendment right.
Thank you for the kind words. Bear Jones. Good evening. You have 4 minutes.
Mayor, council member, city manager, get all other people in their perspective, and the citizen of Killeen, Texas. A lot of things goes on from day to day around here is okay to a point. But you get to certain things, you start to realize something wrong with that due to the fact that every time you look around, it's this person, that person saying the same thing, people getting thrown out of the meeting and stuff like that. We are all over 21 years old. And I truly believe in the United States of America, they said 21 years old make you an adult, a good adult. When you hit 40-something years old, you should know how to act in public. You know how to act when somebody's doing something wrong. In many cases, I dislike what the city does. If I got a problem with one of the council members, I call each and every last one of them that pertains to something wrong with the item they discuss. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not off key on DS 24061. I need to know something. I'm not an educated person, but a few words I need to understand what it means. Willfully. What do that mean, Ms. Lawyer? Ma'am, could you tell me what that means? Could you tell me what that really means? I'm not mistaken. That means you got to have the knowledge that somebody willfully did something wrong. And how can you prove that when you write it on a piece of paper without having backup? How can you find that out? I'm asking you, ma'am. Am I wrong? Is that about what I'm saying?
Does the council want me to look up that definition right now and take that?
Mr. Bear Jones, sir, thank you for where you're going with this, but I just don't want to pull the city staff into this.
Okay, no problem, ma'am. I can move on. One thing about it, I know how to follow orders.
Thank you.
Like any good American, because I spent my 24 years as a soldier. My family spent years in the military protecting our rights as individuals. One thing I'm gonna say is, when a farmer take his food to the city to sell food, so it's weighed into something. So while he or she driving to the city, he can't hear the noise, right? But when he sell all his products or give away all his products, he start going back home. And when he go home, you hear that, a lot of noise. The bottom line is, when you got something to say it with full load. If you got nothing to say, you'll make a lot of noise for nothing.
Mr. Jones, you getting ready? Okay, thank you. You gonna save me from saying take a seat?
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, with that being said, Mr. Emmett Ray. Is that Emmett Ray? Mr. Cagle. Aaron Ray. Still Ray. I apologize, sir. Good evening. You have 4 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm not a citizen of the city of Killeen, but I'm a person that knows Michael Boyd, and I'm here to speak on his behalf tonight as somebody that I've known for quite a while. And I've worked with him and gotten to know him. And I'm here to say that I disagree with anyone trying to besmirch his character. He's a man of integrity. He's a very hardworking individual. And I take offense to anyone that speaks against his integrity. at all. I mean, he's one of the most hardworking people I've ever met. He always conducts himself with professionalism. And I wanted to come up here and drive up here tonight and say a word for my friend. And that's really all I have to share with you. And thank you very much for hearing what I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Sean Price, you have 4 minutes.
Lots of stuff on the agenda tonight. And as you love to hate me, got lots of questions to ask again. Good evening, council, mayor.
Good evening.
Even though I see the disgust and the hate towards me tonight, I understand the reasons why, right? I'm clear to understand the intent behind the eyes and the faces that are made towards me, just so that's clear and understood that if you get it back, it's called a reciprocation.
Okay.
All right. So on 166, we have 200,000. On 167, we have 70,000 for the sports officiating. I still don't understand why we're paying for umpires to do sports, but because Boys and Girls Club got $750,000. So I'm like, why we're doing that? Don't know why we're spending extra money on something for the boys and girls when we're already spending $750,000. So I guess an extra 70,000 is no big deal, right? 902,000 for Blue Shield Blue Cross on the insurance that we already paid $8.1 million for. I don't know why it wasn't included or why we didn't have the foresight to actually include that in the negotiation for the original health care insurance. 169, are these well, no, they already said that these vehicles were part of the aviation fund, right? And not part of the CIP fund? So the city's not paying for them, it's the aviation fund, so the airport's paying for it? That's where I'm unclear, I didn't hear that. On RS 24-170, we got $85,000 for 2022 vehicles, but now they're 2025 vehicles. And just, I don't understand the contract. It wasn't, we bought them at the 2022 rate, and now they're the 2025 rate, but they were already set in price. Now we got this additional cost. So I just, somebody can explain that. That's just confusing. That's $85,000. And then we got the dumpsters, which are needed annual, because we destroy our dumpsters as we use them, at $616,000. And then we go on to $69,000 for chlorine rooms, which is a great price. That's actually astronomical for these rooms. And that's coming up. That's 2.38 million right there. That's a lot of money that we're spending. We're just acting like it's nothing. You know, it's just $2.3 million out of our property taxes. For I think it's 176 for the officers to take police vehicles home, but it's only the supervisor police vehicles. I'm just wondering why can't any officer assigned a vehicle take it home? It helps increase police visibility in the neighborhoods. It helps lower the crime in that area. It's a great program. I just think that we should add it more to doing just the supervisors. On RS, settlement amount was? What did y'all come up to the actual settlement amounts? And with that, I think everything else is under, well, this is DS.
So your time is up. Thank you. John Driver. Good evening, sir. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, council members, Mr. Cagle, residents of Killeen, it's nice to be back here. I'm here in support of Councilman Boyd. One of the best, I guarantee you, one of the best people that I have ever met in my career, military and government. My family have lived here in Killeen for the past 32 years, and we have resided in District 4 for the last 21 years of that. So I get to know a lot of people in that district. And during this time, I've witnessed the council go through many different leaderships. I have sit on various boards within the city. So watching Councilman Boyd work for his tenure has been very refreshing. There are times that we have National Night Out that he is at our house. He is interacting with the residents of the District 4 that is there, answering their questions, and if he cannot answer on spot, he get back with them. He don't leave them hanging. He makes sure that he responds to them. During his quarterly briefs, he always had a large turnout of people. The instances and allegations that has been lodged against Councilman Boyd is totally unfounded and without any merit. In fact, we are wasting taxpayers' money to place this action on the next ballot. Waste. It's a waste. Mm-hmm. No problem. I am deeply aware of it. What we as citizens in District 4 must continue to support Councilman Boyd, and I know I can get 500 or more people to sign a petition if needed to recall the petition that's already been signed. You see, because everyone I know can attest that Councilman Boyd is the most professional councilman that have sit in that seat in a long time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michael Fornino, good afternoon. You have 4 minutes.
All right, let's get this part out of the way. The recall, it's done. There's nothing to discuss. So the endless parade of people who are going to come up here and say, oh, Boyd's the greatest guy that ever lived, doesn't matter. You have a ministerial duty. We got the petition done. I was 50% of that work. 248 people voted for you just over 3 years ago. We'll call it 3.5 years ago. The people that we had sign was more than that. The gentleman was asking for proof. Tell you what, all along Bunny Trail, sir, madam, look out your front door. Look at Bunny Trail. You talk to the people at top of Cotton Patch that don't want that park? Of course you didn't. They've been trying to reach you. They're not getting phone calls. I've talked to more people in your district during those 30 days than you have in 3.5 years. So anybody come up in here sniveling, saying, oh, please save Boyd, doesn't work. It's done. It must burn you up that there's nothing you can do about it. Now, item number 7. I have a problem with the item itself, not in its intent, because when it was released on the agenda, it's not as it appears now. That's twice I've caught someone altering documents. The mayor has a few duties. break a tie vote. We've never seen you do that. Run the meetings and administer the agenda. What am I talking about? Well, we've got a problem here. How do we get hacked? And another citizen was asking about how you have time to read through all of the documents. Well, you caught yourselves with an oops, because on that class, was it item number 7, routing number, bank account number, and bank name is on there. So if that account gets on the dark web somewhere, nice try. The agenda item was changed. Routing number ending 021, account number 018, if I have that correct, either way, those two numbers. That's factual. Can't be ignored. It's not a matter of opinion. It was up there. You got caught. So how do we keep getting hacked? How do we have all these security issues? Not paying attention. So failure on your part, Mayor, when it comes to this again. Okay? Oh, you can sit there and huff and puff. Is this not your responsibility? It is your responsibility.
Please
the fact that
stay
it changed, I am on the agenda.
Stay
Don't
on
even
the
try
agenda,
it. Don't
Mr.
even try
Firmino.
it. Don't even try it. This is the agenda. The fact that it changed without notice, obviously somebody said, whoops, we approved this item, and we put the account number, bank account number, and routing number on there. Bank of America? Or no, JP Morgan, sorry. JP Morgan. Tell me I'm wrong. Go ahead. Call me, say I'm a liar again. You know I'm not.
Mr.
I've got the
Firmino,
proof right here.
continue.
I am continuing. This demonstrates why Mr. Boyd is on the recall list, or on the recall, or will be on the recall ballot. You have no choice. But I can guarantee you, in that same spirit, there's going to be more recall petitions going around here very shortly. And some of you will find your names on them as well, along with other stuff. That's the democratic process. So, again, anybody wants to come up here, snivel, and support Boyd, that's fine. That doesn't matter. It matters at the ballot box. It absolutely does not matter here at this lectern. They can say, he smiled and brought a puppy back to life. Doesn't matter. It's going to the ballot. That's how democracy works in the Republican system.
Thank you for those kind words. Councilmember Boyd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And while I haven't smiled and brought a puppy back to life yet, there is potential. In all seriousness, and I'm sorry, am I being interrupted or am I mistaken?
I will make one warning. You cannot laugh, you cannot clap your hand, and you cannot yell. For the ones, I see faces I've never seen before. That is our decorum, our protocol. You cannot laugh, you cannot clap your hand, and you're not supposed to yell out. If you see people yelling, that doesn't make it right. Don't do it. It's child's play. So really focus on what the person is saying, and I know you're new, so we're gonna act. I think one of the residents say, once you over 18, you should be an adult. And we shouldn't even have to put anybody out or correct behavior. Please, I thank you. Councilman Boyd, I apologize for that interruption.
That's fine. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Having ran unopposed back in 2023 and having tied an election and ran out and won outright in 2021, one of those reasons is because I was very much engaged with my voters. Just for awareness, I knocked on about 10,000 doors across District 4. And when I got to look at that petition, I recognized every single address. And I knocked on every one of those doors. It is easy to collect signatures when you prey on frustrations such as a road reconstruction process that got started late that's hindering those from getting to school. It's easy to get signatures when folks feel like a park is going to cause a lot of issues, but it's a need. So those are very convenient opportunities to get signatures. And I'm very confident there were many folks that have, in addition to those who reached out, excuse me, I'm
Thank
out
you,
of time,
sir.
and so I'll stop speaking.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kague, I need you to address that.
Sure, that agenda item was not changed. That's a false allegation. There were supporting documents in there that did have account information on it, and we took it out. But every check we write has that account information. So someone to think that that information on the dark web, the light web, on the newspaper, you can't get money out of our account with that information. So when we were made aware of it, we corrected it. It was a mistake, but the agenda item did not change.
Thank you. And for the new residents that's here, and for the ones that listening online, because somebody says it when they come up to this podium, that does not make it true. And to threaten me with a recall, been there, done it, got the T-shirt, more than one. We stand on what we believe. We get attacked every time, but it doesn't really matter. The people put us here. And I do truly believe, and I stand beside Councilmember Boyd and every other council member on here, and the people will keep us here. Next person, Ken Wickerson. Good evening, sir. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll try to make this brief. First of all, thank you for allowing me to come to speak today. As many of you already know, I've served here on the council as Mayor Pro Tem and a council member. I'm also a resident of District 4, which I applied what Mr. Boyd has done so far as he served there. But I come to speak on a different thing as well. When I served on council, I used to get frustrated with the media. They may not have gotten exactly, the tenor of what, or the tenor of what I was trying to say or what the council was saying. And now I understand why. I think they have a public interest to really kind of educate the public and let us know what's going on. But also, what's dramatic sales? Look around today. Because we don't normally have cameras in our chamber. But we know what's on the agenda today that draws them there is the drama. And so I say it's a shame that we have a mechanism, a tool in our charter, 111-118, maybe it needs to be looked at how we do that. Because if it's too easy to do this, if you can constantly come up here and threaten people with a recall, and threaten them in a city of 160,000 people with 400 people. Something's wrong with that. And that's going to continue to draw the eyes of the media in a negative sense. And the people who are on this ballot or who are on this petition, they represent not in the visage form, but the ugly side of Killeen, the agitation. The fact that we have had people come up here and speak on this more than anything else in all of this stuff we have to do. We're talking about a recall that 400 people, well, less than 400 people or 200 some odd people said we need to recall a council member who's actually been more proactive than anybody I know. I had trouble keeping up with him. And, it's just a shame that we're here because the same people who are asking for this to get done are the same people who are saying, why don't we have a grocery store? Why don't we have manufacturing? Why don't we have jobs? You know why? Because the people who would normally invest in this city, they use Google too. That's probably their first stop. And if the first thing you see is the face of this petition, you're automatically out of the running. So, hey, yeah, it is the American way. We have made a rule that said this is how we will address a council member that we feel that doesn't raise to our opinion of what they should be doing. But maybe we need to look at that. Maybe we need to look at how we're doing that and say, hey, maybe it's a different percentage we have to go with now that we're a grown-up city. You can't, and it does speak also bad about our voting percentage. Now that we're in that cycle, if we got 1% of people coming out to vote, it makes it really easy to do that. So with that, I say that, it's a shame that we're here. I'm proud of what you all have been able to done, even though I don't I don't agree with any of you at all times. Every one of you I've had a disagreement with that I've served with, but it doesn't mean I don't respect what you do for us. So with that, I say thank you, keep driving on, and maybe look at the procedure. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to piggyback on that. The charter is put in place for we the people. We the people are the residents of Killeen. But that same charter can be used as a weaponized to do self-destruction to take the city out. And that's something that this council have to take under consideration. When we're long gone, that part, that whenever I just don't like you, I don't like the way you look, I don't like where you stay, I don't like because you educated, I don't like it because you dress well and you can afford to pay your bills, I'm going to take you out. And that's what has happened with this. It's in our charter. Mr. Boyd didn't do anything wrong. It's just a charter. There was a loophole. And every time there's a loophole, you're going to always find, I'm going to leave it there. With that being said, Lorraine Thomas. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry. Just come on. You have 4 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and the council. First, I'm going to let you know I'm not here to insult your intelligence because I know that the citizens put you there. And I want to give you a shout out when you do the yearly 4th of July celebration downtown. I love it. People that visit, they love it, residents love it. And a shout out to the police department, the fire department. I felt safe downtown Killeen at night. So thank you for all you do. It's odd that both of you pretty much said what I'm getting ready to read here because I want to make sure I don't lose any of my points. I would like to express my disappointment with the recall for Councilman Michael Boyd. I'm not concerned about Councilman Boyd because his record speaks for itself. Council Boyd serves his office with confidence, intelligence, and integrity. However, what is concerning to me is this young lady, Melissa Brown, and the negative influence she has in the community. She has lost 2 elections for city council. She lost a lawsuit against her opponent. As a former council member, she joins in with hackers and naysayers disrupting city hall meetings. She participated as a conspirator in a failed attempt to recall the mayor pro tem and Councilman Boyd. And in the second effort to recall Councilman Boyd, she went out of her district rather, to do so. Melissa Brown was also once arrested. So her record also speaks for itself, which makes this whole...
Please hold on. Ms. Brown, that's your second warning. Please get your belongings, leave this chamber, and leave this premises. Ma'am, continue.
So her record also speaks for itself, which make this whole recall effort unbelievable and unsettling. When I heard that Melissa Brown was able to get the attention of the local news to spew out false allegations, make slanderous remarks, and use her influence to convince people to gather signatures to recall Councilman Boyd, I was disappointed. Also, I must add, I am deeply concerned for any future council official, who may have...
Ma'am, we're going to take a 5-minute break till they get Ms. Brown out. We're taking a break. I apologize. I'm going to make myself clear one more time. We are here to take care of professional city official business. This is not a PlayStation. This is not jumping on toy. We just don't, this is not the place to act out. I'm asking if anyone else have an outburst, and I give you your first warning, and you continue that behavior, you will be asked to leave. This is a place of business, period. You don't have to respect the council, but have the common courtesy to respect who's up there at the podium. They deserve that. Ma'am, I truly apologize. Madam Secretary, ma'am, you have a minute and 15 seconds.
When I heard that Melissa Brown was able to get the attention of the local news to spew out false allegations, make slanderous remarks, and use her influence to convince people to gather signatures to recall Councilman Boyd, I was disappointed. Also, I must add, I am deeply concerned for any future council official who may have to deal with disgruntled former members or citizens with a track record like Melissa Brown. Maybe we should offer some better safeguards for our city council, because as we know, it is impossible to please everyone. I spoke to Michael about this recall while he was experiencing one of the most amazing times in his life, the birth of his first child. He said, I'm gonna take this time out to enjoy my family, and I will address it when the time comes. He said, I'll leave it in the Lord's hand. In conclusion, I would like to say this: the crowd is not always right. A good example of this is look at what happened to Jesus when the crowd shouted, crucify him. And millions now know what the outcome revealed. Thank you.
Kristen Wright. Good evening, you have 4 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, staff, and citizens. I'm also speaking on DS 24061. And excuse me if I snivel, as was described earlier, that anyone who came and discussed in support of Councilman Boyd, that we were sniveling. And I want to just bring that to your attention earlier, because that is indicative of the people. He said, for Nino, that he was 50% of the effort that went around and got those signatures. Well, the spirit of the way he talked about fellow citizens and us coming up here, if we disagree with him, we're sniveling. That tells me what I need to know about his character and what's motivating that. I completely agree with the prior speaker that this has...
Ms. Christian, Mr. Fernino, that's your first one to disrupting the meeting. Continue. Continue.
I'm discussing this DS 24061, the petition. I will remove names. The organizers, I understand there were 2 primary organizers. You can figure out who they were. I won't name them again. But I will just speak to an earlier person who is repeatedly one of 3 or 4 that come up here to insult. Insult is not disagreement. They're fueling fires. It's disruption of business and decorum. I met Mr. Boyd in 2019 at the Leadership Academy for Killeen. I remember him well because of how he carried himself. The questions he asked were on point to a clearly growing, doubling in size city. He was looking ahead in 2019. Oh man, we need some changes. When he said, I'm running for your district, I am in his district, I said, how can I help? And I will help fight the recall, because I respect, if that's the process and it was gone through, I respect democracy. I do encourage, our last speaker said so well, any of you who have actually know council members know they can't please everybody. And we have 3 or 4 people who have taken it upon themselves to say they're the voice of this city, and they are not. I can tell you absolutely I'm another person who has always had responsive, timely listening to any issue, and I don't agree with Mr. Boyd on probably half of his votes, honestly. I'm more dissenting, more liberal, more all kinds of things. But he's respectful to me, and I'm respectful to him. It's all he's asked for here. The things he's being recalled for are doing his job of keeping this orderly and safe. And some people don't like that because they want the show, the drama, like we see on the national stage. We really want that in Killeen? I don't want what's happening nationally happening in Killeen. I think we're better than that. So I ask our citizens, our paper, everyone, be better. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jason Bretto? Yes, sir. I apologize.
You're okay, man.
Good evening. You have 4 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Pro Tem, council members, and all citizens of Killeen. Melissa Brown preyed on the hardworking families of District 4 to gain the signatures to petition to recall Councilman Michael Boyd. She came to my home on Golden Gate Drive and asked if I would...
Sir, I apologize. We're not going to say names.
Okay. The person that submitted the petition to for Councilman Michael Boyd preyed on the families and residents. They came to my home on Golden Gate Drive and asked if I would be willing to sign it. I asked why. They stated Councilman Boyd had no problem with housing being built, sacrificing safety. They said plumbing would not be the standard. There would be a lack of streetlights and speed bumps. I informed that person about the process to submit for additions such as those. They continued to talk about the lack of new and higher paying jobs that the city council blocked because of how it would impact other businesses having to increase their wages, which I believe would put a strain on the businesses, and by their theory, putting a larger strain on the people already working to survive the economy and life. When they mentioned the development of retail plaza in District 2, I asked, aren't those jobs? And they replied, those don't count. I mentioned how I saw the adding of a chemical plant online. They said, for people who don't even live here. They went on about their struggles with their spouse and asked, why should they have to move to find higher paying jobs? I asked, why should the businesses come up here? They said that the quality of living in Killeen is low, and I explained it's a double-edged sword. City officials and residents must work together to improve Killeen. The problem is that many struggling with today's economy is because it's tough. Nobody's prepared to pack up and relocate. It's too expensive. I explained how I managed. They said, well, we aren't all educated and prepared like you are. And I said, we need to go ahead and help everyone prepare and be educated. They said Councilman Boyd and the council voted to restrict the First Amendment rights of citizens at the council meetings, preventing anyone from speaking and being disrespectful, and also being disrespectful to residents. That you could only speak on agenda items so citizens wouldn't be able to address concerns to the council about anything else. I am able to directly speak to my councilman. I asked for substantiation to their claims, and they said they could not present anything other than that they used to work on the council and that they know how the budget works. They said, well, I see where your mind is, so I'm not going to go on with you. I'm moving on. And I replied, I'm only asking questions so I can further be able to make an educated decision. Many may see someone going door to door as informed and with good intentions. This was not the case. I attended the next council meeting to witness everything in person. I then saw the two individuals that I met in my house, which I cannot name, with personal attacks and comments towards the city council at that meeting, contrary to what I was told. I saw on Facebook that the petition received the required signatures on a post by the person that submitted the petition. I combated those claims with everything I discussed that day at my home and found that that person doesn't even live in District 4. They live in District 2. They went into Councilman Boyd's real estate affairs, which I asked, hey, if something went illegal, why not file litigation? Oh, we did. No, they were talking about the litigation about the First Amendment. I am mad someone outside of District 4 decided to play politics in my backyard. I have spoken to my councilman, and from what I've witnessed, I have no idea what that person that submitted the petition is even talking about. In regards to the petition, Councilman Michael Boyd does not ignore nor disregard the citizens of District 4. He has shown by his actions in returning my phone calls, even maintains composure when people like me talk with, a foul mouth. My fault. Putting the safety of the public is a main concern of his. There is a ton of federal, state, county, and city regulations, laws, policies to call out any misconduct. Trust me, I looked them all up over the weekend. As for not following the comprehensive plan, which was apparently on this petition, I have no idea what this plan was, nor was it even discussed to me that day at my house.
Sir, your time is up. Thank you.
I have one additional minute, please.
Councilmember Adams, Councilmember Boyd, Councilmember Segarra, Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilmember Solomon. Yes. Councilmember Cobb. Thumbs up, Councilmember Alvarez. Yes, sir, 1 minute.
Thank you so much.
Secretary, set the clock for 1 minute, please. Thank you.
Public disrespect and silencing of citizens. If keeping to the agenda of meetings for time management to handle the issues on official time and not having to waste time wasted on claims and comments like, I am Italian, so I know a little about masonry, or name calling and personal attacks on the members of the council is what is meant, definitely not the case. I have no problem reaching out to my councilmen to address my issues and voice concerns. I know my message will get to the council. Time is valuable to the citizens of Killeen, so it is that as well to that of the council. I understand this petition will move forward by law to recall election. I'm very look forward to getting involved with this election in my free time and my effort. There is no merit to this petition, and I apologize to District 4 for being so late in getting involved. I was never one about political involvement, but this petition woke me up. I have lived in District 4 from March of 2016 to now, and I don't plan on going anywhere. Thank you.
Mr. Henry.
Madam Mayor, I rise to a point of order.
I apologize. Councilmember Adams.
There is and it may be because I got OCD or something, but there's a continuous click that is not normal in this council chamber going on, and it's disrupting me hearing the speaker. And it's coming.
Whoever is being unprofessional and clicking on the pen, if a council member has brought it to my attention that it's disrupting the meeting, do you know who it is? Well, that's your first warning. Please stop. Mr. Henry Dick. Oh, sir. Good evening. You have 4 minutes. And would you pronounce your name when you get the last name, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
My name is Henri Viscarando, Mayor. Yes. It's okay. It's happened all my life. I just go by Viz. And it's an honor to stand before you all, Ms. Mayor, council members, people listening. With my short amount of time, I came here today to speak on behalf of Mr. Boyd. I've been a resident of Killeen for the last 22 years. I grew up in New York, but I tell people I became a man here, okay? I was a single father. I was a soldier. I was a business owner. I've been broke before, and I've had to climb up out of the gutter, okay? I've been a community member as well, as far as people who are working hard to raise their kids, so on and so forth. Mr. Boyd, I've known him for about 12 years now. He used to work for me. He was a busboy, okay? This was some time ago, but even at that time, when I was a manager, he was always on time, he was always professional, and he always worked harder than everybody else. And we used to have private conversations about his future, and it's no surprise that he's sitting where he's sitting today. An assassination on someone's character without proper evidence is morally criminal, and we've all had to go through that. And as people who are former military or who are fathers and mothers and who have positions of authority, when you have someone who's trying to assassinate your character or diminish your motivation or work to do well for other people in selfish service, it's very challenging, right? And so I came here today, honestly, to hear that someone's trying to assassinate his character is honestly laughable, but I'll take it serious. I've had him in my home, I've had him talk to my son, I've had him talk in my business, and never one time have I ever seen someone ever display more attempt to be a professional. I've never always agreed with him, but I've always had the opportunity to speak with him about personal things that I felt should be one way or another, and I've always got attention from him. Congratulations on the baby. And so I love the professionalism here. I've never been to this council before, but it's been my honor to come and share for just a couple of minutes that not only do I know this man professionally, but I know him personally. And in any situation where we're private, public, or for the city, I would stand by him. I would invite other people to stand by him. And for anyone who doesn't know him, off camera or on camera, take 5 minutes to have a conversation with him, and I dare you to have a different opinion. I resign my time, and thank you all.
Thank you. Mr. Gary Bubba Purser. Good evening, sir. You have 4 minutes. Please stay on the agenda.
What makes you think I won't? Hello, council.
Mayor, City Manager. I want to speak a little bit toward the Mr. Boyd issue. I do not know much about it. I haven't paid attention to it. Don't care to pay attention to it. I would say that my dealings with Mr. Boyd, all of us that know him, the man carries himself well. He carries himself very well. In fact, we could look toward him and kind of copy some of his stuff. I will agree with people in the audience that I sure don't like the way he votes sometimes. But that doesn't mean that I don't respect him, and that doesn't mean that the man doesn't carry himself well. And I would just ask the citizens in District 4 to do their due diligence and go vote how they feel. And I hope that things come out all right for you, Mr. Boyd. And I'm sure we're going to disagree in the future, but that doesn't mean we're enemies. And I just wanted to speak that out for everybody here tonight. And I'm assuming that I want that one guy to talk for me. He can say more in 4 minutes than I can say in a year. Yeah, you can talk, young man, whoever he was. I had to engage my brain to follow it. But I can't speak on the other items. We're just going to have public hearings, right? I don't want to lose no time on that.
You can talk on any item on the agenda, and also you can come back and talk on the public hearing.
That's what I want to make sure that I can come back and
Yes,
talk
sir.
in a minute. Okay, thank y'all.
Oh, that was it? Okay. And our last one, I hope, Madam Secretary, check to see if I forgot anybody. But the last speaker on our citizen comments is Mr. Bill Percat. Good evening, sir. You have 4 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, Mr. Cagle. While I'm actually addressing you, I'm really speaking to the residents of Killeen, and I'm really happy to hear all the support that has been shown to Councilman Boyd. Mr. Boyd, how you doing, sir? Because you've been through a lot, and a recall election is supposed to get rid of horrible individuals, people who have really shown that they don't need to be up there. It's not meant to attack somebody that disagrees with you or doesn't give you everything you ask for. I'm not even in Mr. Boyd's district. I've never had a problem with him. I've always been able to get some of his time, whether here, after a meeting, on the phone, and like a few people have said, we'll disagree, but there's never any disrespect. We agree to disagree, and it's not the end of the world. I have watched Councilman Boyd since the first day that he stepped up there on the dais. As numerous residents have already said, he's the ultimate professional. He dresses professional, he acts professional, he speaks professionally. When people say he doesn't listen, I don't know where that comes from, because anytime somebody's standing here and they have a question, I see him writing it down. When the time is appropriate, if he has the answer, he'll answer that question. If he doesn't have it, he will ask if the appropriate city staff member can go ahead and answer that resident's questions. Ever since he's been on the dais, it's always my constituents, my district. Not that he owns it or anything like that, but those are people in his charge. That's his area. And every time a decision is made in District 4, he's all excited. He says, yeah, because that's for my people. That's for my district. So for people to say that he doesn't care, that's absolute nonsense. I'd really like to use a stronger word, but no, I'm too polite for that. But to watch him in action, to listen to him, I said, a recall election is just for totally inept individuals who don't care what they're doing. That is absolutely not what Mr. Boyd is about. So I'm glad to see the outpouring of support. I don't need to beat a dead horse. I think you know that a lot more people support you than the few people that think you should go. So anyway, thank you for everything that you have done. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. That was the last person. We're getting ready to go into our regular session. And council, before we go into the consent agenda, I would like to move an item up to discuss it from our discussion items. And that item would be DS-24-061, discuss city secretary certification of a petition to recall District 4 Councilmember Board. And we have had so much discussion on that. I just want to go roll on back in it so we don't have to do a repeat. Everything is fresh on everybody's mind. If you don't mind, can we discuss that item before we go into our consent agenda? Is everybody okay with that? Yes, yes, yes. Everybody? Yes. All right, we're moving that discussion item up. All right, Madam Secretary and Assistant City Attorney Clemens, I need a question from you. Madam Secretary, the floor is yours.
DS-24-061, discuss City Secretary certification of a petition to recall District 4 Councilmember Michael Boyd. And good evening, Mayor and Council. On Friday, July 26, 2024, a recall affidavit was filed by elector Melissa Brown with the Office of the City Secretary requesting the resignation or recall of District 4 City Council Member Michael Boyd. A recall petition for a district council member must be signed by qualified electors of the district represented by the council member in a number equal to more than 50% of the total number of voters for that district in the last municipal election where the district seat was filled. The June 12, 2021 second election for District 4 councilmember had a total voter turnout of 401. Therefore, 202 signatures of qualified electors were required on the recall petition for Councilmember Boyd. The petition blanks were issued to the petitioner, Ms. Brown, on Monday, July 29, 2024, and were due back to the City Secretary by Wednesday, August 28, 2024. Ms. Brown returned the recall petition on Wednesday, August 28, 2024, with a total of 341 signatures. Review of the submitted petition was completed by the Office of the City Secretary as required by the City Charter, Section 1114. The petition included 218 signatures of qualified electors within the respective district. 123 signatures were unqualified. The recall petition for District 4 Councilmember Boyd is sufficient and is able to be certified. If Councilmember Boyd does not resign within 5 days after the City Secretary officially certifies the recall petition results as of today, September 17th, 2024, the City Council shall order and fix a date for holding a recall election on the first authorized uniform election date, which will be Saturday, May 3rd, 2025. Councilmember Boyd has until Sunday, September 22nd, 2024 to make a decision, and I'm willing to answer any questions.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. With that being said, Councilmember Boyd.
Thank you, Madam. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Give me 1 second here. Bear with me, sir. Okay. I want to first thank all the citizens for the kind words as well as the constructive criticism. Truth is, anyone can learn through constructive criticism when it's constructive. As everyone is aware, my seat as District 4 City Councilman has been subject to recall. I was targeted by a disgruntled former council member who has determined to spread misinformation in an effort to remove me from office. Following a failed recall attempt, the citizen spearheaded her own recall petition based on false allegations and successfully preying on citizen frustrations Due to traditionally low voter turnout, the collection of a mere 202 signatures of 40,000 were all it took to subject my hard work and dedication to a recall. To say the situation is frustrating would be an understatement. More importantly, I wanted to communicate that the varying allegations remain vague, unfounded, and unsubstantiated. Notably, I was elected to serve on the Killeen City Council in 2021, having tied in the first election and winning outright in the second election. In 2023, I was up for re-election and was the only council member to run unopposed. Since coming onto the City Council, I have accomplished much to support downtown revitalization efforts, improve our ordinances, support our stakeholders and institutions, attract small businesses, accommodate economic development, advocate for citizen-specific issues, and bring improvements to West Killeen to include major road projects and park development. During tonight's meeting, I knew that I would be subject to the firestorm of public opinion amidst support, and it is my hope to reset the narrative, understanding that this is an unmerited attack on my character and reputation. While there may be some expectation for myself to resign my seat, my supporters encouraged me to stay the course amidst the foolishness. I intend to do just that on behalf of the 40,000 plus citizens I was elected to represent. It has only been my desire to move this great city forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Boyd, your statement was you're not going to step down, correct?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
Councilmember Sagara.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to say, Mr. Boyd, everything he's going through is just going to make him a stronger council member. You know, we appreciate everything that he's done. And I always, think I'm pretty strong as far as emotion, but I think he's going to outrank me here pretty soon. But he's going to be an awesome council member. But with that, my question is to, I guess, I don't know, the secretary. I just want to get some clarification here. I understand that, this recall is going to be put on the ballot for May 3rd, but also his reelection is going to be on the same ballot. And so voters are going to have a choice, or they can vote. If he ends up winning on the election, he gets more votes on being the election than the recall. What happens? I just need some clarification there so that people can understand that.
Yes, sir. So Councilmember Boyd, if he chooses to run for re-election for District 4, he will be on the ballot, as the district seats, all 4 district seats will be on the May 3rd, 2025 ballot. And also the recall will be on the ballot as well. But the recall would apply for his current term, the 2023 to 2025 term. And if he is re-elected in May of 2025, it would not apply to that term.
And I think that's important because a lot of people may not understand that. And so I think, he's going to blow it away. I think this is just giving him more publicity, and people see that he is a good council member. And so, there's always some good that comes out of this, and I think that he's going to be a much stronger. But I just want to make sure that people understand that if he does end up winning his district, that nullifies his recall petition, and we'll see him back here the next day or the next week. So.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
I mean, the recall would apply for like I said, the 2-year term, 2023 through 2025, not the new term if he's reelected from 2025 to
And I'm with
2027.
one of the citizens that said earlier, I mean, this is just costing this, a lot of times same people come out here and speak about us spending money, but, something like this that costs the city money. I know it costs time, secretary's time to go through those numbers, and now we got to go through and put this on the ballot. So in the long run, it's defeating what, a lot of people come up here and talk that we do. We spend money, but it's okay when you guys do it. So that's something as silly as this. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Sagara. And once again, Councilman Boyd will be running for 2025 for District 4, along with all the other candidates, District 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 is Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez, 2 is Councilmember Solomon, 3 is Councilmember Cobb, and 4 is Councilmember Boyd. Regardless if they get the votes for this petition, it is for this seat that he serves in. It will not go forward when he win in 2025. So it is really a waste of time to spend all that time walking, sweating, just doing all that, and it's irrelevant. But hey, who am I? Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam, and I will not belabor the point. It's been said enough that we can attest to the character of Councilmember Boyd. I just wanted to go on the record officially and say, as a native of Killeen, we did have that in common coming on to the council. Councilmember Boyd got into the fight with me, and you had an uphill battle for District 1, and it was said that you only cared about District 4. And I just wanted to make sure that I let everybody know, and everybody who's listening, know that I knew I had a fight in my district. I knew we had a lot of challenges, but Councilmember Boyd, along with others, but Councilmember Boyd got with me and helped champion my efforts in District 1, beating the streets, talking to people, encouraging people, explaining what was going on, and was a total support for all of our efforts in District 1. So I just wanted to make sure I went on the record and cleared that up and made sure that everyone knew that you helped and continue to help and continue to support the initiatives that I put forward in District 1. So I want to say thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to go on records after talking to our city attorney, because the two individuals, Melissa Brown and Michael Fernino, did put that petition into play and filed it, which became city records of the city of Killeen. A resident can say that individual name because their name is there. They're in the newspaper. They've been on television. So that name is attached to that petition. That petition item is on our agenda, and I owe you an apology, sir. You could say their name. Yes, sir, you could. You can't talk now, but you could say their name. So I owe you an apology. And for Councilmember Boyd, you have done an extraordinary job. I told you from day one that you went through this recall, that you will survive. Councilmember, at that time, Councilmember Sagara and myself, we both went through, 2 or 3 recalls. But I want you to know that you said publicly, and it went on our records, that you will not step down. You will not bow. You will not bend down. I'm standing on what I believe to be true and to continue to fight for District 4 residents on behalf of them, making that stand. They know moving forward that you won't just run out on them when times get hard, that you have values and that you believe in what you believe in. And your little baby girl, when she grow up, this right here will be a part of history, that when she look back and see, she's going to be so proud of her dad. Thank you for staying. Councilwoman Cobb?
Wow, what an evening. Michael,
Stay on the agenda, please.
I'm going to stay on the agenda. He's already smiling. But we know this is not my best feeling night. But what I want you to know that, and I feel I think I can say this, there's always a God. Work will win when wishing won't.
Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary. Council, there's not anyone else want to speak? Okay, thank you. Councilmember Alvarez, Councilmember Solomon, Councilmember Adams. Do anybody want to speak in defense of Council? Okay, thank you. Councilmember Adams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Boyd, since the first time I came on council, it was a competition, and I couldn't keep up with him when I was a District 2 rep. And so I've told him he was one of the hardest working council members. And then attending NLC, he's been active, and hope to see him fill a leadership role one year once he has a full term again. But again, I support his decision to not resign.
Thank you. Press.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep this short and sweet. Mr. Boyd, we got your back. You know, I don't tend to say a lot when I don't need to, but we got your back. I wouldn't worry about it. And, you know, there have already been threats about other recalls coming in the future. I expect to see them, and we'll tackle them the same way. Thank you, sir.
United we stand. Councilmember Solomon.
I second that.
Thank you. All
Pretty
right.
sure. I appreciate, really, listen, this, being on council, it's not an easy job. And the time that I've been here, Councilmember Boyd, I want to say he did welcome me on board. We vote differently, but we have the same values when it comes down to serving the community. And that's what I appreciate. And so, you know, this is, I told you privately, you know, this too will pass. It's going to pass. It's nothing but a test. And so don't worry about it. You know, like Councilmember Alvarez said, we got your back, and we support you because we know what you're about. And most of all, the citizens of District 4, they support you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing it up, Councilmember Solomon. 2 years ago, I told them when we were going through it, get ready because your time was coming. This is just a cycle with this group of people. It's just a cycle. And when we're long and gone, this cycle will continue on the next group of council members. So it's just a test. You just got to get through it. With that being said, Madam Secretary, stand by. Councilmember Boyd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I think it's appropriate to bring this up and highlight this. In light of all the affirmations that were given and the constructive criticism, I think it's important for everyone here, everyone watching, to reference and follow up with what type of media coverage comes out of this. Our town is growing, it's thriving, and we've got to be careful not to sustain the negative narratives. Again, there were more affirmations than there were negative things. I'm careful to monitor these stories because I understand the impact on our community. So keep an eye on those things. Thank you.
Madam Secretary.
Consent agenda?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. MN 24022, MN 24023, RS 24161, RS 24162, RS 24163, RS 24164, RS 24165, RS 24166, RS 24167, RS 24168, RS 24169, RS 24170, RS 24171, RS 24172, RS 24173, RS 24174, RS 24175, RS 24176, RS 24177, OR 24102. The caption of the ordinance reads, an ordinance of the City of Killeen Texas, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Killeen, Texas, amending Chapter 8 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Killeen, providing for amendments to the city's donation container regulations, providing for the repeal of conflicting provisions, providing for a severability clause, providing for a savings clause, providing for publication and an effective date.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, would you read OR, was that OR-24-012?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Solomon, can I get a motion to approve our consent agenda?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move that we approve the consent items.
Councilmember Adams.
I second the motion.
All in favor, yes. All opposed, no. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. We will now go into public hearing. In our public hearing, council, you have 3 times to speak for 3 minutes. For the residents that will be speaking during the public hearing, please stay on that agenda item. Madam Secretary.
PH 24027, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance amending chapters 26 and 31 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Killeen, providing for amendments to the city's subdivision entry sign and perimeter wall regulations. The caption of the ordinance reads, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Killeen, Texas, amending chapters 26 and 31 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Killeen, providing for amendments to the city's signage and subdivision regulations, providing for standards regarding subdivision entry features and subdivision perimeter walls, providing for the repeal of conflicting provisions, providing for a severability clause, providing for a savings clause, providing for publication and an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. So, Mr. Price, you signed up and you put PH 20, Mr. Price? Mr. Price. Okay, Mr. Price, you put PH 24-28. But on here you put, do you want to speak on this item? Let me just make sure. Okay. Sean, right, that's okay. Sean Price. Oh, let me say one thing. Council, the staff have gone through these slides. Do you want them to go back through them? All right, thank you. Okay, stay right there. Let me open up the public hearing. We now hold a public hearing. Public hearing is open. Sean Price, sir, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you.
And sir, before you speak, hold that clock. Do you want to speak on item 20, let me make sure, 28, because we don't have a, let me go over here. 28, and it's, you put 29, but do you want to talk on 39?
Yes,
we
it
don't
was
have a
39, so
29.
I think my
Okay.
pen didn't quite get there. My fingers are a little
No
swollen,
problem.
so I
You only
apologize.
have 2 more items out for this to speak on. That's the PH 2428 and PH 24-039. According to when you filled out on the paper, is that correct?
Yeah, there's a couple questions I have on each
Okay,
one of the.
don't worry
each
about it.
one
I
of the
just want to
little
make
items.
sure I call you up for the right one.
Right, because we're
Okay.
doing them all together, right?
All right. No, sir, you cannot.
Oh, okay.
On this one right here, that's why I'm going over it with you.
Okay.
On this one right here, this is about the wall.
Yes,
This
ma'am.
item, okay.
I'm
All
clear
right,
with
sir.
that. Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, you have that item only. You have 4 minutes.
Okay, so the way I was reading it is when they're talking about the exclusion of the wood fences and when you have a wood fence and your damages incur a certain amount, then you got to put in a concrete fence or a masonry fence. Well, that's all fine and good if you can afford it, right? Because 8 feet is about $2,200 worth of concrete wall. That's just a roundabout figure with that for 8 feet worth of concrete wall. For these engineered concrete walls, there's a danger of them being blown over or being blown out and knocked down. This has occurred across the country, nationwide. Now, with this, you do have an average or biannual, so every 2 years, you do have about a $1,500 maintenance cost where you have to have it inspected. You got to check for cracks, you got to do resealing, and all these other things. So this is not a maintenance-free item. Just because it's concrete doesn't mean that you don't do maintenance on it, right? Now, that's not that it costs you $1,500 every time. Sometimes it can only cost you, some contact cement of $200, but you do have maintenance and inspection every year. You should inspect that fence because it does have wear and tear due to wind, weather, and so forth. So, and at 6 to 8 foot, right? If it falls over and you have half a ton fall on your kid because it's buttressed to your backyard, are you going to be happy about that? There's a lot of other things that are involved with these types of walls that should be looked at. Not just the cost to build it, but the cost to maintain it, look at it, and inspect it because you have your family that's involved. So my biggest question is, how long will that fence be leaning in one way or another, or looking and, be carrying damage before it has to be fixed? That is something that's not addressed here, right? Outside of that, once you have a fence, if you lose 50% of it, you got to replace it with concrete wall or a masonry wall, some type. Who comes up with the conformity law on that? So if my fence is different than my neighbor's fence, do we all have a different brick fence or wall fence, or do I have to copy the first guy that builds the wall fence? None of that's in the details. And I think that this should be tabled and those items be hammered out before we just go ahead and arbitrarily say, let's do this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Cagle?
Just so there's no confusion,
Oh, go ahead.
this does not apply to existing wood fences. So if you have a wood fence and it falls down, you can put a wood fence back. It only applies to new construction. Yes, it was.
Mr. Price. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, you still have to, they done took your time down. You still had time if you wanted to stay here, but the time is gone. I apologize for that. I didn't know you was gonna talk from that, but please. Councilmember Alvarez.
I was going to just say what Mr. Cagle said, that make sure that there was no confusion about that, that if you're in an existing neighborhood that doesn't have these requirements and your fence falls apart, you can put it back with whatever you can currently put it back with. This applies to new subdivisions that have these masonry products, and if that masonry product falls apart, then the HOA would replace it, not the homeowner.
Thank you. Gary Purser. You have 4 minutes, sir.
Thank you, council, mayor, city manager. I have some of the same concerns. I want to speak to a lot of things, but first off, the gentleman just spoke to some things. That doesn't have to have an HOA. It doesn't have to have an HOA. We can do things without HOAs. So then the homeowner gets to pay for it because there's no HOA. Most of our HOAs, I get it, but we don't have to do HOAs. So the homeowner gets to pay for it. And then if the fence does blow down, gets run through, how do you have to put it back up? I haven't read it, haven't looked at it. I do wish that y'all would table it. I wish that we could have, you send me a written response. It'd take me 4 days to write as much as I want to say about it. I wish the city staff would sit us down with stakeholders and visit with us. I think it's way too early. I'm not opposed to looking this over and trying to get it right, but I am opposed to running it through too quick. I heard some figures from your staff a while ago that a wood fence is $50 and a masonry fence is $100. That's not correct. I'm in the business. I know the numbers. I don't know the exact numbers, but it's not 50 compared to 100. You've got to buy these, when you do these masonry fences, you're going to have to drill piers. So we've got to get a pier truck out there. Then I've got to get a concrete crew out there to pour a cap on that pier. And then I've got to get a masonry man out there. There's a lot going on here. And I think that it needs to be looked at closer. I don't think it has been discussed enough. I don't think that y'all are ready for this. And I would appreciate if y'all would instruct staff to get with us at the Home Builders Association and let some of these people that do it day in and day out discuss some things with the staff. And maybe we can all come up with something that would fit better. I just don't think you're ready at this point. And so I would hope that y'all slow it up a little and we try to get it right, because it doesn't have to have an HOA. I'm fixing to do one without a HOA. And then, I haven't looked at it, so I'm speaking way off the cuff, but I need to look at it, or I need to be told. I'd rather somebody tell me than me look. Are we going to have 10 different types of masonry fences, one type? Can we do masonry columns with wrought iron in between them? There's just a lot of things that we can look at. And I think it has to be looked at. So I think you slow it down. Like I say, I'm not opposed to it, and I'm not for it at this point. But I am for slowing down, and we can't write. You know me, I can't write something that expresses my concerns. I need to be able to sit down face to face with people. I need to be able to talk to them in a spirited way, whatever the heck that means, you know. But I would appreciate if y'all consider some of those issues. And I would also like to say that the way my mind works, there are 7 city council members here that have 100% of the vote. So if I take 7 and I divide it by 100, each one of y'all have about 15% say. That's all you get. So there's not one of y'all that can make any kind of decisions, and there's not one of y'all that can get your buddy or your friend or your whatever to vote with you. That doesn't get you there. You can't even have 3 of y'all. It takes 4 people. So I'm not for sure
Thank
why.
you, Mr. Purser. Sir, I'm not cutting your time. The only way you
Well,
can
I
continue,
saw
the
3
council have to give you permission.
I would like another minute, please, ma'am.
Let me check on it. Councilmember Adams, Councilmember Boyd, Councilmember Sagara, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay. Madam Secretary, please set the clock for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Mayor,
You're
and I
welcome.
appreciate it, Council. I'm wrapping up, but I just wanted to say that each one of y'all only have 15% of the say. It takes 4 of y'all. So I'm not for sure why we get mad at one person or we get mad at 2. I don't have any time spent on trying to understand it because I've got other things I need to understand. But no one person can do nothing. No 2 people, no 3 people. It takes 4 of y'all. So that's why y'all are up there, and that's why there has to be a majority. And, you know, it's that's all I have to say. Thank you, ma'am.
Uncle Nagu, you have 4 minutes. Oh, I apologize. Oh, yes, ma'am. No, yes, ma'am. Mr. Cagle told me. Before you speak, ma'am, Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just, Mr. Purser said a few things, and I agree with you. You were talking about, you know, concrete wall, you got to do piers. I believe one of the options that they offered is a precast masonry product like they use out at Mitchell Farms and Victory Ranch and Regency Ridge here on Stan Sluter and Cedar Brook Ridge and Harker Heights. You know, that product doesn't require piers. And okay. Yes, sir. I get.
Mr. Purser, you had time left, but you didn't take it, and we have another person up here. I apologize. You have to talk to him outside. I apologize. Councilman Alvarez, would you please wrap this up?
Yes, ma'am. I get what he's saying. The companies that I reached out to were actually the ones that installed the panels at Mitchell Farms, and they gave me the numbers. And I added it up for a 60-foot wide rear lot line. It was about $1,440 in additional cost to what you would spend putting up a 6-foot privacy fence was the difference. Based on the numbers that they gave me, I'd be happy to share those with you. And then the other part was, I believe staff said that they did share this with the development community. I don't know if they sent it to you specifically, but we can certainly ask them. I'm all about collaboration in the spirit of trying to get things right the first time. So thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. The first speaker mentioned the 50%, if 50% of the wooden fence gets damaged. That is applicable to the next item on the agenda. So there are 2 items. One is the perimeter wall and one is the screening device. He was talking about the screening device. And thank you, Councilman Sagara for asking a very, very important question. What is the cost? And as you can tell, there's a difference in opinion. And there is a reason why staff did not receive responses, and I do appreciate them asking for comments. Unfortunately, we felt like they wouldn't do any good to send comments. So I actually did start a list of comments, and I talked to several people, and nobody was interested in sending them. I do have the comments. I never send them. It is better to meet in person and discuss, go back and forth. The sentiment was that, yeah, we'll send some comments. Thank you for asking for them, but most likely they would be ignored. So I would highly encourage that we meet in person with stakeholders, and I would love for at least one council member to be part of the discussions. The perimeter wall looks nice. There's no question about it. It looks great, but it is very expensive. And that expense goes on the homeowner, the home buyer. All of that, yes, the developer pays it first, and then the home buyer pays for it. Yes, they do last a lot longer than, let's say they have to fix a section in 10 years. It will be extremely expensive to fix one section of a masonry wall. And the materials change over time. Are you going to find the exact same material, the exact same color in 10 years? It's very unlikely. Again, I would encourage that staff would meet with stakeholders in person, and I would hope that at least one council member attends at least some of the meetings. Thank you.
As far as the council members meeting, the council, Mr. Cagle hires staff. The council have a say on our executive directors who take on these positions. So when they're hired, that's their responsibility. If you have more than one council member talking about this, as you heard tonight, it's a walking quorum. That's not necessarily the case, because people are going to come up to you and talk to you. And if you live in the city of Killeen and you have a representative up here on this dais that represents you, you have access to him or her. www.killeentexas.gov. It just truly amazes me that for 7 days you have access to all of our city staff and also the council members. Even if I reply back, receive. I mean, if I received it, I received it, and it's going to the proper channels because we're not the expert. And I don't think a council member should be in those meetings. I don't want staff to feel pressured by us. We're their boss. That's nonsense. So if you have anything you would like to ask of the council right now, you can wait till after the meeting, Mr. Purse. I saw your hand go up. But thank you anyway. So I just want to put that out there. We are available. You have access to us. Is Councilman Boyd coming back? Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, to address some more of these comments, thank you, ma'am, for sharing those with us. And I understand the feeling that you may have thought it was going to fall on deaf ears, so you didn't send the comments back. But did you request a meeting with staff and they said no, or you could send your comments to the council? I mean, it's always an option. You have their.
Councilman Boyd, we can't be having these conversations back and forth. That conversation happens right here when that person is there. That's out of order, talking to the residents in the order. That's not your fault, Ms. Alvarez.
Apologies, my fault. All right, last comment. There's a comment talking about the expense if a car runs through it. They're very expensive to replace. I did ask the manufacturer that I spoke to out at Mitchell Farms, what if one of these panels gets destroyed? Can I go get another one? What does that look like? They said that these panels are 3D printed, and as long as you have a piece of the original panel, you can take it to them and they can reprint it to you in any color, shape, form, or fashion that you want it in. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Mr. Cagle.
Yes, ma'am. I'd just like to defend staff a minute. The track record shows very different when we receive input and when we have meetings. Things have changed, sometimes dramatically. So I don't think that would be the case. But I think the other issue here we need to remember is that, or the question to ask yourself is, how long is the city going to be here? And council is in charge of the long-term planning. And I think we've seen what the past 50 years of having short-term economic actors make long-term plans. Short-term economic actors are very important in the economy, but when they make the long-term plans, I think you can see some of the dysfunctions that we've had and just see from some of the pictures and the look of our community. It's going to be here a very long time. So these walls are built all over the country. It's not something new.
Thank you. Public hearing is closed. So council, you have heard several options from the residents. One resident stated to have staff to meet with them. Another resident stated to table it. Another resident stated that the cost is too high. So those are some options that you have, but as you know, this is up to you, council, to vote on this. So can I get a motion to approve or disapprove
question.
or whatever? Councilmember Cigar, another question. Yes, sir, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And, the more I hear, because I too, wasn't fully understanding what this is all about. And before I say something on that part, I had two questions. I think I asked that one earlier, but it came back. And I had asked if all the subdivisions have to be HOA. And according to the developer, he says, no, we're building one without HOA. So can we clarify that first? Is everything an HOA or not?
All new subdivisions, yes, sir.
Yeah, so what he said, was that actual, or is that one of the last ones where he's not building a HOA?
I'm not for sure which one he's talking about, so
I think he said he would hope that there were not all HOAs, but we passed the ordinance that all of them in the future will be HOAs.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. That's why I asked that question, because I knew that, but I think that there's still some confusion out there, and I just want to make sure that we clarify. Secondly,
I wanted to clarify something. The only way a resident or someone can come up here, the council have to invite them to come up here. You just can't have that conversation going backwards and forward because you asked us the question based on what we thought we heard. We don't know. Did you hear what he said, Ms. Kagan?
I don't know what you're talking about right now either.
Right. When Mr. Whoever came up here and stated that the HOAs, I just gave you my opinion what I thought I said. I'm not for sure. Mr. Kagan said he's not
I
for
wanted
sure.
the staff to clarify that. That was the.
Now it's all HOAs, correct, Mr. Kagan?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure they clarified that. And then the second thing is, the comment was made that the staff hadn't talked to the stakeholders, and I want to make sure that they got, because, to be honest, the more I hear about this, the more appealing it looks to me, And I look at it and I say, if you're going to put a brick wall in the back and you're going to make the developers they're going to incorporate that into the price of the lot. But then the developer, he's saving money because he doesn't have to put that back fence. And somebody said an average privacy fence is you're looking at about $25, $30 for a privacy fence, so per foot. And so, you're going to save some money on the developer there, even though he's paying more for the lot. He can save a little bit of money. And then
I correct you on that. It's not the developers, the home builders. Not the developer will save, it's the home builder.
the home builder, yeah, that's what I meant. So the developer is going to pass that in lot cost to the home builder, who's going to save on the back fence, right? A little bit. He's going to have to pay more to do that difference there, right? Yeah. So, as I hear more and more, it's, we want to beautify our city. So I'm in favor of doing that. But I think there's still a lot of questions that, we just need to make sure that they get out there I think we can get buy-in on the development community, but I think that, we just need to make sure that they understand everything that we're doing. If we put it into perspective, I think that this can be something that, I definitely can support. But I just want to make sure that, we're clear and they understand everything that we're doing. So, thank you.
Can I get a motion? Or for, can I get a motion on PH-24-027? Council, please.
I'll make a motion.
Council member has the floor. Councilmember Cobb.
Madam Mayor, is it possible that I could ask Mr. Revelle a question?
Yes, you're a council person. You
Okay,
can
Mr.
ask any staff member you want, ma'am.
Mr. Revelle, please come back. Mr. Revelle, are we ready? Are we ready to do this? That's what I need. I just want to know after hearing everything that I've heard tonight, because I was in the positive for it. Tell me why we would not be ready for this.
I believe we are ready.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's all I need to hear.
Council member Cigar.
No, I think the staff did a great job, but my
Is this
thing
a
is.
motion?
Yes, it's going to make a motion here. They did a great job, but I think that we still need to communicate. We need to get the buy-in, and my motion is just to table it.
Okay, Councilmember Allen.
I second the motion.
So Councilmember Sagara that support this, but now, Councilmember Sagara, I'm understanding you that you just said you want PH-24-027 table. And if you want this item tabled, how long you want this item tabled?
Just to the next meeting. My motion is to table it to the next meeting, and just to make sure that staff connects with the stakeholders. We want to make an effort. We don't want to just pretend, we're going back and forth. It's always important that we connect, and I don't think that, we'll have a problem bringing it back, but I just want to make sure everybody understands what we're getting into. So with that, my motion, Mayor, is to table it till our next council meeting.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Sagara to council PH-24-027 until 1 October meeting. And Madam Secretary, that second was by Councilmember Adams. Any comments, any statements? All right, all in favor, yes?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
I apologize. We say hold one, hold one. Councilmember Boyd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I have a question. I know I stepped out for a second. I'd like to know what specific level of dialogue we've had between staff and stakeholders regarding this particular issue.
So you can come on up, Mr. Revelle. Mr. Revelle had in his slides that on July the 1st, they sent out an email out and sent out a correspondent out, and they didn't get any reply back. But Councilmember Mayor, Mr. Revelle.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor, you're right. On July the 26th, we sent an email to a number of developers in our community. That email contained detailed information about three ordinances. This particular one that we're talking about, the screening device ordinance, and also the one that you all voted on August 20th to make plats administrative. We sent that correspondence out. We sent the documents out. We asked for them to respond and provide comments back by, I believe it was by August the 9th. And actually, we didn't receive anything in terms of those comments. And I've heard acknowledgement that it was received. So
my understanding is that we did reach out.
Yes.
We solicited comments and did not receive comments.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's the information that I needed. Just to speak on this, if I could, Madam Mayor. I find that if we did have, I'll just say this in regards to this. I find that if we did have this in place in the past, when Robinette was getting developed, Bunny Trail, West Elms, as well as Watercrest, it would look totally different going down there. This is in place now at Mitchell Farms, where it's very attractive when you're coming into that development. It is an improvement for our city. and especially the entrance signs. I think the Mitchell Farms entry sign might be the only one in my district. I could be wrong. Out of all our subdivisions, you think there'd be one for Goodnight Ranch, Estancia West, Lonesome Dove, all these large subdivisions, there's no entry signs for the most part. And so to get to that place, I think is important. The question is when we get there. The opportunity is to get there now. I understand it's something that has to be absorbed as far as cost, but this is common in a lot of your growing cities, and it helps us to identify our neighborhoods as well, if I'm just speaking to the entry side piece. But thank you for answering the question, staff, and that's the information I was requesting. Thank you.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yes, so my only concern is that if the city staff has already put out the request for feedback, what is going to be different this time if they do it again, right? So I think that we need to put some parameters on there for staff so they're not spinning their wheels. I know we gave them until the next meeting, but what is the expectation? So for me, I can't speak for the rest of the council, but for me, I would just like to be able to ensure that when we do reach out that we are selling the why. I think that there was a lot of questions about the why, understanding that we're looking at the aesthetics of our city overall for long-term growth. I think that needs to be part of that conversation. But we just need to be prepared if we don't get feedback back, that we can't make a decision if we don't have the responses from the people that matter.
Thank you. And I'm just in defense of staff, which I always do. We had a resident to say they got the information. They chose not to even decide to reply back to it because they felt that they're not going to listen. It was already put out by staff in July. They had that conversation. They sent it out. We're in September now. Moving our city forward is very important. This same council sits here and they say what they want. So you need to make you need to make sure that you let the staff know your expectation. It's not put on to the staff. You need to make sure you have the right to talk to developers because they have businesses in our city. It's not a crime if you do. I don't know where we got that concept that it is, because it's not. If you have a business in our city, this council have the right to talk to you, period. I don't care what you own. But the same token, I don't want staff running around in circles. So whatever you vote on, make sure y'all get with the people that you need to get with and get with staff and make sure they have a clear, this is what the council wants. A clear understanding where the city councilman board said it best. How we gonna grow? Precise. Councilman Sagara already called for the vote. All in favor, yes. All opposed, no. So it is to table it. So when it's tabled, y'all need to get together with them and work with the staff to come up with some solutions. And don't be running staff around in circles. I ain't saying meet there every day. All 6-1 with Councilmember Cobb in opposition. So it's to table, and you have from this day until we meet again on October 1st. And I hope that there'll be some clarity to the staff on what this council expectation is. Please. Get with the developers, builders, residents, and whoever else is a stakeholder and talk to them and have some kind of solutions when we come October 1st. We can't keep on going around circles. All right, good. Oh, here goes the second one. Madam Secretary.
PH 24028. Hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance amending Chapter 31 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Killeen, providing for amendments to the city screening device regulations. The caption of the ordinance reads, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Killeen, Texas, amending Chapter 31 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Killeen, providing for amendments to the city's land use regulations, providing for screening device regulations, providing for the repeal of conflicting provisions, providing for a severability clause, providing for a savings clause, providing for publication and an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I'm going to open up this public hearing, so I want to make this clear for the individuals that will speak. If you have any question for the council or staff, please don't go take your seat and try to ask a question. If you still have time, you can ask them the question, why are you standing here? Because once you take your seat, this goes for council too, you will not be recognized. With that being said, we're going to start off with Mr. Michael Fornino. You have 4 minutes.
Since this also has to do with concrete walls and whatnot, I think I can articulate what a previous speaker was talking about and what Mr. Segarra very correctly identified. In this area, there are very few people who are skilled at working with concrete. Working with concrete is as much an art as it is science. And the people who are coming up with these plans, and it's right to table it. People who are coming up with this, their soft pink hands have never picked up a bag of concrete,
Sir,
worked with
we are
rebar.
on the next item,
The screening devices are made,
PH
they're made of concrete. We show concrete panels.
028.
We were showing concrete panels during, it's all related. It's all related. It's the same principle. Okay, concrete, it does deteriorate. It looks great, but if we're all worried about aesthetics, maybe if we gave Ms. Mayfield a code enforcement more than 6 people to work with, the city would look a lot better in that regard. That's an easy fix. I've been asking for that for 10 years, but all these council people that listen to us don't. Okay, so when I speak about concrete and things like that, well, not a licensed mason, but it's something I'm familiar with. And yeah, I do have a cultural pride in that. Don't believe me? Look at most of Europe. Look at New York City, Providence, Rhode Island, Boston, Chicago, parts of San Francisco that were rebuilt after the earthquake out there. Okay? I know a little bit about concrete. And the previous speaker, you need to sit down and talk with him because it's not just dollars and cents and measurements. And I'll leave off with this. The fact that here we are going into Hispanic, Latino Heritage Month. We wouldn't have that without Latins, all right? When it came up earlier, you let a gentleman stand up here and defame and insult my heritage, and you let it slide? Because I have a little bit of knowledge about this?
Mr. Fornino, stay on topic.
I am on topic, ma'am. I got 2. These work outside, too. All right? You gonna let somebody stand up here, insult my heritage, and let it slide?
Mr. Fornino, stay on topic.
I am on topic. He was talking about the topic.
I don't know what you're talking about. Let's get back
You
to
let a bigoted remark slide and then
PH-
said we all stand together. You're all fucking bigots.
Thank you, bye.
Curse on you all.
Mr. Price, Mr. Price, sir. Mr. Price. I'm sorry, what? He's gonna leave. Mr. Price.
Mayor.
Mr. Price,
No apology
I
necessary.
apologize for the rudeness.
It's $1 in a bucket. Okay, so on my last one, it's we're combining this, right? So I combined the 2 of these for the screening devices, right? We're utilizing these concrete walls or these, I call it faux stone walls, right? It's engineered. It's an engineered stone wall. It's pretty much what we're buying for the new communist communities called HOAs. They look great, but then when you have them on both sides of the road, right, it looks like you're driving in a prison ground. That's my opinion. To me, 8-foot walls, it's indicative of a prison, right? You walk in, you go down there, you don't see any houses. You see a couple trees in the middle, and then you see a concrete wall and a concrete wall, and you drive down, you go through, and you see more concrete wall, roadways, and a stop sign. You keep going through. They did this in Greenville and Grapevine, and it's a sea of concrete. It's just gray and red, gray and red, gray and red everywhere, and you never see anything until you actually get inside the neighborhood. So aesthetically, I understand that when it's up against a thoroughfare like Tremere or something like this, and you see this long extension, you see all these broken fences and so forth, and things like this. I get the unsightliness of the different materials, but what's not being addressed is the weathering of these fences are severe, especially when you have high winds, tornadoes, and bad storms, right? They will come undone. They will fly through the air because they are lightweight. They're just perfect for tornadoes to grab, tornadoes or high winds, shear winds, to grab, pull it right out, and fly it down the road. It happens. It happens, and it happens quite often in a lot of places up in North Dallas. I've seen the neighborhoods. I've been there. I've driven through there. Used to drive a truck in Dallas every day, and I've seen those neighborhoods. Not only that, they fall apart, they crack, they crumbled in the sun and so forth. There is maintenance that has to be done every year, but not that it's the answer to everything. I just don't think that it should be the only answer. I think that we should have the available options that if you maintain your fence should last 7 to 12 years. If you maintain these, okay, you might get 10 to 12 years without any damage, but you still have to inspect it. You know, you should inspect your home annually anyway, right? But I just think that this ordinance is overdone in the way it reads that if your fence is 50%, you're buying a new brick wall. That's just the way I'm reading it. And I don't know why I read it that way. It's just that's the way it's clicking in my head. So if anybody can explain that to me, I'd be greatly appreciated. You know what I'm saying? I just see that somebody's going to have to shell out a few $1,000s.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I just wanted to, thank you, Madam. No, ma'am. But what I was going to say is I do understand that there's some misconception as far as what the fences look like. There were several examples in the presentation, and I'll be happy to also email you some of the fences that were sent to me that are decorative, because I do know the walls that you are speaking of, and initially that was my first thought, right? But then I received the information about the decorative walls that are a little different, so I will be happy to forward that information that was sent to me. Okay, so you can see the difference. Drastically different, not the same. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure I understand the difference between screening and the walls. I would like to address something that Mr. Alvarez said a while ago. I actually, on Mitchell Farms, during the break, I went out and talked to Syntex Homes. It's like $150 a foot. Now, if you call the supplier and it's $70 a foot.
Mr. Purser, I'm not trying to cut you off, but that agenda item, we're not on that anymore. And so you can only talk about,
Well, that's a screening device, isn't it?
But you talking about the price on the last item. You can talk to him about that price.
I'm talking about the price, yes, ma'am, because it's about $100-something a foot. At 60 foot, that's $6,000.
Right, yes, sir.
Ma'am.
But you signed up for PH-24028, and the item right now is amending our chapter 31, the Code of Ordinance of the City of Killeen, providing amendments to the city screening device regulation. We're talking about a regulation.
Okay, so
yes,
somebody explain to me a screening device, because evidently I don't know.
Sure, this is
no profanity, sir.
Thank you.
Continue, Mr. Kagan.
I might have done that. No,
Oh, no,
I'm
Mr.
kidding.
Purser.
No, this is about screening between a business that backs up to residential. So if it's a strip center or Walmart that backs up to residential. So this is not this essentially could be the same wall, but it's not on a road. It's dividing commercial and residential property.
And I assume, City Manager, there was something like the wrecking yards have to do some screenings and stuff, but I don't know. Something the same. Okay, well, I would ask for some help from all 7 of y'all then, including you, the mayor. The next time that I get up and speak and there needs to be comments, then I would appreciate you not letting me sit down, because I don't seem to know the rules real good. And when there's debate or comments or questions, I would like to still have my time to speak and not forfeit that. Okay? because I certainly
Yes,
wasn't
sir.
finished.
Yes, sir. I didn't know you. I didn't know you didn't. You had been here before a couple times, and I didn't know that you didn't know you can't talk from there. You did have time, and that's on. That's why I made that statement to everybody the second time. I
Madam Mayor,
apologize. Thank
no,
you.
no, you don't owe me an apology. I know I can't speak from the audience, or I'm not supposed to. I've been here long enough, but I do not know the rules. They've changed so much. Just like if I misspoke, I don't think I have to do a homeowners. But if we have, y'all passed an ordinance, y'all done some things that have upgraded, then I'm not aware of that. So those are the kind of things. And if there's going to be some discussion, I would like to be able to participate in the comments if that's even still appropriate. So I would just, you don't owe me no apology. Nobody up there owes me an apology. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Uncle Nagu.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. First of all, I do want to say I do appreciate the staff asking us for comments. I do appreciate it. And I do regret not sending them the
Yes,
comments.
ma'am. We're on PH-24-028.
Madam Mayor, it is on that. If you look in the presentation, they do say that they did not receive comments. So it applies to both. First of all, there's one thing I don't agree with on this, where it talks about existing non-conforming screening devices. If there's a destruction for more than 50%, that means they have to replace the whole thing. I think that is just, you're adding an unexpected cost that was not required before. I'm sure businesses, they anticipate costs, repair costs, and all of a sudden it's much, much higher cost to replace the fence that they were not, when they first built it, it wasn't required. So I don't think that's fair. I don't think this should apply at all to existing businesses. And I want to give you an example from my own personal, this is a different issue. I'm speaking specifically for smaller commercial developers. I think this would affect them greatly. I worked on a project, it was in Harker Heights, but it doesn't matter. And the owner told me that if a screening device, a masonry wall is required, an 8-foot tall masonry wall is required, then that would in effect kill his project. And they had some meetings, and they ended up not having to build up. But I remember that specifically. It's a small commercial developer. If all of a sudden they have to build 8-foot tall masonry walls, it may not be feasible anymore for them. So I would say the same thing if it is possible to table it and then give opportunities to stakeholders to meet face-to-face with staff. Thank you.
Public hearing is closed. Can I get a motion to approve or disapprove PH-24-028? Councilmember Boyd. Councilmember Alvarez.
Mayor, I move to approve PH 24-028.
Councilmember Boyd.
Second.
All in favor, yes. All opposed, no. Motion carries 7-0. Council will at least have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got at least over 10 more items to go. Madam Secretary.
PH 24037. Hold a public hearing and consider a city-initiated ordinance, case number Z2417, to rezone lots 1 through 13 out of the McDaniel addition from B5 Business District to R2 2-family residential district. The subject properties are locally addressed as 900, 902, 904, 906, and 908 through 916, McDaniel Circle, Killeen, Texas. The caption of the ordinance reads, An ordinance amending the City of Killeen zoning ordinance by changing the zoning of lots 1 through 13 out of the McDaniel addition from B5 Business District to R2 Two-Family Residential District, providing a savings clause, providing for the repeal of conflicting provisions, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We'll open the public hearing. We'll close the public hearing. Council, what is your direction on PH-24-037? Councilmember Boyd. Councilmember Solomon. Is that to approve PH-24-037?
Yes, I make motion that we approve PH 24-037.
Councilmember Adams.
Second.
All in favor, yes. All opposed, no. Motion carries 7-0. Mr. Price, don't disrupt the meeting. Madam Secretary, PH-24-038.
PH 24-038. Hold a public hearing and consider a city-initiated ordinance, case number Z-2418, to rezone lots 1 through 16, Block 1, and lots 1 through 4, Block 2, Kingsbury Park subdivision from B3, Local Business District, and B5, Business District, to R3F, Multifamily Residential District. The subject properties are locally addressed as 1200, 1202, 1204 through 1206, 1208, 1210, and 1212 Industrial Boulevard, 1707 through 1710 Kylie Circle, 1706, 1708 through 1710 Tanner Circle, and 1706, 1708, 1710, and 1712 Old Farm to Market, 440 Killeen, Texas. The caption of the ordinance reads, an ordinance amending the City of Killeen zoning ordinance by changing the zoning of lots 1 through 16, Block 1, and lots 1 through 4, Block 2, Kingsbury Park subdivision from B3, Local Business District, and B5, Business District, to R3F, Multifamily Residential District, providing a savings clause, providing for the repeal of conflicting provisions, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Public hearing open. Public hearing closed. Councilmember Alvarez, can I get a motion to approve PH-24-038?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve PH 24-038.
Speak?
No, they didn't.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Price signed up. Mr. Price, they should never stop me because I would have called you. I asked you, and you said, and the camera would be my witness on video. You said PH-24-039. It wasn't a 29. It was a 39. We had this conversation right here. So I apologize that you thought that you may have gave me the wrong one, but it's on camera that you did tell me 39. I asked that twice. So we can continue. It's already, public hearing is already closed, and we moved on to a vote. No, I'm not. Okay.
Did you get a second?
Can I get a second?
I second.
We're not.
Whenever you're ready. Please do not click the vote before the item is already read in case a council member has a question. It just throws everything off.
PH 24-039. Hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance amending the FY 2024 annual budget of the City of Killeen to increase revenue and expense accounts in multiple funds. The caption of the ordinance reads, An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Killeen, Texas, amending the FY 2024 annual budget of the City of Killeen to increase revenue and expense accounts and multiple funds, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict with this ordinance, providing a savings clause, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Council, Mrs. Drake presented the slides. Do you want her to go back through them? All right, public hearing is open. Mr. Price, you have 4 minutes.
So underneath this increased revenue and expenses accounts in multiple funds for the FY24, there's an item there that says 240,888 or 880 for claims and damages. I was just wondering what claims and what damages have incurred. So what do we pay for in damages? Underneath the tax appraiser, it's 631,104, but we're going to increase it 75,698. And I was just wondering, why are we increasing the tax appraiser's office? I think it should be zero, but that's just me, you know. Anyway, I know if it's zero, they don't collect any taxes, right? For the golf course, we're increasing the 93,895 by 1,286. Just what is the 1,286? I can't get that in online. And for exactly where is the EV charging station for $167,654? And then are we really looking at the $3.6 million for software? Is there any way to get cheaper software? Because I don't know. It seems a little exorbitant to me for $3 million for software for computers. That's just, you know, if that can be explained. And also on this report, it says there's an item that says 213% for miscellaneous and other in revenues. It doesn't say what the miscellaneous and other is in the revenues, so just what that 213% of revenues is. Thank you.
Public hearing is closed. Mrs. Drake, is anything you want to answer, or did you understand his question? Because the public hearing has been closed.
The 240,880 for claims and damages, as I said earlier, was the freeze damage to the Family Aquatic Center, Long Branch Pool, and a number of traffic signals that have been hit by vehicles. The tax appraisal district.
That was revenue coming to the city.
Correct. The tax appraisal district, that is not optional because the tax appraisal district is required by law. And the reason that that is increasing by 75,000 is the special legislative session that occurred last year during the summer went late through the summer after we had already proposed the budget, when the school district exemption was increased to 100,000 for homesteads. That lowered the tax levy for school districts, which changed the allocation for taxing entities and increased the cities and counties portion for the tax appraisal district budget. And that's the increase for the 75,000. The golf course, the $1,286, that is a golf course CIP fund that it's residual funds left over that we're using to help pay for the irrigation system controller, so that fund can go away. And then the EV charging station, that location is still, we're still working out the details on that, but that is to appropriate the $50,000 that's coming from Bell County for the agreement that was approved by council previously. The 3.6 million on the software, that was, again, the GASB 96 compliance. We're having to move that to the IT fund. And that was on the multi-year contract for the financial software, payroll software that was approved earlier in the year by council, I believe in February. And I do not know what he's talking about on the 213%.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so kindly.
Okay.
Can I get a motion to approve PH-20, Councilmember Adams?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve PH 24-039.
Councilmember Solomon?
Second.
All in favor, yes. All opposed, no. Motion carries 7-0. Madam Secretary. Council, we're getting ready to go into discussion items, and we have some residents in here that may be wanting to know about the committee. So we have Mrs. Tangerland. She's going to do the quarterly financial report. Mrs. Kate Kizzo will be doing our downtown Killeen. See if we have somebody from out of town. Anybody go on this one? All right, so these are just discussion items. Please have your questions ready if you have any, but basically what we have is just updates. Madam Secretary.
DS 24057, receive quarterly financial report.
Thank you, Council. You have 3 minutes to speak, 3 times each. Welcome back, Mrs. Tangerland.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Council. This is the quarterly financial report for the third quarter, for the quarter ended on June 30th, 2024. The overview, we will go to the executive dashboard. We're going to review the major operating funds, and then we're going to have a quick update on the ARPA funding. In the executive dashboard, we have the staffing indicators that we have the amount of separations. The year-to-date is 174, but we have 222 new hires. We have a 94.3% field police and 92.4% fire. Citywide is 91.3%. For new constructions and permits, in fiscal year 23, we have 285 new single-family residential, and in fiscal year 2024, we have 465. For sales tax information, you can see this is the trend for June. Year-to-date, we are 1% above what we were last year at that point of time. This is your sales tax information breakdown. Retail is 52.5%, hotel 14.1%, and so on. Now we're going to go into the major funds. General fund is the third quarter, so anything that you see 75% should be normal. Our revenues are 85%. I'm sorry, they are 84%, 85% taxes and fees because property taxes get collected at the beginning of the fiscal year. Total revenues are 102.6 million. Our expenditures are 70%, 90.3 million, with a net change of 12.26 for this quarter. For water and sewer fund, our operating revenues are 71%, and our operating expenses are 55%, with the operating net change of 12.1, and your net position ending will be 17 million. For solid waste, our operating revenue 79%, expenses 67, and our net position ending is 7.96 million. For our drainage utility fund, For operating revenues, we are at 75%. Operating expenses, we're at 53%, with the net position ending 1.9 million. For our aviation funds, our operating revenues are at 70%, our expenses are 61%, and our net position ending is at 1.7 million. For our hotel occupancy tax fund, our total revenues are 55%, and then our total expenditures are 43%. The net change in fund balance is at 0.26 million, and our ending balance is 2.56. For our street maintenance fund, our total revenues are 77%, and our total expenditures are 35%. You will see more expenditures in the last quarter for this fund, but our net change in fund is 4.89. So our fund balance ending is at 14.70. So that's all the funds, so we are in a good shape. Now I'm gonna give an American Rescue Plan and ARPA funding update really quick. For our hotel occupancy tax fund, approved uses, the amount allocated was 2.5. We have spent 1.0 million. For our general fund, we allocated 7.6, and we have almost spent almost everything, 7.4. And by the way, these check marks over here, that means the project is already completed. For our governmental CIP fund, and this is where you're gonna see the most fund allocated, the amounts allocated, 17.9 allocated, and we have spent 6.1 up to date. And this is because the Emerging Operations Center is right now under construction, and you will see a lot more expenses by next quarter. And for the other appropriations that we did after, we already spent $679,000 out of $1 million, with a total of 15.1 spent out of the 29 million. That's 52%. We have, however, we have encumbered 97% of all the funds that were allocated. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Council. I had the opportunity to go through the slides prior to the meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary.
DS 24058, Downtown Killeen update.
Okay, Mrs. Kate Kizio, Kizito. All right, just a quick update. Hey, ma'am, great job. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Great job, everything you do downtown.
Thank you all, and thank you all for having me. Just want to give a quick update on everything we've done in the past couple of years and kind of a
Great job.
brief forecast of what's to come. For anybody in the audience who may not know, back in 2007, the City of Killeen adopted the Downtown Action Agenda. And then again, in November of 2010, the City of Killeen adopted the Downtown Plan as a supplement to the Comprehensive Plan. This plan expired in 2020 and was largely not implemented. And actually, the plan said at that time, without prudent and strategic public interventions to turn things around, troubled downtowns tend to continue to spiral downward, acting as a further drag on community image and economic vitality. Oops. When the most recent comprehensive plan went to our stakeholders, there was a lot of emphasis on downtown. And so the Clean 2040 plan, throughout that comprehensive plan, identified 6 barriers to revitalizing downtown. The first one is historic history and trajectory of development in Killeen. For the last several decades, growth in Killeen has generally shifted away from both downtown and North Killeen. A major factor shifting away from North Killeen is the larger local development community, indicating a lack of interest in putting revenues into downtown and redevelopment. Economic abandonment of downtown, large vacant and deteriorated buildings were a daily reminder of the lack of economic activity. and amplified by absentee property owners. Downtown at its worst saw a 63% vacancy rate with 5 buildings in extreme disrepair, so missing roofs, water intrusion, basically self-demolishing. Economic abandonment of downtown. The direction of development in Killeen has resulted in a real and perceived economic abandonment of downtown in North Killeen. Lack of leadership. A common response from business owners and community leaders in the comprehensive plan was a lack of consistent leadership in downtown. At different points in the past, the area was not a priority for either elected officials or local businesses. The lack of leadership provoked pervasive community apathy and cynicism, made worse by a lack of coordination between downtown businesses, the police, code enforcement, and other city staff. The lack of activity in downtown. Many community members responded in the comprehensive plan process that the main reason they didn't come downtown was because there was no reason to. The lack of family-friendly activities is a primary source of this perception. Popular events like the farmers market that were once downtown were moved out. Businesses and property owners shared that one key barrier to more restaurants and entertainment to downtown was our restrictive alcohol ordinances. And then undesirable activity, the lack of positive image was reinforced by limited activity, undesirable experiences and sites. This idea that perception is reality perpetuated the idea that downtown was dangerous, and online and on social media. The physical impediments, the physically dilapidated buildings in downtown required significant investment to make the buildings occupiable. Brief pause, this building actually was not listed as one of those 5, so if you can imagine the state of the 5. The city's existing facade grants were not enough to address the remedies needed in the buildings that sat vacant for decades. And so with that, we've really tried to take each of those barriers and dissolve them and to bring success downtown. The first one, shifting trajectory. So we focus less on attracting big developers to come downtown and more on helping the small businesses that were already choosing to call downtown home for their business through grants and incentives. Since the adoption of the Clean 2040 plan, 62 businesses have opened in the greater downtown, adding 162 jobs to the area. Nurturing and fostering growth. As a downtown, we started investing and bringing vibrancy back in the area through incremental but immediately tangible improvements, public art, placemaking, tactical urbanism. We didn't do it alone. In 2023 alone, we saw over 1,000 volunteer hours. This is a picture of our boss team helping us hang sun sails and landscape. They also helped us pick up litter. We had other volunteers and community groups like Killeen Creators to come in and bring volunteer activities to paint crosswalks and murals downtown. This is an artist actually from Canada that came in and did a mural downtown. Along with that, we also revived our vacant building registry. Currently, this year, there's one on here that wasn't registered, but we've reached 100% compliance now with our vacant building registry, moving from a 37% occupied when the ordinance was adopted to 79% as of right now. And there's a number of them that are registered as vacant that are under construction, so that number is lower compared to what's actually happening. And all 5 of those buildings in demolition by neglect were resolved, 4 by repair and 1 by demolition. We also worked to assemble the team. There's a lot of positions that were created or brought to downtown. So my position, the community engagement coordinator, who's Lavalis, our community engagement unit with KPD, and then we also have a dedicated code enforcement officer that works in downtown. Within the city, we also created an internal downtown coordination team. We meet once a month. That includes our communications and marketing team, our police department, development services, building inspections, code enforcement, planning, parks and recreation, public works, the streets, solid waste, mowing and drainage teams, community development, building services, fire with emergency management, and then also our downtown division is a part of it. We also worked to increase foot traffic. So in 2022, there was an ordinance adopted that allowed alcohol sales within 300 feet of a church, which allowed for new restaurants to open downtown. And then actually, through the process of the last 2 years, we received a Brew City designation for all of our efforts to make local brewing a possibility here in Killeen. We also brought the farmers market back to downtown with an average weekly attendance of 1,500. We established 5 downtown signature events, including the return of Celebrate Killeen to downtown. There's a picture of Celebrate Killeen there. This is 4th of July, Holiday Under the Stars. We also installed 12 public art installations in downtown in the last 2 years. Another thing we did was we started promoting our downtown. We did shop downtown cards and gave out 5,000 of them to encourage people to come downtown and shop. Those were given out to residents through community partners, but also all the new soldiers that came onto Fort Cavazos. And so we saw a lot of people that came to shop downtown for the first time with those. We also partnered again with Fort Cavazos to do volunteer days, as well with the Mounted Warfare Foundation, to do the veterans banners every Veterans Day. Another thing that was created is the Killeen Police Department Community Engagement Unit, established back in the North Precinct, and they do foot and bike patrols, increasing their presence in the area. We invested in our future in 2022. $1 million was allocated of ARPA grants to catalyze downtown investment, and I will say they did. I get so many calls about those. And then in 2022, the Bell County Annex location was established in downtown. In 2023, the City of Killeen revived the TERS number 2 and extended its life and boundary. It's been very important. And in 2023 and 2024, over $400,000 in facade and expanded improvement grants were awarded to downtown. In 2024, we also signed the 3-deed agreement with Southern Roots Brewing Company to put their headquarters downtown. And also this year, we expanded the NKRP program to include sewer rehabilitation, which was a top priority from the Downtown Advisory Committee. And just to kind of culminate all that in the numbers, total downtown investment in 2023 was just under $10 million, with 87 jobs, 6 public art installations, 37 new businesses, 22 downtown event days, and 15 historic building renovations. For every dollar that the city invested, a private business matched that with $8.41 on their total project. It's not that we just think the numbers are cool. The state of Texas actually thinks they are too. So they gave us the Texas Downtown Award for Best Economic Game Changer in the state in 2023. And then in 2024, this is a mid-year report. Obviously, we're still getting all the numbers in for the culmination of this fiscal year, but we've seen 6 public art installations, 25 new businesses open, 75 jobs added with 52 more on their way, 25 downtown event days, 12 historic buildings renovated with 11 more under construction. And for every dollar that the city has invested, a private business matched that with $25.72. Moving forward, looking into the next year, we are seeking our Texas Main Street designation. We've been in close contact with their offices. Downtown expanded improvement grants are going to expand to the greater downtown, the full 60 blocks, to help soften the edge and improve those buildings as well. New downtown wayfinding will be installed, and we actually have 6 businesses that are scheduling their ribbon cuttings between now and the end of the year, so we hope to see y'all there. And that's all I have.
Well, I'm going to go first. Wow. That's it. One word. Wow. And thank you. Great job.
Thank you all for the opportunity to be a part of it.
Yes, Mayor. First of all, thank you to Kate and the entire staff that has championed a lot of these things. You know, we as a council may have a vision, but you guys are the ones, the boots on the ground, who execute these plans and kind of bring all these visions to life. So thank you guys. We couldn't do it without you guys. And as someone who was born just a few blocks out of downtown Killeen, I am ecstatic and beyond proud of everything that you guys have done to this point. So thank you.
Oh, yes, we're going. She already has spoken. Your time.
Yes, I want to say thank you, Miss Katie. What wonderful job you're doing down there. Every time I go down there, it's excitement. You know, you feel the change that has taken place, and we see the change, and we see the progress. It's just been tremendous, and thank you for you and everybody that's a part of that progress. Thank you. We see it. I just love to come downtown, and thanks to you and your team. Thank you.
Ms. Kate, what you should have ended with, but wait, there's more, right? We have so many other things in the works for the downtown area, and it's nice to be able to have the hard data behind it because we have accomplished collectively so much in a 3-year period with a strategic plan. You said it best, the strategic focus. When I do my town halls, I'm talking to people, telling before we were throwing money at this thing and not really planning it out, not really having the buy-in of our citizens or the council. And so it's been a truly beautiful thing to be able to watch all of these things kind of culminate and come together. But there are a lot more good things happening in that particular area. You said something else I just want people to remember is immediately tangible, right? To be able to see the wins and see the development, to see the businesses. And so I just want to also just remind people that they're just now finding out about us, that we're at the Touchdown Downtown. That was a complete success. We had, was it over 2,500 people?
We don't have the data back yet.
We don't have the
but
data
I'll
back
let you
yet,
know.
but there was a lot of people out there. So I think that just having people just realize that there's a lot going on down there, and please just come and see what's happening in your neighborhood. Thanks.
Mr. Gar, Councilmember Boyd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to quickly note that downtown Killeen within 3 years has transitioned successfully from economic abandonment of downtown to it went from lack of let me go back. Sorry, it's a long day. Sorry. Went from economic abandonment of downtown, lack of leadership, lack of activity downtown, undesirable activity in downtown, physical impediments, up to shifting the trajectory, nurturing and fostering growth, assembling a team, increasing foot traffic, positive image, positive activity, and investing in the future. There have been evident transitions for our downtown, and it's just great to see. It's great to communicate. And like the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, it's great that we have the hard data to show. Thank you, Kate, again, for the hard work you're doing.
Councilmember Adams.
Thank you. I'm not going to sing this song, but there's an old song, We've Only Just Begun. But I had one critique. He forgot to mention that we were also recognized and seen nationally by National League of Cities, and we highlighted our downtown. And that doesn't do away with all the other stuff you're doing, but that's just to add another feather in your hat.
Absolutely. And I do want to say thank you to all of you. The ordinances that you guys have put in place, the incentive programs that you guys have put in place have really made us the gold standard. We've had cities reaching out to us asking for help on how to make their programs resemble ours. And so just thank you for all that you guys have done to make it possible.
Well, I will leave with you, Tina Turner. You simply the best. Yeah, better than all the rest. Thank you so much, you and your team, for your hard work. Thank you. Madam Secretary, scratch that from the record.
I already got it recorded.
Moving to the next item, Madam Secretary.
Yes, ma'am. DS 24059, discuss the procedure for nominations and appointments to the Board of Directors for the Tax Appraisal District of Bell County.
Thank you. That was my 3 minutes. I can use it any kind of way I want to. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Secretary. All right, Council, we have our Attorney General, our City Attorney. Yes, she calls.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It is going to be hard to follow that, and I guarantee it won't be as interesting or fun. All right, this is a preview item for the Tax Appraisal District Board of Directors. So as background, in 2023, the Texas Property Tax Code replaced the previous process for appointing the Board of Directors for the Tax Appraisal District. Previously, the City of Killeen appointed one member unilaterally to the Tax Appraisal Board. Starting on January 1st, 2025, the Tax Appraisal Board will be made up of the elected tax assessor collector, 3 members that have been elected by voters, and then 5 members that are appointed by taxing entity election. And so I'm going to go through what that means, taxing entity election. There's a nomination and a voting process for the entities. So all taxing entities in Bell County will nominate up to 5 candidates before October 15th, 2024. The appraisal district will send out a ballot to the taxing entities that includes all the nominations that have been sent in from the entities, and then each entity will have a certain number of votes based off the percentage of the total tax levy to put towards whichever candidate or candidates they choose. The city of Killeen will have 552 of the 5,000 total votes, and final votes shall be submitted no later than December 15th, 2024. So the next steps are that October 1st, our next council meeting, will have a resolution for you to consider nominating up to 5 candidates for the Bell County Tax Appraisal District of Bell County Board of Directors. So that's what we'll need back from you, is whether you want to nominate one person to up to 5 persons, and that will be, you can discuss that and adopt that resolution October 1st. We'll need to get that, because that's your last meeting before the October 15th deadline for that. And then November 19th, 2024, we'll bring back a resolution submitting the City of Killeen's final votes for the Bell County Tax Appraisal District. So those are the next steps. If you have any questions, I will take those.
Thank you. For the tax appraisal district for Bell County, those are all elected positions, correct?
No.
Except one?
Okay. 3 will be elected, if I can go back to the slide. So the elected tax assessor collector will be 1, and then 3 members are elected by voters. So the other 5 will be not elected by popular election, but there will be a taxing entity election. So that means your governing body and other governing bodies will
We gotta
elect
come
among
together.
those. Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay, I remember discussing that with Mr. Cagle. Got that one. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to clarify, the person or persons that we nominate to be on that ballot, these are council members, or this anybody from the public, or?
Anybody from the public.
Anybody. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you for trying to get on, but no, we won't allow you. All right, thank you, our city attorney. Okay, council, the next item is our boards and commissions and committees, which is a lot of going into details with appointments. So when Madam Secretary do call you, you all had 7 days to look at your package. And if you are responsible for that particular committee or that board, be ready to give your names, and let's vote and move forward. Madam Secretary.
DS 24060, discuss annual appointments to board, commissions, and committees. And I would like to note that this item will be coming back for final action on October 1st as a resolution. But if you do have names tonight, I will take those down and add them to
Yes,
that
ma'am.
resolution.
You
Yes,
gave
ma'am.
us all our binder, our last council meeting, which is over 2 weeks.
Yes, ma'am.
So we should be ready to appoint to positions.
Yes, ma'am. And additional applications were emailed to the mayor and city council today as well for any of them that we had received.
Okay, so what'll happen, we'll just introduce it tonight, and on October 1st, their term. Mr. Cagle just reminded me why I put this on the agenda. Yes. So council, their term is over on September the 30th. Even though you got your book in advance, she's just gonna go over the procedures, but we cannot appoint to October the 1st. Even though if you have somebody, you can say it tonight. So tonight, we would just keep it as a discussion, and we will not appoint, and we will do it on October the 1st. But if you do want to appoint now, you can. Okay, some people do, so go through it.
Well,
Okay,
we
good.
can just take a name, but nothing will be final
Correct.
until the 1st. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, correct. That's what I asked for.
Okay.
Okay, let's get started. I got
Yes.
my names ready.
Okay. I won't belabor the point, but y'all know to make annual appointments to boards and commissions and committees. The following tables show members with expiring terms or resignations and whether the member is term limited, generally 6 years, unless specialized knowledge is required. And then the other category shows if they've requested reappointment.
Yes, ma'am.
Starting with the Animal Advisory Committee, Councilmember Adams, you are on the subcommittee, and you would make these appointments.
acknowledge, the only statement I want to make is I am waiting on a
Do
confirmation.
you have a person?
Waiting for them to get back with me.
Okay, moving on, next.
Yes, ma'am. The Arts Commission is all of council. There are 3 vacancies.
For these art commission, that was my question. For the art commission, is there a specialty for these individuals, or they just can be at large?
So there are 2 at-large vacancies, as it says on the comments, and then there is a specialized educator arts vacancy. But Christopher Brown has requested reappointment. He is that specialized position. And then Angela Galbraith has requested reappointment as well as an at-large member.
Yes, ma'am. So for at-large members, if we already, the specialty, I can understand keeping them, but we need to give other people the opportunity. So we have 2 at-large, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do any council member have anybody? If not, I do. No one? Denise, Councilwoman Cobb?
I would like to.
Did she put in the application?
She had not put her application
Okay, no
in.
ma'am, that's a no-go at this station. Denise Sherman is one. We also have at large, we have a person we never had before, and that would be a Richard White. I don't even know who that is. And then you said the other person would like to stay, Angela.
Well, Angela would like to stay, and so would Christopher Brown, and he's the specialized educator arts position.
So he can stay the specialized, but the 2 others have been replaced with 2 new people we don't even know. We got to rotate these individuals out of these positions. We cannot keep the same people. It's not fair. So we have 2 new at-large members, and the one with the specialty, he can stay. Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Next is the Audit Committee, all of council for consideration. Jack Ralston has requested reappointment, and Bob Blair did not request reappointment.
Okay, on that committee, we have, we will leave that open until the council look at that one. Moving on to the next one.
Next is the Board of Adjustment Aviation. The subcommittee is Councilmember Cobb and Mayor Nash King. And 4 of these individuals requested reappointment.
Okay, so with all 4 of them, we have, these are all at-large positions.
Correct.
So let me see what applicants, we don't have anybody put in the application.
So the ones that requested reappointment put in applications, but that.
I mean, that's
yes,
what
ma'am.
yes, ma'am.
Correct.
What I meant, we didn't have any new people. That's why I asked for it to be opened up. So we can move on next.
Okay. Next is Board of Adjustment Construction. Subcommittee is Councilmember Alvarez and Councilmember Boyd. I would like to note that the Health District nominated Josh Langley to fill their position on that board.
Do all the other board members want to stay, and do we have any new applications?
John Dean would like to stay. He has requested reappointment. He is termed, and he is a mechanical contractor, so it's a specialized position. Royce Bowles did not request reappointment, but he is termed, and he's an electrical contractor.
Okay, so Councilmember Boyd and Alvarez, do you have any recommendations after listening to the Madam Secretary? If not, we can bring it back October the 1st.
I have my list ready.
Yes, let's go,
I don't know
sir.
if Mr. Boyd had anything. I had
I
Josh.
apologize, Councilmember Boyd, he had, okay, all right.
I had Josh Langley that was recently appointed, Jarrett Irby Holden, and Chetty Emil.
Okay. So Jared for the mechanical contractor position and Chetty for the electrical contractor. Okay, got it.
Thank you.
Moving
Way to
on.
go.
Next is the Board of Adjustment Fire Prevention Code. The subcommittee is Councilmember Solomon and Councilmember Boyd. I would like to notate in the slides that went out that Jennifer Knotts was initially listed in Ronald Blackman's seat due to an error with the software. The information is now correct, and Mr. Blackman has requested reappointment.
With that committee, it's a person term up. We don't have it in front of us. It's just the people. Who term is up? And not, is there any new individuals put in applications? All right, then, that's your answer. If no one put in an application, you got to go with what we have.
Well, Mr. Blackman did as of yesterday, so he's the only application.
So Blackman's already on the committee. Those are the ones that's already there, right? Okay, could you, I don't even know, I don't know. So, Madam Secretary, for clarity and time's sake, the individuals that's on the slide are already on this committee.
They're current members. 2 of their terms expired last year, and no appointments were made because there weren't any applications on file.
So you have to go with who you got. You don't have any new application. Blackman put in one, but he was already on the committee, and that's that's what's confusing everybody. People are putting in application because they want to be reappointed, but they were already on the committee. So are you okay with keeping the same people because you don't have any new applications? No, sir. Did she? That was an error.
It was an error.
It's a lot
Jennifer she's
now.
not on.
Yes, sir, that was an error. No, sir, that's it. You don't, that's your committee, because you don't have any new applications. Well, I'll let you talk to the secretary
Okay,
offline.
I'm going to move on.
Yeah, please.
Board of Adjustment Zoning Subcommittee, Councilmember Alvarez, Mayor Nash King. The information is in front of you. Ricky Wilson has requested to be reappointed as the Planning and Zoning Representative for this board. And Linda Knotts requested reappointment, and that is all.
All right, for planning and zoning, we're going with somebody else from this board. Mr. Adams, who do you want?
From planning and zoning, I agree with Ricky
I'm sorry,
Wilson
you're not on the
reappointment.
I'm sorry, Mr. Alvarez.
Oh,
I know you was gonna agree, but I said it wrong. Mr. Alvarez, pick somebody else. We switching out, rotating off planning and zoning, new people, everybody.
I had reappointing Linda Knotts, and then I had new appointments, LaDonna Barbie, Jarrett Irby Holden, Chetty Emile, and Regina Mitchell.
We're looking for one person for planning and zoning. This is a representative from this committee, correct? Correct, Madam
It's a
Secretary?
representative from P&Z on that committee.
Right, from here. So I need a new person. Wilson had it, I need a new person.
I have.
Okay, well, first of all, if it's not your, I don't want to be rude, but this is not our first time, and my patience is short right now. If your name is not on there, you shouldn't be talking, because we're going to respect you. So, Madam Secretary, for clarity, one of these individuals on this Board of Adjustment and Zoning, one of them can sit on the planning and zoning, correct?
That's correct.
So I said, do not pick Ricky Wilson because he's currently sitting there. Do you have anybody else you want to put on the planning and zoning?
As a P&Z rep?
P&Z.
Do we have anybody else from P&Z who's showed interest in serving on the BOA?
No, sir.
No.
That's the name I was given from their liaison.
Yeah, if I can, the P and Z rep is normally recommended by P and Z to council,
Yeah.
and so if this is the same person, it sounds like that's
the
why we have that
clarity I
name.
was looking for. Thank you, Madam City Attorney.
So we good? I gave you the other names?
I'll
Aside
get with
from
you
Ricky
offline
Wilson?
to
Okay.
make sure.
I'll send them to you.
Cool.
Thank you, Councilmember Alvarez. Madam Secretary.
Next is the Civil Service Commission, the city manager. This is his appointment. Kevin Williams has requested reappointment.
Yes, ma'am, I support that.
Yes, sir. Next, we have Community Development Advisory Committee for all of council to consider. Most of these individuals did request reappointment as citizen representatives.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
and I nominate Cedric Moss.
Okay. So in order for you to nominate somebody, that means somebody got to come off. Who are you
No.
taking off?
There is one, Tracy Hillman Benoit, did not request reappointment.
Correct. You're right. So you want to put Cedric Moss in her place.
Yep.
Got it?
Is there anybody else that the council see that put in the application that you would like to add, but you have to take a person off? I would like new people coming in, give them the opportunity. We do not need the same people on the committee over and over again. This one right here, Madam Secretary, because they are not prepared, on Community Development Advisory Committee, we will bring this back October the 1st.
Yes, ma'am. Heritage Preservation Board, there is one vacancy coming up, and Cindy Rowe was nominated by the Planning and Zoning Commission to be reappointed.
So is that the only position?
That's the only position that's opening, yes.
Okay, well, then she's back on the committee.
Okay. KEDC, all of council, KEDC, has selected Amy Millsap and Kelly Brown as members, and so all you're doing is ratifying those
We
individuals.
agree, we can move forward.
Killeen Sister Cities, there's been an update since the slides went out. Janice Anderson was added as the new member for the OSON committee representative, but there is still an opening for the citizen rep on this board.
For Killeen
Killeen Sister Cities, which is all the council.
So there is no vacancy open, and the only two people we got is a Sandra, I can't pronounce her last name, and Shamika, what's Shamika last name? Lord. So council, what is your pleasure? It's only one position open, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
The
Sandra
citizen.
Twyman.
Okay,
Which
I'm sorry,
one?
do she
Sandra?
serve on, is she already serving on a committee or board? Okay. All right, Councilmember Alvarez said for the council, Sandra who? Okay.
Got it. Thank you. Next, we have the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, all of council. Only one individual requested to be reappointed, the at-large position, Emilio Fenderson. And then the other two are from District 2 and District 4.
So, Mr. Emilio is he at large?
He's at large, yes.
And we have another person at large. Is it Tremont County? And
His
we all-
position is not open. The positions in front of you for District 2, District 4, and one at large, those are open or expiring.
And so you did say Mr. Emilio, his time is up too, come September the 30th. That's correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
But he has requested to be reappointed.
Okay. So for the at-large position, this is.
Madam Mayor, I have a recommendation if you'd like to hear it.
If anybody, you already did many. Anybody else want to do a recommendation?
I came ready.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Councilmember Councilmember Alvarez?
I said I did my homework and I came ready.
You did. That, I gotta give you your credit for. I gave it to you. Yes, ma'am.
You got, unashamed, members.
So you don't get to do District 2 or 4, that's the council members. You only get a one at large. You can do that at large. Do you have somebody for at large? Councilmember Alvarez, who you have?
I had reappointment of Emilio Fenderson and appoint Tremont Cannon and Marla Campbell.
Well, for District 2 and 4, only the council members can appoint those. For
Oh, well, that's what I had.
Okay, that's good to have that. So we'll bring that back on October the 1st for the District 2 and 4, and you want to keep Emilio? Everybody okay with that? Okay, we'll keep him.
Oh.
Do you have a District 2 rep, Mr. Councilman Solomon? He live in District 2?
Yes.
I thought he was in District 1. So he already in an at-large. We'll come back on October 1st.
So what
Mayor, I
you
have
need
a
to look at is what district these applicants are from.
Right.
But all of council gets to appoint this board. Right.
Madam Mayor.
Okay. All right, we'll move on.
I'd like
Oh,
to make
I'm
a
sorry, Councilmember Boyd, go ahead,
problem.
please.
I'd like to make a recommendation for District 4. That individual would be Michelle Lammers. That would be my recommendation.
Got it?
And if you want to keep her, you can come back, it's up to you. But is he in District 2? Oh, God. Yeah.
Okay, we can readdress this on the 1st.
Yeah, Emilio is there, okay. Yes, ma'am, we'll just move.
Is that okay?
Okay, so Emilio is going to District 2, and for that park and rec at large, David B. Fleming's on anything? He's not? Okay, oh, yes, he is, I don't, this is so confusing to me. Yeah, let's just move on.
Okay, so the at-large is still vacant for Parks and Rec. Okay. Planning and Zoning Commission, this is all of council. Positions 1, 2, and 3 are open or will be expiring. And Mr. Jones and Mr. Gukeisen have requested reappointment.
Madam Mayor, I have 3 recommendations.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Cobb.
I would like to nominate Carlos Pineda, Preston Ellis, and Andrew Guy-Kadama.
Oh, God.
Giacomosi.
Giacomo, that's his name.
All right, so let me write this down, I'm sorry.
Those are
In
also
the
my
order of
3.
position.
Those are the 3 you wanted to?
Okay, please, everyone cease. We're trying to get clarity from Madam Secretary.
The individuals listed, you have them for 2, 1, and 3, as they are on the presentation.
Yes, ma'am, I'm assuming. Are you listening?
Yes, we are.
She asking you, do you want, the way you named them off, do you want them in position 2, 1, and 3, just like it is?
Just like I named him, yes.
Alvarez, you want him to acknowledge?
Yes, him and I have the same names, yes.
Okay, well, we're gonna leave that right there.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right,
Next.
wait a minute, everybody okay with that? Okay, everybody okay. Moving on, Madam Secretary.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have the Senior Citizens Advisory Board. The subcommittee is Councilmember Cobb and Councilmember Solomon.
Oh, yes,
Oh,
please,
yes.
you can go. You ready for that one? Yes, sir, please go.
Donna McPherson, Sandra Wooten, Denise Sherman, and Steve Heights.
Okay. Next, we have the Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone Number 2 Board, which is all of council. And all 3 of these individuals requested to be reappointed. The Central Texas College representative, they submitted Charles Rex Weaver. And then the Bell County representative is Louis Minor. So The only real vacancy will be the city representative.
Yes, ma'am. As far as the city representative, I would like to add Miss Tony Reno, Ring and Gold.
Ringgold, got it.
Thank you.
Next is the Youth Advisory Commission Subcommittee,
Segar.
Councilmember Alvarez, Councilmember Segar, and Councilmember Adams. I understand y'all did interviews with these individuals, and these were the names. There are 2 slides for the commission, but these are the names that have been submitted.
Yes.
Okay?
And we recommend all of them.
Okay, there was a new applicant that came through for the Youth Advisory Commission, so I don't know if y'all are wanting to appoint that individual as well.
She was interviewed, so yeah.
She was?
Yes.
Okay, I will add her name to one of the other expired terms. Okay, and then
That was easy.
last, as I already stated, the final action will be made on these appointments or reappointments at the October 1st City Council meeting as a resolution item, and please return your
Madam
binders.
Secretary, the Killeen Housing Authority.
I
didn't
was
hear-
told to remove that from this presentation and the slides, since we did
That's a
that last
mayor-
year.
Mayor-only appointment?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Okay, I apologize.
Hey, Madam Mayor, if I may, because my concern was Rachel Mayfield was on another committee.
Sir,
So I want to add that to this
I
one.
got the Housing Authority.
No, I'm saying, could you put Rachel Mayfield for Animal Advisory? It's a redirect.
Okay, are you going back?
It was a
Or you
redirect,
getting
yes.
ready to close
Yeah.
it?
I want to
Madam
close.
Secretary, did you hear that? Oh, my God. Did you hear that? I'm sorry.
I'll get with her afterwards.
Please get with me afterwards.
Thank you.
Just a reminder, please return your binders on October 1st or shortly thereafter. Thank you.
We're not, Mr. Councilman Boyd has something to say before we close out on that. Okay, so Councilman Boyd.
Sure, considering that we had some boards where we did not have folks apply, I would request the council to once again open this up to give us another opportunity to get the folks to apply. What I'm going to do is reach out to my constituents to see if there's interest in serving on one of our boards and commissions. Anyone listening, that opportunity does exist for the various boards that we were just discussing, opportunity to let your voice be heard and serve your city. So please, if you would, take that into consideration, but that's my recommendation.
Yes, sir. With that being said, I just want the council to know the members that have already been appointed, the consent by the council, they will stay in place. This is only, they will stay in place. That will not be changed. Correct, council? Correct. So this is only for those positions that people, we didn't have enough or they didn't know who to appoint. So I think that was some of them that did not have people.
We'll bring back what you put, what you said today. It'll be,
Okay.
it'll come back all as one item. You'll actually make you'll actually vote on it on October 1st.
We know that, but
So it'll be
Councilmember
up to
Boyd
you.
just requested, we're opening up, and I should look at it this way, Madam Secretary, we are opening back up the application process.
It has been opened back up. I believe the assistant city manager sent out an email to that effect.
All right, so.
Letting everybody know, or council know.
All right, so on October the 1st, those other positions we will fulfill. And our residents that's listening or here, please go, as Councilmember Boyd say, and put in your application. Councilmember Boyd, you got anything else to add? Because we getting ready to move forward.
I have something.
Okay.
Can we get
You
an
can't do
updated
that.
list? Oh,
I mean,
can we get an updated listed after the names? that
yes,
we-
ma'am, that's a
just-
good point.
just to get
Madam
those open
Secretary,
spots.
Councilmember Alvarez, since you're there talking, translate this. We need an updated list of the ones we did do a consent on. You got it? Okay. So Councilmember Alvarez gonna take care of that to ensure that we get that list correct.
So there,
Madam
I've got it.
Secretary.
There, I mean, no votes being taken tonight.
Yes, ma'am, but she do want a list about everything we said, the
And-
people that we did just recommend. for
Yes,
those
ma'am.
Thank you.
That will be in the agenda packet that goes out next Tuesday for the October 1st meeting.
I really want the open spots, so.
Yes, ma'am.
So
We go-
we go out campaigning and getting those persons.
I understand, but
Okay.
maybe I'm gonna say this one more time.
Okay.
Madam Secretary,
Got it.
Before Tuesday package, we would like the list of everybody that we recommended tonight, before the package. I got it.
I can do that.
Is that what you were asking, Councilmember Cobb? Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to send them as the slides, like as they were shown, with the names entered in. Okay.
Okay, did that answer your question? You, Councilmember Alvarez shaking, that what y'all want? Yeah, y'all down there doing a lot of talking. I'm looking at that. Stop talking down there. Okay, moving on. Now we can move. Thank you, Madam Secretary. You got the patience of Job. Thank you, thank you.
It's an acquired skill.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, well, this next one should be easy, too.
Yes, ma'am.
DS 24062, discuss and consider 2025 through 2026 legislative priorities.
Council, Mr. Kager have the next three items. And Madam Secretary, to save your voice, can you just go ahead and read all three of them?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
can lead us into it. Okay. The last three items.
So DS 24063, discuss and consider proposed 2025 bond projects, and DS 24064, discuss and consider setting a date for the City Council Annual Special Workshop Town Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Kager. Both of them, all three of them yours. You can just lead where you want to, and I won't have to say a word.
Yes, ma'am. As you know, the state legislative process starts again in January, and the presentation that I have lists our current legislative priorities, and what we'd like to get is some input from you. If you want to keep that the same, if you want to change it completely, add something, delete something. In any case, I'll let you know what we've got right now. That action priorities are that the City of Killeen will seek full reimbursement from the state of Texas for lost revenue due to state-granted veterans exemptions, and oppose any extension of state-granted veterans exemptions that's not fully funded by the state of Texas, and seek legislative action to allow Killeen municipal elections in November. These were our three priorities last year. We have a longer list, but these were the top three. And then there were some guiding principles that we support legislation that would provide benefits to military communities, provide local relief for impacts of state-granted exemptions and programs, provide transportation funding for local projects, provide funding for local park, trail, or public grounds projects, or legislation that would be beneficial to Texas A&M University, Central Texas College, and or Killeen Independent School District. And continuing on the guiding principles, we would oppose legislation that would remove or limit local control or preempt local authority, be detrimental to current or potential city revenue, impose partially or fully unfunded mandates, erode zoning authority, be detrimental to local economic development efforts, and create an adverse impact by imposing environmental or water restrictions or regulations, So the guiding principles of support or oppose helps give our lobbyists direction, because you never know what's going to happen in Austin. Things come up, and if they have these guiding principles or more or less, whatever you desire, it gives them some idea of what to do when things are happening down at the legislature. But then their direction had been to get these three items, actually get two items passed, and then the middle one was to oppose any extension.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Kager. The last item, we have been fighting with that for the last 2 or 3 years. I'm past that one. Mr. Councilmember Sagara had a item that he had brought up. We had discussed with taking it to the House of Representatives to discuss. Having an election in November or May is irrelevant to me. We need to put priorities on there that's going to be good for the residents of Killeen. Number 3 is just seem like it's for the council, which we need to get if we're paying money, we need to fight issues that's going to better serve our city in the next 10, 20, and 30 years if we're going to waste our energy on that. So, Councilmember Sagara, you had something that you had spoken about. There was a loophole in something. The first one I agree with. The second one I agree with. The third one, we need to update that with something that's going to help us.
That's when it came to putting issues on the ballot box. I know we've had that discussion before because if it goes against the state and
That's what you want.
yeah, and I don't know if that's a charter thing because I was told it was a state thing. So if we as a council vote against something and then they get a petition, we're obligated to put it on the ballot, even though it contradicts state law, and that's, heading to what happened with our marijuana. I think we've had these discussions, but I don't know, is that something that we do have to go to the state to try to change, or is that something with our charter? Because I know we've heard two different things.
There's case law right now that says that you can't put something in the charter that would make us interpret whether something's against the law or not.
Yeah.
That if you have a process for an initiative ordinance to be passed, that you can't input your own interpretation on whether that should be on the ballot or not, whether you think it's in violation of the law. And so there has been discussion about legislation that would prohibit or require cities to do something with that initiative process.
Yeah, maybe
that would
that's-
then overrule case law.
Yeah, and so maybe that's what we need to be in favor of, whatever legislation is.
Right. And
We
the
don't know
other-
what that legislation looks like yet? Whoever,
I have not seen any specific legislation on that, just more, I think there's some people that believe that the broader things that limit home rule authority may do that already. It is not my opinion that's true, but I think there could be specific legislation that could do it.
okay.
That's good. So do we have the wording for that right there, what Councilmember Segarra stated?
I don't have anything right now that I would feel comfortable enough
Okay.
to
Okay, that's
put
fine.
in.
But that is one of the council, that's just one. The second thing that Councilmember Segarra and also Councilmember Solomon stated was the child care. Even Councilmember Adams had something to do with this. The state passes mandates for child care that tax exempt, and one of the things the council said at that time, that would be an issue that we would make one of our top priorities. So, see, this just needs to change. All that other foolishness needs to go, and we need to put priorities on there. That's one thing we believe in, because Councilmember Alvarez or Councilmember Adams or Boyd stated, what if this come back to us again with more child cares? So we want that one to be one. Am I looking at everybody shaking their head that they need to pay for the mandates? We want the state to pay for child care, so we all agree. We want the state to pay for child care mandates, that exemptions that they put on us that we voted on. You remember we had the child care caregivers here, and the state passed it on down to the county. It's not on there.
Yeah.
And the
That
county
wasn't on.
passed it on, they didn't approve it. So Mr. Segarra said, from now on, when it's a state mandate with Boyd and Alvarez, and Adams had a say, and I think you did too, Solomon, that we want them to fight on our behalf to make state pay for their own state mandates. Can we do that? Make that one of our, especially with child care.
Sounds like you're wanting it specifically on here, but right here under guiding principles, that we would oppose legislation that would impose partially or fully unfunded
Yeah, that's it.
mandates.
That's it. Go back to the first slide. So we got our guiding principles, but you saying these are our priorities, but these are not our priorities. That number, the last one, we've been there, done that, we don't want that anymore. So I don't want it to be a guiding principle. I want action priorities, and we got 3 up there. So why we can't move the child care mandate where we have the last item at?
Can I say something?
That's what's throwing me off. What's the difference about principal guidance? That means you telling Sluter and them to fight for these things, right?
Yes, ma'am, I think I can try to answer that. Yes, but
Sorry for throwing
But I
that.
gotta, we have to understand what you're saying, because the state already passed that, and so are you asking for repeal of that? Or if we're asking for the state to reimburse us, I think
You want
that's,
some money?
a big ask in conjunction with our first, bullet.
Okay, so you're saying the top priority, which we agree, the lost revenue due to state granted veteran exemptions. Okay, I got where you're going now. Okay, moving on. Can we add
Can
the
I say something on that one?
Yes, sir.
'Cause what you're talking about is not an unfunded mandate. What happened is, and remember we went through that, we asked the city manager how much it would cost. It wasn't that much money, but it wasn't unfunded because we had the choice to either accept it or not accept it. So it wasn't, it was passed by the state, but they didn't do like the other stuff. You have to pass a snow. So Bell County, as you said, Mayor, said, no, we're not going to do it. And then they passed it on to us as a city to say, you can either do it or not do it, and we decided to do it. So we don't need to, but I think what the attorney says, it's any unfunded mandate, that's what we want covered. Anything that they make us do without funding, without giving us the right to say yay or nay, then that's what we want them to
Okay.
reimburse us for.
Did you
Can I
want to
just
say
have-
the exact same thing?
So I agree, that is correct, but we were tracking that also in the Texas Tribune, that they were working on expanding that, so we wanted to make sure we were protected. So as long as our verbiage is there that we are not for those unfunded
Did you
mandates, we're good.
understand? I know she was talking fast, but did you understand? Say that again, because that was a good point you made.
So
Oh, you
we
weren't even on mic.
tracking, we understand, everything that Councilmember Cigar said was 100% correct, but we were also tracking, according to the Texas Tribune, that they were working on expanding that
Right.
and mandating it. So what we didn't want to have happen was for us to end up in the same situation that we're in now with the tax exempt. So we want, if, as long as our verbiage is okay, that we are not for unfunded mandates, period, then I think we'll be okay, as long as that verbiage is there. So if you can help us kind of work
So
that out,
we were
that'd be great.
thinking that childcare was going to be a mandate tax exempt for everyone, just like the veteran exemption. That's what was told to us, and I just wanted to protect us from that. We don't have a problem with doing it, but we don't want it. Just this mandate, you got to do it. That's all we were saying. All right. Oh, God. Anybody else? Come on. So we still have these three priorities. Councilmember Alvarez.
We talk about water a lot, and I've had a conversation with the representative from the Army Corps of Engineers and our District 54 State Representative Brad Buckley about this. And there is a push that we could, or there's an item that we could push for that would help us in terms of water. As we know, we get the majority of our drinking water from Lake Stillhouse and Lake Belton. Assuming that those lakes have water in drought conditions, obviously that becomes a little questionable. But those lakes were initially created for flood control, not for water conservation or as reservoirs. Although now that they're acting as reservoirs, so long story short, what they propose that we could ask for is for them to raise the pool level in these lakes. Because what happens is, let's say we get a bunch of rain like we recently have, and the levels go up. Well, if they go up too much, we're forced, the Army Corps of Engineers is forced to release that water, even though that they know later on that year we may have drought conditions and we should save it. And they're forced to release it because the legislation for those dams was created for flood control and not for storing drinking water. So he said that those dams, from an engineering standpoint, can more than handle the additional pool levels, but it would take the legislature to propose a bill, and it would go through the Brazos River Authority for them to be able to raise those pool levels in Lake Belton and Stillhouse. So I think, we're always talking about water, and it's something important when we get our drinking water from those two lakes. If we could at least look into the viability of something like that.
I agree. So all council agree with that? Okay, thank you. That'll take number 3. But I want to add on to that number 3, the water. We had met with KEDC. We had gotten a briefing, and you can correct me, Mr. Cagle. Along with what Councilmember Alvarez stated, one of the things I was going to bring up is to fund a mandate. I don't know if they can do it, but funding for underground tanks. like the underground tanks for water. Can that be a part of that too, something we can fight for federal and state funding to pay for that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you understand would you explain what I just said?
Well, they're talking about aquifer storage,
Mhm.
and there are already, there's already some state funding out there for it, but we're just not ready to apply for it yet. And I'm not for sure about federal funding.
Okay. Well, knowledge is power, and since I didn't know that, I would not have brought that up. But thank you for the clarification. So we're going with Councilmember Alvarez's recommendation, and we're going to seek legislative actions to allow Killeen municipal election in November. So that would be our 3 priorities. The first 2, we just added another one. Anybody else got anything? And I hope what you're saying is for the residents of Killeen and it's not benefiting us, because we got to take care of the people. Who else got something that have not spoke? Councilmember Boyd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a suggestion that's related to economic development, but the overall benefits everyone. And I'm not sure how it ties in. For lack of a better phrase, the bullet train deal that we're in Texas Central, if I'm not mistaken, is making progress in conjunction with Amtrak. And if we could get some focus here for potentially for a station, since it's going to be passing a little bit or closer through around the Temple Waco area, if I'm not correct. I think that would be great for our city to try to position ourselves to be a part of that, whether they, veer off 195 or in alignment with 195 to come into Killeen and continue making their way up. If we can have some form of advocacy to potentially establish a station here, that would be beneficial in the long run, no doubt.
This is what I'm talking about, innovation thinking, outside the box. Great. Can we do that? Is that feasible? I'm excited now. Is that feasible? Because it may be shot down like mine was on the tank war. They already doing that, so I got shot down on that one. City Attorney. Oh, Mr. Cagle.
We can certainly advocate for it. There's no
Okay.
doubt about that.
Okay. All right. And it is for the good of the residents. You got another one? This is really good. Okay, good. What did you come up with? Okay, I agree.
I just want to point out that K-Tempo had already recommended that but that's still a test location that will connect to the route that's coming down 35 when that is. So I agree we still advocate for it, but I think we will still have the opportunity to have some new technology coming through our way along 14 also.
Right. Well, thank you, because we were not aware of that until Councilmember Boyd made their recommendation. And that's another thing, Council, if y'all have stuff that on these committees that we don't know, please share them with us in the future. Is this for the good of the residents of Killeen and the future of Killeen? Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Absolutely. So one of the things on the
deal, Councilman Boyd.
On the legislative principles, I would like have support to for them to vigorously oppose any legislation that would erode the authority of cities to govern their own affairs. That needs to be a principle here in the state of Texas. I would like to have that added. I hope I would have the support of the council. Again, this would, is it? Is it a conflict?
Is
it
that
on
a
there?
conflict?
Is it up there already? I'm sorry. Limit or control.
Yeah,
Very good.
right
It's
Okay.
pretty close to the first bullet.
Perfect. Okay, good. Oh, thank you. And then,
To oppose any legislation,
thank you. And then can we
local
check
control.
on this one, because I'd like to also advocate for additional and supplemental funds for first responders, emergency management, and technology innovation.
So what I was saying, that was a conflict with what we already had.
The first one was, but
Yes,
this
ma'am.
one.
I wasn't saying what you were saying.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
People just jumped to the conclusion.
I understood.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
And what was
But the second one is I would like for them to advocate for additional and supplemental funding for first responders, emergency management, and technology innovation. There's a lot of things in the pipeline
I like
down there, so that I would like to be able to keep that on our radar as
like
well
that.
for
I like this.
first responders, emergency management, and technology innovation.
Good, that's good. Anyone else that have not spoken before I move forward? Councilman Boyd?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to also advocate for the aquifer storage that you mentioned. I actually serve on a Brazos River Authority stakeholder group, for those who don't know, and that's a very important piece of the puzzle for us preserving water here long term. Thank you.
Okay, with Mr. Councilman Boyd stating that, how would we even word that? That was 2 council members. That's something that we really want. And Mr. Cagle said we already have state funded. The staff just haven't applied for it yet. So how do you want that? I don't know.
Mayor,
Mr.
how
Cagle.
about we look into that a little bit, because this won't be adopted tonight. We'll put all your input together and bring it back, because really, we don't have any water to put in aquifer storage. It's to help WCID do it, because they have the water.
Can we not drill in our own, I know we gotta have land, but can we not drill in Killeen like Fort Cavazos did?
There's not enough water there to make any difference.
So can we not drill to pull water? Do we, okay, I guess my question is, maybe I'm saying it wrong, and I can talk to you offline about this. I can talk to you offline, because
Okay.
I can see what you mean. Yes, we do want it, but you're gonna tell us on how we can do it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and it does not have to be there, a priority. I just want to, if it can't happen, it just can't. Should we go this way?
Right. Let me look into it a little bit, see if
Okay.
I can work up some language to put
Is
in
that
there.
okay, Councilmember Boyd? Yes. Okay. All right, with that being said, can we just have go over our priorities that were said so we can have clarity? So did you get any of that? I don't know. It's a lot. Yeah, we
With this
finished.
one, yes, sir.
Councilmember, Mr. Cagle, could you go over it?
To drop the November election, then legislation to clear up the initiative ballot language issue. We'll figure out a way to write that better, but then raising the pool level of our lakes. We'll have to look and see what kind of legislation that requires. It's an Army Corps of Engineers lake, but the Brazos River Authority will figure out what needs to be said on that one. Then advocate for bullet train station, and then financial assistance for first responders for emergency management and technology innovation, and then aquifer storage.
Yes, sir. And one more thing. Mr. Cagle, any city that's fighting for some kind of rights for water, that's for the good of the cities, municipality. I can speak for the council, I hope. We want to be on that side of it.
Yes, ma'am. And there will be a proposal that's will be discussed after the COG meeting this week about creating a Central Texas Water Alliance to bring water resources from outside the region into it. We'll probably be asked to participate. Doesn't cost us any money, but that's the idea behind it. That is I think is going to come forward before too long.
Mm-hmm. And what the staff do, the staff have any recommendations on things that may be going on at the state level that we are not aware of that you think would be good for the city to advocate for, this council? And we're talking about 10, 20, 30 years when we're gone. So if you have anything, you do your research. When we come
Yes,
back,
ma'am.
we can make that a priority. Correct, council? And if y'all have anything new that's for the good of 10, 20, 30 years, the next generation, innovation, or can help us today, especially water, we need to stay on top of that. Thank you, Councilmember Alvarez, for that. That was great, Councilmember Boyd, and Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem, and Councilmember Sagari. Great innovation. And council, staff, thank you for your patience with us, because we were, well, at least I was everywhere.
Madam Mayor, can I
You got one more thing?
I just want to make one thing public. I want to express appreciation for the city manager and his consistent advocacy for the city of Killeen regarding the disabled veteran tax exemption. I know he was recently in Austin. I checked the news and seen a photo of him out there advocating. And I know some folks don't want to hear this topic or really want to have it, but you've been a very strong advocate, understand the impact on our finances as a city. So we appreciate that and you just doing your job. So thank you.
And I think the region had the best reception from a Senate committee that we've ever had. So it's way early, but it's a good start.
And we saw you and Judge Blackburn sitting side by side. But next time you go, Mr. Kagan, council members, let us know.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Segar has always asked to go, and I know Councilwoman Gonzalez and Councilman Boyd, we would like to go. We just don't know this stuff.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Kagan, the floor is yours.
Oh, yes, the 2025 bond projects. This is a continuation from 2 meetings ago, I believe. So on the 20th, the council provided a motion of direction to place City Hall on the May 2025 ballot, and then ask for some cost comparisons on a new City Hall and renovating current facilities, and then discussion for other potential projects to be added on the May 2025 bond election ballot. And so we looked at some of the current facilities, and you can see the square footage. At the CAC, it's about 30,000 square feet that we're using for office. It's a lot bigger facility than that, but that's what we use for offices. And the North PD Annex, this building, the current City Hall, Development Services, that's over above the court, IT, and the Municipal Annex. So there's several things that were involved. Some of them we know we've already outgrown some of these facilities, so they're going to have to be added onto somehow. And it, like this facility, for example, doesn't make any sense to add on to this one, but that square footage would have to be somewhere else. And then there's some ADA issues we know in all the buildings. And then we put an estimated cost to renovate, an estimated cost to expand, and we have about $60 million there. I think that's a little conservative, but then you also have to consider that's in today's dollars, and the City Hall number we're talking about wouldn't be constructed till 26 or 27. So you can probably add another 10 million or more to that for inflation. So it's somewhere about half the cost of the new City Hall that's proposed. But you got to remember, you're getting old renovated buildings that don't solve any of the problems. It's just trying to get by. But we did our best estimate at giving some renovation and expansion costs for all the current facilities. So there's a timeline here. And then in February, you have to actually formally call the election, and then we have some notices that we have to publish, and then the election would be May 3rd. And if you're going to include anything else, there's only really 3 things that would go on the ballot. It would be City Hall, a library, and the recreation center. So, we said we were looking at about 192 million, or give or take a little, on the limit. So the ballot could just be City Hall, one issue. Well, there'd be a lot of issues. There'll be the municipal elections on the ballot as well. But as far as the bond goes, you have one ballot issue on City Hall, or there's been discussion about a library, rec center in the same building. It's just up to you. You could put it all on those 3 on the ballot and see if that's the approach you want to take. I don't know, but so I guess we need some direction. You just want the City Hall, or what would you like to go on the ballot? But if we put all 3 of those on and they all 3 pass, that does pretty much or absolutely crowds out everything else on the list that we might have done with a CO.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cagle. Well, I do know, when you put Mr. Councilmember Alvarez asked for you to go, staff to go and find the prices of how much it would cost to renovate, and I'm gonna get to him, because I'm sure he had a purpose in it. Councilmember Boyd and also Councilmember Solomon have talked about how you can combine things together. So council, I'm gonna go with Councilmember Alvarez. Go back to your slide where y'all had to go and do all them
Yes,
quotes
ma'am.
on how much it was gonna cost. Councilmember Alvarez, you requested this, and this is the items, the amount that it will cost if we renovated the old buildings and also the square feet. Do you have anything to say on this?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And
You're
thank
welcome.
you to city manager and staff for indulging me. The main reason I wanted this is I have no doubt in my mind that this bond election will happen in May. At least I'm speaking into existence. So part of that, I believe it's responsible on our end to communicate to the citizens what the alternative looks like. So if they say, hey, look, we don't think a new consolidated services city hall building is worth $15 a month increase on my taxes, I think that they should know what the alternative to that looks like. And the alternative to that is $52 million renovating existing buildings without adding any square footage, and they will not have a say in this, because we can take small bites of the apple and spend this money renovating these old buildings without a bond election. So do you want to have a say in how your tax dollars are spent? And we're seeing this now with the old community center on W.S. Young. By the time that's all said and done, you probably could have built a new building for what you're spending there. So, and you're not adding any square footage. So if we're trying to think to the future, and we know the city's going to grow with more residents, the staff is going to have to grow. I mean, it just makes sense. And if we're looking at roughly 100, 150 square feet per staff person, according to the building code, then we're out of space today. So where do we go from there, and how do we handle that, and what does that look like? I think that we can squeeze that number down. I think you have it on the slide at a roughly $150 million for the new city hall building. I think we can get away with surface parking at the beginning and hold off on the parking garage, build the building, which is the most important part, because that's where staff is going to be, and that's what's going to service the residents and the taxpayers. And then, you have roughly $82 million available in bond capacity to be able to do some of these other projects. If you squeeze that 151 down to closer to 110, which I think we can do without the parking garage, I think that would be the most responsible way to move forward. But either way, we have to communicate to the residents and taxpayers, what does it look like? Do you believe that this new building and service would be worth $15 a month, roughly, increase on your tax bill, or not?
Councilmember Adams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I did the motion to put the City Hall, and I also, talking with Mr. Cagle, we have done a good job of managing our debt service every 3 years. And then after the interviews with a lot of our teens and the Youth Advisory Commission, their biggest thing is also adding a recreation facility and teen center. And I still think that we'll still be solvent if we added either, whether it's a combined and ultimately it's the voters' decision either way. And to put this in their hands, I'm not against. And I don't know if it's a motion to be in order to add those two items. And if we add that, does the bond limit us from combining them to decrease the cost, Mr. Cagle?
I don't know that by combining those you do.
I mean, for the vote, they're separate, but then when we ultimately, if it's approved, we could combine them. That's when we combine them, and it cuts the cost.
That's what I was going to say. I don't know that combining them really reduces the cost that much.
Okay.
In my experience, it doesn't really. You've still got the same square footage.
Gotcha.
You might share one wall, but it adds some. It's a good thing. It's a good proposal, but I don't think it saves money.
Got you. I just wanted to see. So it would be I don't know if it would be in order to do a motion of direction to include the other two GO items as listed on the chart.
Thank you. So council, bottom line is this. I'm gonna go down the line. This is item that council member Boyd and former Mayor Pro Tem Wilkerson brought it to the council, Mr. Cagle, a couple of years ago, a year ago, I'm not even sure. And so now it's in our plate. This will be part of this council decision on which way to go. So we're gonna start with one. Just raise your hand. Do everybody want on the bond the city hall? Just raise your hand and the majority get it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, everybody want the city hall. We want that.
Sorry, I just want to.
Yeah.
Is there, I think there's a motion of direction on the floor.
What motion could have been? We haven't even discussed anything.
Councilmember Adams made a motion of direction to include the other two GO projects.
If we don't have a second yet. Okay, motion of direction dies. Okay, moving on. This is on one bond now, this is just one. We all agree on the city hall. And it's just majority, because we're not gonna waste staff time. Now, the next item is the Southwest Branch Library. Or do you only want, no, I'm gonna get you, but not right now. I'm going Boyd, and then you next. Click on, Councilman Solomon Boyd was here. Do you have another suggestion that you wanted separate?
No, not particularly. I did have a question and wanted to express a comment towards this overall. Before, if you don't mind, before we kind of.
Yes, please.
I know for voters and even for the council, and this is important, it's not clear where the Southwest Branch Library would be, as well as the recreation center. And no, I'm not looking forward to being District 4 necessarily. It's just the fact that folks don't know where that might be. And so I think that's important information to go out there. The other thing I'll say is I'm curious, Mr. Cagle, how our bond rating would be affected if we determine to take even more projects to the voters for consideration.
I think that was the limit that our financial advisor gave us, that going higher than that did put our AA rating in jeopardy. And then also there's the cost of paying for it too.
Right, of course.
So it's not an exact science, but going higher than that, I think we should start to get concerned.
Sure. I'm at a place where if we're going to consider adding the recreation center and a library, which total $90 million, I think it's important that we get some type of data to prove to us that that's where demand is. Demand might be for one of these road projects or a fire station or a new park development, as opposed to a library and a recreation center. Not saying we don't need them, but we're at a place where we've got just enough funding to fund what we determine, and we want to make sure we're getting the citizens what the majority of them are desiring. Those are my comments.
Okay, and for the library and the recreation center, team center, Councilmember Solomon had requested that for District 2, going down by Chaparral, the Heritage Oaks area where they don't have anything, and that also will get the people on that 190. It's also a good place to put it on Chaparral because it also will help individuals that live in District 4, because yours go all District 3 too, to have something, but that's something that he did request to go in his district. And I'm not sure if Councilwoman Gonzalez requested, but I do know Councilmember Solomon did request that to go for his residents, because really there's nothing over there. There's nothing over there in District 4. There's nothing over there in District 1. But those two items he did request to be added on there. So Councilmember Solomon, you are, Councilmember Boyd, are you finished, sir? I'm sorry.
With that said, and thank you for adding that that insight, and I appreciate that because it is just Heritage Oaks Trail on that portion of East Killeen, so I absolutely respect that. Maybe we consider making sure that there is a rec center there. Again, if there's demand, which I believe there is, he's advocating for his citizens and he knows. And perhaps we look at adding park development in there to ensure that we have both of these getting taken care of at the same time in relation to something that actually affects the majority of citizens. That's my last comment. Thank you.
Yes, sir. But I am, Councilman Solomon, you next. I highly recommend we just go for everything on there. I think that will touch every resident, but it's up to you. It's up to you. Councilmember Solomon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So when you say everything, we're talking that total bottom line.
That list that's, Mr. Kagan, we would still be good if we go with everything on that. No, you saying no?
No.
Are you asking me?
192 million is the limit.
And the total
The
is
list is 295
million.
Okay, okay.
What is the limit?
I mean, it's,
Oh, I'm sorry. I really thought that, I got it wrong. Okay, I read that wrong.
Yeah,
So,
my question was with the city hall at 115, is that including the parking?
yes, sir, but Mr. Alvarez, I don't think you can get it down to 110. I think that was some prices I've seen lately, but in all those parking spots, that's probably about 12 million. And then it was 300 and something parking spaces. Then you're still going to have to buy the Encore property to put the surface parking on. And it won't cost near as much as structured parking, but there's still a cost there. So the only way you get down to 110 million, you've got to start taking functions out of City Hall. I believe that pretty strongly.
yeah.
Yeah, because when you're talking about taking the
We
parking,
want
my
to see it.
concern would be, where would the parking be at with that amount of staff?
Right, well, one of the
without the
plans that
parking.
they showed us included all surface parking, and it included all of the Encore property, which we know is going to be for sale in the next few years. And then to the south of that, the property where the Bell County Health Building is.
Okay. So, Mr. Kagan, we can go with the City Hall and all three fire stations to be up under that 181, correct?
Yes.
There go one option, council. We all agree we're gonna have the City Hall. That, we already agreed, and that's 151 million. Councilmember Alvarez put me right back on track with 191 million. We can't go over it too. So you just, whatever you add, if you wanna do more than one bond, one option is the City Hall and the three fire stations. That's one. Because we cannot go over 192 million. So we already got 151 million just with the City Hall. Yes, sir.
Apologize, because I know I said that was my last comment. Try to be a man of my word. The Mohawk Drive, can we talk about the significance of this being put in place? I know it's likely vague to folks, but what does this solve and why is it important at this time? I
What
personally know
district is that
why,
in?
but I'd like to, for
What
citizens to be aware.
Oh, four.
Because it's a leave-out road on the east side of Bunny Trail, should have already been built. But the only way it's going to get built now is if the city builds it.
Got it.
And the property on the west side of Bunny Trail, that developer, whenever that kicks off, that developer will then extend Mohawk over.
Clear Creek.
Yeah, to Clear Creek, essentially. Mhm.
Right. So let me, if you don't mind, I'm just going to add on to that real quick, Madam
You bet.
Mayor. some time back, this entire council was hearing a lot from citizens in District 4 about the Alamocitos Creek area. You would hear that keyword. And what happened is, because Mohawk Drive is not in place, there's one entrance and one entrance out of that entire subdivision. And with this road in place, what it does is allow them to come out on 3 additional access points that are already stubbed out, as well as push access from Bunny Trail directly to 195 when it's tied together. So it has a very important role, and it's been held up for a long time. And I'll tell you, when I first got on council, when I was running, this was very important to voters, and it still is. Unfortunately, there's just a belief that nothing's ever going to happen with it. I'm actually surprised to see it on here, and I was just curious to find out how it got here and why it's significant at this point. Thank you.
We can also have City Hall. We can add Feather Line for $11 million. We can also go pick up Veteran Park from District 1. I got District 2. And we can pick up something for District 3, because District 2 and 3 and 1, we have put all our efforts in District 4, and now it's time for 2, 3, and 1. We need to focus on you. So you have these options, and I really want y'all to look at the numbers. You got 151 for City Hall. We can pick up Feather Line, which will give us 162 million. We can go and get Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem her Veteran Park, because you wanted that down there. And for Councilwoman Cobb, I think fire station is 5 or 10 in one of those in her area, Mr. Cable?
Well, 5's a replacement. That's Jasper.
That's in her area. Jasper is in her area. Would that fall within that 182 million? I'm only focused on one, District 1, 2, and 3. I haven't forgotten about you. I know y'all want to speak, because I know y'all been waiting on the side for your district. I'm gonna get right to you. I just want him to add that up. It may not even be there. I'm just giving the council
Okay,
some options.
you said City Hall, Feather Line, and all the fire station projects?
No, sir.
No, I mean,
Veteran Park, Feather
okay.
Line, and District, Fire Station 5 replacement. That's in District 3.
That's 181.
Right, okay. That's just, keep that, Mr. Kager. Those are just options. They're options, option. Yes, sir.
Madam Mayor, I like what you did.
I'm coming.
I have to say, I appreciate what you did. You looked at each district. You looked at an infrastructure project. You looked at something that could be afforded. With that said, there's a surplus to stick in Mohawk, which will cover all 4 districts, which will allow each.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
With the surplus that exists, if we're at, what was it, 180, 170 something?
What's surplus?
181.
At 181, if we have a capacity of, what's our capacity again?
192, so there'd be 11 million left.
With that, with the understanding there'd be 11 million left, we could potentially put Mohawk Drive in there, and at that point, all 4 districts have an infrastructure project that could be funded in addition to City Hall.
Okay, thank you, but I'm gonna give district, and that's good, and you gotta understand my reservation, Councilmember Boyd and Mayor Pro Tem. We have put all our resources on street, roadways, everything, which is rightfully so, on District 4. And Councilmember Solomon has just been waiting, and we told him to wait. So I got it, but I want to respect the other 2 council members, because they may not be as vocal, but they have residents they got to answer to, too. So Solomon just clicked. If everybody else want to click, please click. Councilman Solomon.
Madam Mayor, I know I would love to see the library, Southwest Library, but really a priority really would be now is that Feather Line. And Feather Line really would serve District 2 and 3. It would serve.
I apologize. Continue.
I'm sorry. It would serve District 2 and 3, Councilman Cobb. That's, to me, Feather Line would be really a priority. It can go up the chart.
Okay. So I heard Councilwoman Cobb said that, some of y'all only got one more time because y'all just talking. You asked for the fire station expansion for the first responders. Where would that be, Mr. Cagle? The one for 4.43? Where's that one at?
I don't recall off the top of my head which station that is. I don't recall.
Where's that one at?
But really, rather, I mean, than figuring out what district they're in, I think that the best thing to do with that would be to let the fire department prioritize it.
I did, that was my first one.
Yeah.
This is my second one. They're gonna make the decision. I
Sure.
do believe, Mr. Kagan, I made the first recommendation, all fire stations in the city hall, that should be our top priority. But they get into districts. That's just something about this particular council. So I am just making sure I'm fair. This is our second option. My priority as the mayor is all the fire station. That's a no-brainer for me. And the city hall.
Got you.
So would you please add that expansion to that list for second option? Because she finally talked and said something. Councilwoman Cobb want to add that. Because she wants the first responders to be taken care of, so
Yes, I do.
that fourth, that'll go on the second list. Is that not the second?
I'm a little lost. I don't know what list, I don't.
Well, the first list was simple.
Okay.
The
It was-
first list was City Hall and all three other fire
Okay.
stations. The second option, it was the City Hall, the fire station expansion that she just requested, the fire station 5 replacement, and Feather Line new project.
Yeah, that's really big for me, is that Feather Line project, because it will, as Elder Solomon, well, Councilman Solomon has said, take care of 2 and 3. But my thing is, I have to ride through. And I know may sound simple to you all. I haven't rolled the roads yet to see. I see where the projects are and the fire station, but there's a little confusion there with me with that Feather Line project. Which way is it going and how are we gonna do it?
Yes, ma'am, they'll get back in
Okay,
detail
that's-
with you. So,
I don't
Mr.
have
King,
details,
How
I'm
much do
sorry.
that cost so we can move forward? While he's tolling it, all in favor of the first proposition for the ballot is to do, Mr. Cagle and staff highly recommend, I do too, City Hall and all 3 of the fire stations to go on the ballot.
No, ma'am. The only thing we need to go on the ballot are the 3 that are listed as GO. The rest, the recommendation is to do those with certificates of obligation.
Right, the 3 right there, correct?
Well, what I'm saying is the first 3 that are listed are the only things that need to go on the ballot.
Oh,
So
okay.
if you're choosing City Hall to go on the ballot and then some other projects that are COs, the fire stations don't have to go on the ballot.
Okay. So the option is the City Hall, the Southwest Branch Library, and the Recreation Center / Teen Center. That would go in District 2. Is that correct, Councilmember? That's what he asked for when we put it on the ballot. The question was with Councilmember Boyd, where is it going? So they just want you. That's just two conversations. It's still gonna vote. All in favor, just the City Hall going on the ballot? Just City Hall by itself. 1, you just raise your hand, 2, 3. Ma'am, this is okay, please. Right, I understand. No, ma'am, what we asking now is just, somebody may say just do the City Hall. Do you want more than the City Hall? You won't vote for this. If you just want the City Hall, then you will vote for it. So let's try it again. Just the City Hall, Councilmember Boyd, Sagara, and Gonzalez. All right, the rest of it, and you just want City Hall? God, this is so complicated. Why don't, instead of wasting our time, because we're not going to agree. I hear this conversation, which should not be happening while somebody talking. Please just go home. Y'all think about what y'all want. And I really don't call each other, don't discuss this. If whatever council member want on this particular, you're going to do the 3 or you're not. It's simple. These are the options that they're giving us. And Mr. Kaga already said, you don't have to put the fire station and all that on the bond. You either want the city hall, the library, and also the team and recreation center. And Councilman Solomon has been asking for those things, period. Period. Let's just support each other. Okay, everybody have used all their time, which was 3. Councilman Sagara. We're just not going to come to a conclusion.
So I think we've been discussing either all 3 options at once, or City Hall by itself. But can we do like all 3 separate? You know, we talked about that, doing all 3 separate on the ballot.
Yes, sir. You can put all 3 of those on the ballot.
Separate, so the citizens have a choice. City Hall,
He
branch.
got a butt for you.
Yes, sir. They would have to be 3 separate propositions.
Yeah.
But you also have to consider what happens if they're, to make sure you're ready to do it if all 3 are approved.
Yeah, if all 3, that's good.
You don't have it.
Well, if you're willing to pay for it and to most likely have a bond downgrade and a much larger tax increase, you can do it.
Yeah. Well, can I ask for a motion of direction again for just the City Hall by itself, or just kind of official? So just the City Hall by itself?
We already went through that, and
No,
you
you
didn't.
just raised your hands. You didn't.
Okay, do you want to do this again?
Motion of
We hire
direction.
staff, they give us their recommendation. This is what we wanted. They done worked so hard. We going around in circles. We can either accept what they want or don't. But if you want to do a motion of direction, because we the experts, please go ahead on. The floor is yours, Councilmember Cigar.
Motion of direction to put just the City Hall on there.
Do we have a second to the Councilman Board?
We did that at a previous meeting, second.
All right, all in favor of this motion of direction to only put the City Hall on the ballot? And we're not putting what the staff recommended, but the City Hall only.
Ma'am, staff didn't have a recommendation. We were bringing.
Just saying the top 3.
And there's no money, you said, so we can't do it anyway.
Yes or no? You can't even get together up here. No. It's not. We can't work together. I'm not supporting it. I'm over it.
All right, there we go. We're done.
So the only thing that will be on the ballot is the City Hall. That's it.
Yes, Mayor, but that doesn't exclude all the other CO projects.
Right.
The COs don't. No, just the GO.
Mr. Cagle, you just said the COs are not going on the ballot, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We can do them.
We can still do them, they just don't
We
go on
can
the
do
ballot.
them, so well, we gonna vote on that tonight.
You don't have to, no,
Okay,
ma'am.
that's my
Okay.
point. This right here is simple, listen. I heard it the first time. It's not that complicated. There was 3 items that could go on the ballot, and we chose to pick one for the bond. Correct, Councilmember Sagara? Okay. Move on.
Question. We can move on, but part of the discussion was to prioritize CO bond projects. Now, if the council's interested in doing that at another date, that's fine. But that was baked into this presentation.
Councilman Boyd, whatever direction you want to take this
So,
council, go for it.
so I don't necessarily want to take us in a direction. I just
you
want to
bring the
say, if
slides
we want to
back
be
up,
efficient,
please?
this may be the time to do that if the council's interested in doing it. So, Madam Mayor, as opposed to me coming off as leading the council, I defer back to you. I was just pointing out that this was the opportunity to prioritize the CO projects after we determine the GO bond projects.
Can you bring the slides up? Whatever y'all want to do.
Can I go?
Councilman Boyd, the floor is yours.
My comment towards this is going to be, if we've dedicated 151 million, and we know there's going to be, what's that, the offset of that, Mr. Cagle, with the capacity we have?
So that's
41 million. My comment to that would be to select projects similar to what was proposed before, infrastructure projects that could be divvied out between districts, which is the city as a whole, because these residents who would be voting live all across the city. And I think it would be important that they feel like they're getting something out of it, whether they're voting in District 2, District 1, District 3, or District 4, something that's affecting their district that is an infrastructure project, which is most often relevant to citizens. So what I'm saying is that it's set up nice where most of these projects are within $10 million, and we know we have just over 40. Perhaps pick a project, this infrastructure project, within each district to complement the city hall, which solves a relevant issue. Feather Line is very relevant. That fire station project is very relevant. Mohawk Drive is still very relevant. And then whatever other project that was mentioned, very relevant projects. That's my comment on it.
Well, I would like to still have for the number to be in the CO with Featherline, because Featherline will help two districts. It'll help District 3, District 2, so we definitely want to get that in there. And I would hope when we start looking at this space and this money, that that's what we're doing. We're taking two for the price of one. We're trying to get everybody in. I like the idea that the mayor had too. She woke me up on that because I was sitting here sleeping and said, I got to go ride. But now after she said it and we start thinking about the fire stations and all the COs, we can get it in there. Yeah, you done messed me up, girl. Mayor, telling me those things about just thinking about how to get everybody there. So I'm ready now. I'm up.
Are you finished?
I just want to make sure that we make sure, because we're so close, that we're putting it together. It's all together. It's all serving together, y'all.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to throw out some more food for thought. If the bond election, the GO bond election for the City Hall were to fail, we could do all the CO bond projects. So that's another thing to keep in your back pocket. If that $151 million fails at the ballot box, we have $192 million worth of CO projects you could do, potentially. So don't rule them out.
Do anybody have a recommendation? Because we're just going around in circles. And if you already used up your 3 times, you don't speak again. So that will only leave Councilmember Solomon, Councilmember Cobb, and Councilmember Adams. You did speak 3 times, Councilwoman Gonzalez. I wrote them down. Yes, you did. And like I stated, Adams, Cobb, and Solomon. Do y'all have recommendations? How much money is it, Councilman Alvarez? All right, let's go. You have Featherline, you have fire station, and you have Fire Station 10, you have Fire Station 5 replacement, you have Mohawk, you have Veteran Park. That's about all you need for the 44 million. All right. Since this is your, yes, do you have any recommendations?
Well, before I have the recommendation, the GO was, that was the recommendation.
We're not there anymore. We only in the CO.
Oh,
And you only have 42 million. That's it. You can't go over that.
well, my CO definitely will still be Featherline.
Okay. That's Featherline. That's 11.40. Councilwoman Cobb.
Featherline, Fire Station 5, and Veterans Park.
Okay, how much is that?
Oh, we can do Mohawk. We got enough money. So we have Featherline, Mohawk, Veterans, and Fire Station 5 replacement on Jasper. That's all of them.
How much is that? You got your Mohawk, Mr. Boyd. Please, let someone else talk and don't be rude.
I think that's it. That calculator going.
He gonna help you out down there.
Yes, he's doing it, he's doing it, ma'am. Okay.
Don't worry, Councilman Solomon, your day coming. I hope I be here.
It rounds up to 40 million.
Okay, so that's good. Do we have some more money? Can we throw?
No, ma'am, you don't. So do we, if it's 40 million, do we not have, how much we have? 44 million or 42?
2.
Oh, okay. All right. So that's a motion of direction. Read it off, Woman Cobb.
We are suggesting Featherline, Fire Station 5, Mohawk Drive, and Veterans Park.
Okay, Councilmember Solomon? This is a motion of direction.
Yeah, I'll make a motion of direction.
Councilwoman Cobb already did it.
Oh, second then.
All right.
Second.
Yes.
Where's Veteran Park at?
Councilmember Solomon, we will have to come back in next year. I know that you promised your residents, and it just didn't work out in your favor this time. The library and the team center, and I'm hoping that after the election, we can really focus on other districts. I really hope so. All in favor of the motion of direction, yes. All opposed, no. That's ridiculous. Quit whispering about me, Mayor Pro Tem. We have one more items to go. One more item, Mr. Kagan.
Yes, ma'am. This is just a calendar item. We're supposed to have a special workshop town hall meeting once a year around October. And so I guess the question would be, what's your pleasure for the date?
So what dates do you have, Mr. Kagan? Everybody look at your calendar to see if you're available.
I guess everything during the week's open other than the times council's gone or the council meeting dates.
So this is in October, so we have to have our monthly town hall we have every year. Yes, sir.
What about the 8th?
So the 8th is a council meeting, so
No.
in order for us,
That's,
that's on a Tuesday, we don't have that. Okay, so at 5 o'clock on the 8th, is everybody available on October 8th at 5? Not you, council member, you the world traveler. Councilmember Alvarez? Nope. Okay. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, yeah. So we have, no. So we have October the 8th, Councilmember Alvarez. So are you okay with that, or you want us to do it or not? Okay, so October the 8th, is everybody okay with that? Any opposition? Okay, October the 8th, 5 o'clock. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
Meeting adjourned.